PSI is what it can generate. Comes with 2 different nozzles.
There's the jet nozzle and the crooked fan nozzle.
Correct. Well, there's no water.
Watch this. Not a strong start.
Well, it has no water in it.
Yeah.
Give it the benefit of doubt.
This is gonna fire like a wimpy little water gun.
Well, we're gonna go outside and test it.
We sure are.
The shoot's already completely off the rails. I meant to save this one for last, but it's my fault for letting him just pick a random one off the table. Here, I'll turn the hose on. You should be in frame.
Why?
Trust me. Trust me. No, you should. Okay. Oh, that's why I wanted you in frame. Damn. Turn the water off.
Their fitting is broken. That's just the water pressure. Okay, so here I'm gonna press the button.
Hey! Here,
Wow.
I'll be the judge. It is the exact same. Maybe you need the different nozzle. No, the other.
No, actually, this is great because we can actually evaluate if it adds any power to it whatsoever. I think that's a negatory, soldier.
We might need this one.
Washing the car. Washing the car.
Do you think the PSI is gonna rip the paint off? We should be careful.
Wow, it's even worse than the first one.
Would you like to hear the price?
If this was more than $30, I'm gonna be really upset.
Sorry, continue your sentence.
Upset.
Okay, well, it's on sale now for $130, but we paid $200.
Can we get a refund?
I'll try.
I kind of broke the power thing.
Yeah. How about the 68-in-1 precision screwdriver set?
Oh, you're gonna pick a competitor. Brilliant. Oh, included magnetizer, demagnetizer.
Yep.
The cheapest ever charging cable. Ooh, she's heavy. Oh, lock and load. Kind of satisfying.
And you can charge it while it's in the case too. It's got a little pass through, so.
Nice. Ooh, magnetic bit storage.
For a bunch of different sizes and a bunch of different lengths. So if you had something that was a little deeper into like a remote or a controller or something, you'd still get at them.
Little tricksy to remove. Surprisingly, a little bit adequate pair of tweezers. It looks like they actually did make an adjustment to it post-manufacturing to make sure they meet. You can tell because one of these is snubbed off and the other one is pointy.
Yeah.
So they're trying to make sure that they meet. They still like are, they're not great, but they're there.
I think this is supposed to be just like a pry to help separate.
Sure is.
For like a glass screen or something.
Sure is, Billy. Electric precision screwdriver. Oh, look, there's the batch number. This is made in Xianxi Village. Easily decipherable. Oh, no, there's no legend. Oh, you just have to put all your bits in so that they face you. Oh. Sounded like it struggled a little bit on that one.
I think it did for a tiny bit. One of the other button that's there, you can actually switch gears. Yes, it's a little bit faster, yeah.
No, that's noticeably faster. Oh, wow. She really struggled on that one.
Yeah.
I was pretty excited, maybe even impressed. Now I think you're just razzing me.
We have seen it as low as $12 US.
What?
That's why I think it's pretty impressive.
I think we pay more than that for our bits.
I understand it's not necessarily going to be the best electric precision screwdriver you could get, but for $12, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not liquid.
Now he's like, gotta stay. He's like, well, hold on, let me pull up our precision screwdriver.
So let's see who can put more of them in.
Sure.
3, 2, 1, go.
No. Oh no, you like dented it and scratched mine.
Oh, okay, so who's finished chips first? No, I think you took the worst of it.
Yeah.
That's a great value though.
Yes.
How much did we pay for it?
$30. But we've seen it as low as $12.
At $12, just buy it. What the magnetizer, demagnetizer has a little spot in here, but they just like didn't get that one and they just got a different one that doesn't fit.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Like I said, there's things they could improve. Which one's next? What?
I was gonna say, well, we gotta do the game stick, but the industrial endoscope I think is gonna have to be the one. This is an industrial endoscope with HD camera. It is powered by smartphone. 480p?
That's not HD.
But hey, it's 10 meters, so you could get way up in there. It looks like they repurposed one of those little volume control thingies from like a headset.
Oh yeah, you're right.
There's a mic on it. The app is called USB Camera.
No, I just downloaded a USB camera app. I didn't trust that QR code because it took me to an app that had like 5 downloads.
Ah.
Okay, there you
Oh, okay, well that's quality.
I have no idea how much of this footage we're gonna use.
It's so blurry. It's like useless.
Yeah.
Is it because I was breathing on it?
Oh, maybe. Nah, it still kind of looks like shit.
I don't know, that's at the other end.
Oh, well, we can try that end. It is pitch black.
Wow, this thing sucks.
Is the light? Can I?
The light's on, dude. Oh, maybe the wheel, adjust the brightness.
Whoa,
buddy!
Okay, now it is just as, oh no, it's a little bit better.
It's a little better. Now I have to know if my throat's inflamed.
Oh, that is so much more gross. Guess the price.
This can't be more than like 25 bucks.
It was 50 Canadian. So what is that, like 35 US?
37 US dollars or something, yeah.
You could probably get it cheaper if you got like the 2 meter one.
Like 30 US dollars. I'll allow it. I want to know what the game stick is. Is this the original 3D rocker? Yeah!
The ad was like, hey, if you buy this, you get 2 free controllers, 10,000 free games, the free game stick.
How much did we end up paying for it though?
About 50 US dollars.
Well, then that's not very free then, is it?
The ad said it was all free. I just gave the credit card.
Caveat for sure.
Yes, there's a lot of caveats for sure.
I don't think I've ever called dual joysticks referred to as a double rocker.
Wait till you feel the controllers.
Man, you're really reaching for features to highlight when you have to put highlight sunken text. Whoa, don't make me bring out the hammer again. Is there anything in here?
Excellent question.
The text isn't sunken.
Also, look at the buttons on the controller. It's A, B, X, Y.
Oh, they just put a cheap game controller dongle into a little Android stick and then put a micro SD card with some games on it.
I will say that all of the value in this is the ROMs. Oh, there we go.
Hey, hi there, buddy.
That is an Overwatch picture on the Sega Mega Drive.
Can you play Overwatch on the Mega Drive?
Let's find out. Or not, you're gonna pick something else, okay? This is like Donkey Kong.
This is nothing like Donkey.
You're jumping over barrels. Oh, doubles. Does that mean it's two? Oh, okay.
GG. What are these random pictures?
I know, I don't.
That's clearly not from the Virtual Boy. 3D baby,
Come
let's
on
go.
down to South Park, I have myself time.
Bow, bow, bow. Let's go.
Oh,
Come on, where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
Do you think it's worth 50 USD?
Of course not.
Okay, getting down to the last couple products here.
I thought this said birth. Okay, breath.
Cool.
I'll bite.
If you had to guess what this product is.
You plug it in via USB-C and you wear it as a necklace?
Yep.
It's vibrating.
Put it on your chest. It's for breathing exercises. So when you feel the top, you're supposed to inhale. And then if you feel the bottom motor, that's when you exhale.
But they have an app.
Yeah, but
Couldn't your phone just vibrate?
No, because this is supposed to be on your chest. And so you can, feel it.
Older people who forget to.
Does it work without this?
You need to pair these first.
So this is just a hardware key for an app that reminds you to breathe.
You can choose a different mode too.
I can figure it out.
Yes, sir.
It's how to breathe, Elijah.
No, but there's different breathing techniques and modes. He looked confused for a second. How much do you think?
This is some new age hippie crap if I've ever seen it. And there's no way that this thing is less than $200.
It is exactly 200
That
US
is,
dollars.
it's 3D fucking printed. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, I don't want to knock anyone who makes this or who buys it or, whatever.
No, you should.
But I wouldn't buy it and I wouldn't make it. I liked Reese's guess that it was a breathalyzer.
Yeah.
But I heard him, but I didn't want to go with his guess.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, I don't know, they're based in Edmonton.
Oh man, if you're not from Canada, that joke does not hit.
Don't worry, I'm cheering for the Oilers this year, so you can't be too mad at me. Hi-Fi audio MP3 player for a responsible person.
Correct. There you
Oh,
go.
it's a lot smaller than I expected. Headphone jack, line out jack. Oh, crab rave, let's go. Okay, that's really loud. Does this volume? Okay, yeah, it works. Very fine control. So it took a little while to realize it was working, but that's actually good. I like fine control. Oh, look at that, add to playlist, delete. You got a little wheel interface here. Oh, wow, viewing angles on this, not great. Check this out. You can see which one's highlighted, huh? Now you see it, now you don't. Which one's highlighted? Kinda heavy.
Yeah, well, it's well made because it's well made because of the price.
Micro SD card, USB-C charging.
And you can plug it directly in to transfer files to it. You don't need to take the SD card out if you wanted to.
Oh, this wheel sucks. It's got concentric circles like machined into the surface, so it's really hard to turn, and it's knurled on the sides, but there's this in the way. So like getting in there is not great. I hate it, but this is probably like $250, but it should be like 180.
Hey, you're gonna be happy then. It was 120.
Fine. I have no idea if it's any good. Like it sounds fine, but I have no context for if there's other options that are like a way better value or whatever.
Yeah, it's still very expensive. You could just use your phone.
Well, yes and no, right? Now that so many phones don't have a flippin' headphone jack.
Sure. I guess if
These
you're
sound a heck of a lot better than my AirPods do. Wow, that is one loose ass headphone jack though.
Henry, you just that is one loose ass. I'm sorry.
That is one loose ass.
Ooh.
Okay, digital camera it is. Chuzhao, digital camera. The first camera for young people.
The screen is 240 by 240.
I mean, it's stylish.
We'll get into that, but that's actually how you film video. So that pops up.
Got a lens in the front. You got a flash. Huh?
As far as I could tell, it didn't work for me. I don't think it's actually a flash.
I bet this is actually a flash. Boom, got him!
Flash storage.
Oh yeah, so it starts recording, but does that actually have anything to do with the, no. It just starts recording when you start doing the little
No,
crank.
but then when you stop, it counts down from a couple seconds and then stops the recording.
It's hard to film at eye level. Unless I was Lucas filming me, then it would be fine.
Questions?
It's just so convenient. Wow, look at this photo of Andrew. Do you have Adam taking off his pants?
No, I did video.
That's what it
That
looks
does
like.
look like that. That's not at all what that footage is. The problem is because you crank it, it shakes the screen beyond belief.
Yep, did not think that through.
Yeah.
As long as this is like $30, then I guess it's fine.
Oh, dude, you might kill me. It's 200. We bought it on sale for 120 though.
We just paid $120 for a 16 gig micro SD card.
We paid for the aesthetic.
All right, let's drive around in the go-kart. Maybe it'll make me feel better.
Yeah, it
Did
will.
we seriously get an ad for this thing?
The go-kart?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Now, fun fact, I have a handful of the first gen ones that my kids and I have been daily driving over the last 4 years. Well, not daily, but certainly whenever I want to ride a go-kart, that's what I ride. So I have a ton of thoughts on what they can improve from their first gen offering. And this is the Pro 2.
Correct.
So this is the second or the second upgrade? What is it?
They have called it the next generation. It's actually a 3-in-1. So it is a go-kart, a Segway, and it can plug into your computer and be the racing sim for any racing game you want to play.
Okay, the Segway part is old.
Okay,
The racing sim part is new.
yes. It unfortunately arrived today. I haven't gotten to configure a computer with it yet. This looks like the game kit. So it looks like where you plug in your USB into your computer, but then it's also got a stand to rest the go-kart on, I guess, so it doesn't roll away. But I would hope it also doesn't go while you're playing the racing sim games.
Oh no, where do I begin? They still have an irritating system for pairing to your phone via Bluetooth. It's powered by 6 AA batteries rather than being powered by the rechargeable battery that's in the Segway motor at the back, and it does not work without them.
Really?
Yes.
I was not aware of that.
You not only use the app to set a speed limiter, which is actually super useful, especially when your kids have friends over and you don't know if they're going to operate it safely. You can put it in kind of training wheels mode. That's the main thing that I use the app for, but you can also use it to track how much range you have left, although I'm not sure if you'll need that on this one anymore because it looks like there's a display built into the steering wheel. That's a new upgrade.
That display shows things like speed and battery as well as what gear or mode you're in.
That's super cool. My nemesis, the loose adjuster for the steering wheel, makes a return. I've had to do a few modifications on mine. So one of the things that I had to do was put some extra washers in here so that I could really crank this. Wait, did they change the mechanism here? Yeah, here it is. It's the same mechanism as before. So you just screw this on, you put it through, and then you tighten it like a bicycle seat.
Yeah.
Expect to have to faff around with that on a fairly regular basis. More thoughts. These will come off. These bolsters, the way that they're attached is, I would describe as temporary. They need to seriously rethink the design of the seats on these, which they clearly haven't done. Also, They rate it for people up to 220 pounds. But my ass, look at this,
An enemy has been
does
slain.
not fit in this seat. I mean, Ninebot's a Chinese company. I'm thinking maybe it's for like a super tall Chinese guy who weighs 220 pounds, because it certainly is not for my fat white booty.
As one comment described them, your lesbian hips.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
The adjustment mechanism here, kind of a pain in the butt. It involves 4 Allen keys that you have to painstakingly tighten and untighten every time you want to slide it to a different length. However, I will say this, it can accommodate anything from like an 8 or 9-year-old to a full-grown adult, although taller people end up looking a bit like Waluigi. And it does sit pretty securely, unlike this thing, which tends to kind of loosen over time. The rear slicks are lots of fun, especially on wet asphalt or, don't tell the local parks, wet grass. The e-brake I almost never use, but I guess if you're into it. While we're down here, 2 Velcro straps. Not the greatest way to secure the drive unit to the chassis. You gotta really crank them tight so you don't end up with a lot of slop when you're braking. Where like this will stop and start, and it'll kind of pull apart and come together. And I ended up breaking one of them, just trying to keep it tight enough. On the subject of braking though, there is one major issue that if they fixed it, I'll forgive all the other ones. But for me to know, we're gonna have to actually drive it. All right, well, we can go full speed, which is 43 kilometers an hour, by the way. This thing frickin' rips. You ready?
Yeah, let's go. All right. Should you be wearing a helmet? Oh, they get going.
They didn't fix the braking. There's no fine control of the brake. The brake is either on or off. So as soon as you touch the brake, it's like, "Ugh! We are stopped now, sir. Thank you." So in order to have any braking control, you kind of have to like feather it a little, which sucks. Because it's like, oh shoot, overcooked it. No! With all of my complaints, all of which appear to be entirely unaddressed by this new iteration, I can't deny that it's a lot of fun.
Do you think they'll be able to tell when we can get our money back?
I don't think they'll be able to tell.
All right.
There.
An enemy has been slain.
Gonna get a Switch 2 version.
Probably will. You'd think so. But they're still updating that game, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's probably going to happen.
Yeah. So the backwards compatibility stuff has been very interesting to kind of visit and see what they have. Like Darksiders 3 is just one that I randomly fired. I was like, it's uncapped. Boom, just like 60 across the board, no problem.
Oh, nice. Darksiders 3. Okay.
Yeah. It's just fully 60. Even like Darksiders 1, the War Mastered edition, it has a quality and a performance. The quality caps it at 30, and the performance is like, we'll just destroy the resolution to get it to 60. But the resolution doesn't have to drop with the Switch 2. So it just sits at 60 at a pretty good resolution for it. And these are ones without patches. Like, that's just how it was on the Switch. So I'd like to see some of the, I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe some will, because maybe they'll see some kind of opportunity as, hey, we can pair this when we have it on sale on a discount on the shop. Hey, we're going to push this patch, this little patch that just uncaps it from 30. And now this game can run at 60, and it's on sale for like 50% off or something on the shop. Like something like that. So, and there are a number of games that are just locked at 30 on the Switch right now.
Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Yep. I tested that one. I tested that one. That's a good one, and that could easily see 60 FPS. I have no doubt. So that'd be cool to see.
Tune in tomorrow forever.
I was gonna give Sean a shout out. Tune in.
I got a video going up tomorrow to some choice cuts.
Sean picked that one. I picked a different one that Sean is not covering, and I had to actually buy the game to do it. So he's doing WWE.
Which is funny because I owned the game and I could have done.
I know. That's the funny part. But there you go. I did try out there's a game share feature as well. I tried this out with Fast Fusion. I tried it with MVG over Game Chat. Didn't go well. But I tried it here locally with a Switch 1, and it worked better than I thought it would. And that was where you can stream the game almost like Wii U status, sort of, to the Switch 1 with Fast Fusion, and you can do 2 players right there locally.
That's a thing.
And it was actually, yeah, see, it was kind of cool.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Just on the Pat and Pat video, did you guys? You just have to say yes or no. Did you guys test Alan Wake at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Sean did.
I will tune in tomorrow.
We were trying to find games that they said had issue and wouldn't boot up, or something weird was going on with it. So we were trying to fire those up and see what would happen. And Sean got Alan Wake, so I think
I had it. I had it from. I bought it when it came out.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Wonderful 101 is 60 now.
Oh yeah, that's a good test as well. The game that is kind of on the list of games is Borderlands 3 that has issues. If they can figure that out, 60 frames. I had a great time playing Borderlands 3, except there's all sorts of weird tearing issues and glitches and stuff. Like I said, BC is not perfect, and as people start testing more games, more things are going to come up. But the great part is Nintendo has opted for this solution. And like, OJ was saying, Switch 3, in like 7 or 8 years from now, whatever, it's unlikely they're going to move away from this hybrid system, and it's unlikely they're going to move away from using NVIDIA, chipset and all that. So now that they have this stake in the ground today, this is only going to get better over time. So, it's great. And I'll be honest, I was a little skeptical about the BC stuff, how good it was going to perform before the system came out. All sorts of questions, because this is the first time that they've really opted to do this. To do this, normally they have the hardware on the motherboard, as they've had in the past. But man, it works. It works pretty good. So it's only going to get better from here.
So you're basically confirming in 7 to 8 years the Switch 3 is going to come out. Gaming leaks in Reddit, rumors Reddit. There we go. Get on it now.
Probably, man. I mean, I think this is kind of like, it might be something crazy. This is kind of like the final form. I mean, like, there's really.
Seems like it.
Yeah, it's because, like, it's like a cell phone. Like, there hasn't been, we've had iPads, we've had other stuff, but at the end of the day, a cell phone's a cell phone. It's kind of like what it is, And that's what you would want. You want a cell phone. So I kind of see it like that. Like, I don't really see them doing something too crazy or different. I mean, they might try something else, but I think their main thing is going to be, like, oh, you can play games anywhere, and then we'll just build on top of that, That's what it seems like to me. That seems like the right option,
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet run fine now, so
yeah,
there you
I
go.
tested.
You've been wondering, there you go.
I tested a lot of that. The game still, the graphics are still not good.
Oh, it's hilarious still, yeah.
Yeah, it actually kind of highlights it even a little bit more because of how clear it looks. And they're still popping. They did improve the draw distance a little bit, but it's better. But the pop-in is still kind of like, it just pops in down in 60 frames instead of it being like, choppy pop-in. But it is actually like playable now. Like, I actually had to stop playing the DLC because I couldn't take it anymore. So now I can actually finish the DLC. Loading times are way faster. Everything loads quicker. Like when you go to do raid battles, loading to different menu, like different options on there, way faster. It's just significantly better. So that's good.
Let's talk about some of the games, the newer titles that are out. Mario Kart World being the biggest one. Sean, did you want to run down any of the other games though? Because you've been rifling through these things.
Hey, someone's got to do it. Street Fighter 6, really good port. It does have, how like Mortal Kombat had weird hair on Switch 1. There is some weird hair. I don't know. It has to be like some sort of graphical setting that's in like certain games. When you're in the World Tour mode, which I don't really play that, like it's fine, the little RPG mode where you can level up your character and stuff, and like it's kind of a story. Like it's fine, it's decent, but like the actual game is a really good port. What else have I played? I'm playing Sonic right now, Sonic Generations. I'm capturing footage for this. I have not played the Shadow stuff yet. I'm just doing some of the standard Sonic stuff. Looks great, 60 frames per second, nice and smooth. Did you want to talk about Cyberpunk separately, or do you want me just to rifle through that too?
Let's hear
I played-
Cyberpunk.
I played Cyberpunk
Let's
as
you
well.
two, yeah.
I played it as well.
I played it originally on the Xbox One S when it first came out, and yeah, I know. But remember, I was wrong for daring to question the console versions. But obviously, you know, it was a piece of shit. But they have improved the game substantially. Is it as good as looking as the PS5 or the Xbox Series X version? No, like, it's not. But I still think it's like, I've done some very hairy stuff, you know, big shootouts and crap like that, and it's been solid throughout. You know, I've seen some clips of like weird driving stuff. I can't really comment too much on the Phantom Liberty portion because I didn't really play it. Like, I messed around with it for like a half hour, but I didn't really cover it in my video. But I mean, just watch my video. Like, look at the footage. It's captured at 1080 60, and obviously it doesn't make a difference because it's only running at 30. But I mean, you kind of see if it's something that would interest you. Like, it's kind of a unique game for the Switch too, because there's not many, you know, games kind of like that on the system. But I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, it's solid. It's very solid.
All right. What do you think? What do you think, OJ?
Yeah, I'm not first person. I'm not a first person player. Like, I still don't like that, but I just wanted to test it out because it is, you know, one of the bigger, like, graphically intense games. And yeah, it ran okay from what I saw. I did the performance mode on there, and it seemed to run better than the quality mode.
I heard from Cyberpunk expert Super Metal Dave, because evidently he's like a big Cyberpunk fan. He like plays it like maxed out on PC and shit. He said that he recommended that I do quality mode because I hopped in his chat when he was fucking around with it, and I hadn't started it yet. And he did it on launch night. And he said that the performance mode gets 40 indoors, but when you go outdoors, it gets really kind of wonky. And he said that the quality mode just stays at 30 the entire time. So it feels a bit like, even though it's not 40, so you would think it would feel jankier, it feels better because when you're going in and out of areas, it just feels smoother because you're not seeing that dip in anything. And that's how that's what I played. Everything I've played so far, I think I'm like 10, 11 hours now into the game, has been in quality mode. And yeah, like, it's been.
Is that the same for handheld? Because I think what he's saying might be correct. Because in dock, I felt that maybe a bit, like when it comes to like the indoor buildings compared to outdoor. But handheld, it seemed like maybe I didn't notice that as much.
I did not mess around with handheld too much.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got a
new monitor, so I've been fucking around.
Oh, you got? What'd you get? I got a new monitor too. I got an MSI, the OLED MSI.
Okay, okay. Come on, this is me here. You know, Captain Cheeto. I got it's a 4K, 120 hertz. HDR 27-inch monitor.
That's good. That's not bad.
The Dell.
That's good.
Dude, getting a Dell. It was like $300 on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going crazy, but
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I have the nice TV, but you know, it's fine. It's actually pretty good. You got to remember. So when I moved here a couple of years ago, I had a 2-monitor setup, and the one thing that I brought in my car were the monitors because I didn't want I hired movers and I didn't want them to like mess with anything, and my second monitor broke. So I went and got I think that's I don't know, it's got like a Safari looking thing. It's literally like a $70 monitor as my second monitor. It's like 1920, maybe 60 hertz on a good day. And I've been using that ever since I've been here. And I was like, you know what? I need a better monitor down here. I need something decent. So that's why I bought that. And then I was like, well, you know, the new system, I might as well get something decent. And yeah, it's a quality monitor. I'm enjoying it.
It's good. Yeah. My MSI is a little bit better.
Yeah. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it was more expensive too. Like,
yeah, it was too much. It was too much. But either way, I wanted to get it for it. I was still using that monitor. John, you remember that monitor that you told me to get a few years ago? I don't know
the Gigabyte monitor.
Yeah.
I was forever ago.
Yeah, I was still using that one, and it was going like, it would go like blank every like 20 minutes or so. I don't know what I did to it or something. So I just decided to go and just bite the bullet and get a new one. And yeah, the games look great on here. It looks really good on the OLED MSI monitor that I got. It's 27 inches. So yeah, but yeah, I've been playing in handheld mode to get back to Cyberpunk. I've been playing in handheld mode, and I noticed that it's just like a little bit smoother at times, like when the performance maybe than docked. But like I said, I still need to do more testing. I don't have like the Digital Foundry hooked up stuff and all that. So what Sean's saying, along with Mr. Soul Metal Dave, I think that's also could be completely correct too as well.
All right, MG, what do you got for us?
Well, I freaking hate Cyberpunk. I don't like this game, and I tried to use.
I feel you, man. I'm not a huge fan. I feel you.
Every part of me to not buy this game, but for science and for testing purposes, just like everyone else, I picked it up. Look, I think it's good. Like you guys have kind of nailed it with your analysis. It is it's a very ambitious port, but it works. At the end of the day, it works. I am running the Phantom Liberty because I just went straight to that because I've heard that that's a lot more demanding, and that is the DLC that was not on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. So I thought I'd give it a try. I heard conflicting stories that it was running choppy and all sorts of stuff. It runs fine, but you mentioned, Sean, try the quality mode. I've been running it strictly in performance mode, so now I'm thinking I need to check out that quality mode because while it does kind of hit 40, it's kind of all over the place, but it's still very playable. It looks great. It almost looks as good as the PS5 base version for me. But look, overall, the fact that you're playing Cyberpunk on this, this handheld hybrid device is quite astounding to think about. So, look, overall, again, I don't like the game, but I'm very happy that it's on the Switch too. I think fans will really like it.
Because they've changed a lot. Because I remember, this is how long ago I played it, and Wood and I, we were talking about it last night. Like, the cops wouldn't chase you in cars and stuff.
It's substantially. They've done some big updates, Sean. They had a big update 2.0 alongside of Phantom Liberty, where I don't want to say changed the whole game. They changed a significant portion of it, though. Like, they added all kinds of classes and attributes and stuff for your characters, and almost like full storyline. A lot's changed since when we played it way back when it came out, and it was a whole scandal just about. It's way different now.
Yeah, so I noticed that too because I played the game on the PS5 at first back in the day. I got a review code for it. I bought the game on Xbox but never played it on there, at least not enough. So my experience was just on PS5 where it ran okay. But the game to me wasn't. I didn't really have too much fun. And once again, I'm not huge on the game now either. But it's cool to have it portable. For those
it sounds like Sean, you might be enjoying the game.
No, I am. I never thought. I never said I hated the game, John.
You just got really mad at it because it halted your progress with a bug.
Yes, but then evidently I've played it since then because I'm remembering stuff happening in the game, and I'm like, I know what this is. I know what to do here. Why do I know this? Who the hell knows? But no, I was annoyed that they never showed any footage of the game running on a console back in the day. That was my whole beef with it. I did also play Ridge Racer.
Ridge Racer, yes.
Yep.
Fast Racing Fusion?
Yeah, I got that one too. I got that one.
Great,
good game.
Great tech demo.
Yep, that's what I was about to say. I mean, it's only
$15.
Yeah, I'm not knocking it right for the price, but I played for an hour. I did a bunch of gameplay captures, 4K 60, all that stuff. I'm like, this is a cool tech demo. I like it, but I don't think I'll get back to it anytime soon.
Fast Racing's pretty much become a staple for each Nintendo system that comes out since the Wii at this point.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much got to get it then. $15, yeah, why not? It's fun, kind of like that Wipeout F-Zero kind of experience. So this is pretty good. Okay, Mario Kart World.
Oh wait, I also owed Yakuza, but I haven't.
How's Yakuza 0? How's that game?
I haven't played it yet. Someone told me it was really good though. Jasmine.
Well, just in general, it's a good game. So I'm actually curious. You might just like that game, just outright.
I probably will.
Yeah. Beat the hell out of things. It's like a RPG brawler type of game.
Yeah, but I'm curious how it looks on the. You'll let me know on the Switch too how it looks and runs and everything. I'm interested.
I might let you know. I'll see if I can fit it in my schedule.
We'll see. Mario Kart World though. All right. The big one, the launch title, the big launch title from Nintendo. That's packaged in with, I assume most people who got the system probably opted for the bundle if it was available. Not everyone had access to it because some places just sold out. But if you were able to, I know the game was $50, but it is retailing at $80, so that's kind of the pricing that everyone sort of goes with when they equate the value of the game to it, like in terms of the content and everything. So I've been playing Mario Kart World on and off, and actually today we probably played the longest game session with the kids and everything. We're going through a lot of the Grand Prix modes and stuff, and we did get to the point where we got to the credits, which doesn't take long. You just go through each cup and there you go, you got it. So I did all that, did the free roam. Of course, we even did that online a little bit to try it out. Did some of the battle, knockout. I've done a fair amount of it then. How much have you guys had a chance to play a good bit of it then, I assume?
Yeah, I've been playing a ton of it.
I've played maybe about 8 hours or so far.
Oh yeah.
Which by the way, is probably the most I've ever played on a Mario Kart game. So I love the game. I'm hooked. Like, my favorite Mario Kart game is probably 64 and Double Dash way back in the day. I never really bothered with Mario Kart after that. I was just a casual Mario Kart player. Like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I played, maybe for a few days, and then I just put it to the side. But there's something about this game that I just really, really like. I think just the variety of the game, the exploration aspect of it is really cool. Look, I'm really into it. I'm enjoying it a lot right now. Again, I don't know if it's perfect. There's definitely some things that I wish they had in the game, like the 200cc mode would be awesome. I don't know why they don't have that. Maybe it'll be in an update later on, but I'm enjoying it a lot. I mean, we were playing the other night with you guys, just the exploration part where you just kind of drive around. I was just having so much fun doing that. It was really awesome.
The free roam, yeah. The free roam is cool because it's just kind of like laid back mode where you just drive around and find stuff. It does feel kind of empty at times when you're driving between like points of interest. Like, it's just kind of an open field. You just drive, which I guess it's kind of what they advertise. It also felt like, is there something more to this mode than they're letting on? Remind me a bit of the Death Stranding thing. Is there more here to this game than what they're saying? Nah, not really. It's kind of what it is. I guess when you find the P blocks and stuff and you go through some of those are kind of challenging. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be drive in this straight line and get the coins and you're done. And then some of them are like flip between these walls and gosh,
to the window, to the wall.
Yeah,
The window to the wall.
But I did. Like I said, I went through all the Grand Prix. They have like the final cup and stuff. Not spoiling it, but I will say the last course was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool callback, and I mean, people are probably already guessing what it was, but it was pretty awesome. Like, it was actually a really cool track. But what do you think about it so far, OJ?
Yeah, I'm probably the biggest Mario Kart fan here, just because I have a community we all play a lot, and I've been playing since day one. Mario Kart was one of the first games that I played on the Super Nintendo, and that's probably the game that I put the most between Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. Usually with the Nintendo systems, between one of those two, where I put the most time into. So definitely had a lot of high expectations for this, especially for the $80 price tag. Can't say if it's hit all of that overall, but I do like the game more than Mario Kart 8. But a little bit weird on that because I've been playing that for 11 years, so I'm just kind of tired of that game, And it's just good to be able to play something different and that feels fresh. The physics feel a bit more loose compared to Mario Kart 8. And the carts and just how everything operates just feels definitely a bit different overall. The open world, definitely not like as dense as you would like. Maybe more P missions would be good, although there is a lot of them. But I do think in the future they could add extra ones or add extra stuff into that. I think that the knockout tour is like the star of the show. That
mode's awesome.
Yeah, it's so good because it really intensifies. And if you play the free roam, it helps you practice all of your stuff. Helps you practice shortcuts. Helps you practice how to drive, how to do your charge. Like there's like a new charge jump, which is super cool. That you can like wall ride and get like a speed boost. There's the grinding. So there's even like more tech into the game than there was for Mario Kart 8. So that's what I really love about it, is the physics, the new moves, the actual just open-ended areas, and 24 racers just makes it even crazier. overall, which is fun. That's what makes Mario Kart fun. But the knockout tour, it wouldn't work if it was only 12 people, because it would be over before it even started, or you'd have to just drop by, like get 12th place or get 11th place, right? So it wouldn't work as well. So I really love the knockout tour. The teams of 4, you can get like groups of 4, 4v4v4 and all that. That stuff's awesome as well. And the game runs and looks great too. So I mean, Mario Kart usually runs and looks great on most of the platforms that it's on, but this is definitely a nice bump up from, in my opinion at least, from what I'm seeing. And the art style a bit more round, a bit more not so sharp, and I kind of like that. I think it fits more of like the Mario style, and the music is crazy good. Do I have a complaint?
S tier music.
Yes, there's remixes of like everything. So if you play past Mario games, they've got stuff from Mario 3. They've got stuff from different, the 2D games as well, like other 2D games. Like it's so good. But there's no jukebox. Like that's another complaint. Like I wish that you could pick the tracks in the free roam mode. That would be nice if you can be able to.
That actually be kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and like if it showed like a little like said, oh, here's the name of the track when it starts up, they don't do that.
Oh,
so
yeah. Okay.
if they allowed you to do that, that would be nice as well. But yeah, outside of that complaint overall, I mean, and some of the free roam stuff, I'm really enjoying the game, and I see myself actually getting a bit more competitive into like the racing. Because I've already done online. I've been racing a lot, just like doing like the ranking mode. Been doing knockout tour. Haven't won yet. Gotten close, but haven't really won anything. There's already really good players online. But yeah, I see myself playing this for the whole generation, like I played Mario Kart 8. So yeah, really enjoying it.
I see it as like it's a high quality game that like in terms of just the what they're turning in here, but it is a game that I feel like I'm gonna probably end up with 15-20 hours in and then just kind of move on after that. So
Really? You're not going to fuck around with the online?
I'll play some of the online, but I feel like I'm not going to be playing the online multiplayer like competitive for like years or anything.
I've been playing Knockout. I like it. I think I'm going to put more hours into this one than any other Mario Kart, except for 64 and Super Mario Kart, because I played those games to death back in the day.
I think it'll be a popular living room game here. I just have it out there with the kids wanting to play it because they had a good time with it. But
Mario Kart's not for everyone when it comes to like the gameplay in terms of online and stuff like that. Not everyone's gonna love it as much as other people. Your mileage is definitely gonna vary on that. I mean, for me, that type of game would be like Animal Crossing. People will put 1 million hours into Animal Crossing. I don't put tons of time into Animal Crossing, right? So it is definitely gonna vary depending on person to person. But I mean, if you could be like MVG though and not really play the most recent Mario Kart games, but love this one. But it's just something about the feel of the game. It just feels far better to play. Just feels tighter. The controls feel really good to play. The carts, and also the water physics is fantastic. Before you used to go into the water, like underwater, and like it was okay, but there wasn't really anything outside of, oh, look at the scenery. But now you actually like jet ski, kind of like wave race. So that is a very nice touch.
I want a wave race game now after I've seen this.
Yeah, exactly. We all want wave race
get a bunch
now,
of people into a room and play some Mario Kart, see how it goes.
No, you said you're done. You said you're done playing it.
I think if Mario Kart World was an attempt to kind of bring in more casual Mario Kart players and get them hooked, they succeeded, because I like it. Now, I will say this, I still don't think it's worth $80. Controversial maybe, but I don't think there's enough in there for an $80 game. I think all of us probably just got the $50 or the $50 bundle. I don't think I would pay $80 for the game personally, but I do like the game a lot.
Okay, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think if people are really into Mario Kart, they're going to spend $80 on it. But again, it was there in the bundle, and hopefully most people are able to get that and just save money on it. But
yeah, completely fair, MVG. When it comes to that, I agree with the assessment. It's going to definitely be, for some people, it'll be worth it. For others, it might not, because I mean, maybe if they would have added, like, let's say, I think the only way that it could have been is if the free roam mode was a bit more fleshed out, like right now. Like maybe in the future it could be, but right now I can definitely understand that, because the free roam mode is okay, but there's still some stuff missing when it comes to like quality of life features, like I talked about with the music, jukebox, like being able to pick, maybe more stuff to do, key missions, other stuff like that. Still great, but still, yeah, absolutely, it would have been, maybe in the future it might be worth that, but right now I can definitely see people being like, a lot of people being like, maybe not for me. But yeah, if you're gonna put like, I don't know, like 300 hours into the game, then yeah, you're either going to get it in the bundle or you're just buy it or whatever, you know?
I did buy the physical. I did. There's a video you can watch me cut it open right now. It's up.
They use
Rip that
a
thing in half.
32 gigabyte cartridge for it, or what?
Nah, it's a 64 gig.
What? There's only one cartridge size?
Yeah, well, at least the ones I opened there were. Well, there's that in the game key. That's all I found. Interesting. You should cut open the Sonic Generations one you have. See if that's what that game key says.
No. I'd have to tape it back together or glue it or something. I don't know how to do that shit.
Yeah, you gotta glue it. I have to glue them back together.
Oh. Yeah, I'll pass. I'll let you do that. I'll let you do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Let me do that. It's fine. It's already done. It's up.
It's all you, John.
It's up. Okay, so let's move to this actually with the Switch 2 before we go into some of the like state of play and Game Fest and everything. Okay, I will admit, going into the Switch 2, I was unsure as to this feature and how well it would actually work. Okay, I was, because it was so funny to see Nintendo hyping this up. I'm like, I don't know, is this really going to be that kind of an experience? And then we get the system, we try it out, and in terms of voice communication and functionality and ease of use and convenience, it's probably at the top, and that's game chat. And that's so weird to say.
You're not wrong.
Furukawa was built different, baby. He said we need to make game chat a priority here.
I can't believe this. Yeah, we fired it up. I was like, all right, let's see how this does. Because in my mind, I said, let's put in the worst possible scenario. I'm going to have the Switch 2 in the dock, 7 or 8 feet away from me. I'll just be sitting in the room. It has a microphone right on top. Let's see how it does. And I can't believe it, but it actually picks up pretty well. It eliminates background noise, and you really don't need a headset or anything. Now, keep in mind, everyone else in the room is going to be a participant with game chat then, if that's the case. So understand that. But if it's just you hanging out in your room and you don't mind if people can hear, like, I guess people in your house around you or whatever can hear what's coming through the TV, it's actually pretty good. It's pretty easy to use.
Very surprising feature. I thought, again, something that I never really felt like I'd be interested in. And Nintendo didn't I mean, they did at their events, you know, they had some, you know, demos and stuff of it, but we didn't really get to see much of it before the launch of the Switch 2. So I kind of felt like game chat would be a feature that I just would completely ignore, that it had nothing really that was interesting to me. And I just kind of felt like, well, it's probably going to be a very, very basic version of online communication with voice and video and stuff like that. But John's right. It's excellent. Like the three of us the other night, I was just sitting on my couch in my living room, had the Switch 2 in my hand in handheld mode, and we're just chatting. And the great part is you don't get that echo of the game that's actually playing going through the voice communication.
We have that problem with Xbox.
We have that problem with Xbox all the time. So the way I have to fix it is to mute my television while I got my headset on and all the audio is going through the headset in order to not, you know, cause that echo thing. But with this, it's flawless. Like you just connect up and you just start talking. It works really well, a lot better than I thought it did. It's a great feature, and it's kind of sold me on it. Like we love using it. So I think we've kind of agreed that we're going to continue using it from now on. It's awesome. Like I want Call of Duty on Switch 2 because I'd rather use game chat than Xbox and a headset at this point. So I like it.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, it's got cool features.
Oh boy, here it comes. Yep, go ahead.
Text to speech and speech to text. So like you can go to accessibilities and you can use speech to text, and it'll like make a text bar on the left hand side, or you could type things in and a little voice will come on and say it, and there is no censorship. You can say any word that your mind can think of. You could say any phrase that your mind can think of. You could say anything your heart desires.
Why are you saying this before they patch it, dude?
Yeah, this is how you lose. This is how you lose this.
Yeah,
people
be quiet.
Take it away.
No, Go Nintendo wrote an article on it, and that's how I saw
don't
it.
care if they did. Just don't say anything. People always want to brag about cool shit, and then it gets taken away. Then you bitch. Let's just be quiet, please.
It's so good.
The other thing with it though is it will like live like do captions for people as they're talking. So
And it's
better
really
than you'd
fast.
expect.
Dude, I would say the captions that it does are more accurate than if you do like closed captions on YouTube.
Yeah, it'll even like capitalize, like if you say Xbox, it'll capitalize the X. If you say PlayStation, it'll capitalize the S halfway through PlayStation. So it's again surprising. This is the thing where I was like, oh, okay, Nintendo. All right, here we go with game chat. And at least from the voice, I'd say the voice perspective is good. The video quality when it comes to the cameras are iffy. I think it depends on the camera you're using, I guess, because Sean's random Logitech one is better than the official Nintendo one. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah, I plugged in because I didn't buy any of the cameras, and John and I were testing it out, and I just plugged in the camera I'm using right now, which is a USB cam, into the dock, and worked fine. I didn't have to do anything.
And then the other thing people were asking about was the screen share feature, where you can just show people your screen. It does indeed run at like 15 frames or whatever. Yeah. So it's very choppy looking. I guess the idea is, hey, let me show you this real quick on the screen, and here it is. And you can have everybody's screen going at once. Up to 4 people, I believe, can screen share at once. And it's comical because like you're not really going to get a lot in motion from this stuff. I guess that was just the idea of, hey, I can just show this to you if it's a secret or something you found, I guess.
Yeah, but see, if Warzone comes out for the Switch 2, we can all share our screens and we can see what's going on each person's screen. We can help each other out.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't consider that.
Dude, I think that's why they have it. I mean, right now it's more for the party games, the Mario Party and all that stuff, but there's some good use cases for this.
It's funny because this was a Stadia feature that I don't think they added before it crashed.
People leave Stadia alone. Stadia was ahead of its time, and no one wants to admit it.
You use it in Mario Kart, and John's stupid face was like dragging around on the course. I was like, look at this fucking guy. This is the circle of his face is driving around. Like, what the fuck?
I had the Kizuyu camera, and it'll grab like people's faces from the room and put them over their carts, and then I go flying past Sean. He said like my face is there looking.
It made me laugh.
It does work with Switch 1 games. So if you're just moving around on your Switch 2 and you go to a Switch 1 game while you're in game chat with other people, they can pretty much play whatever they want. Whatever you're playing, it'll all be there next to it. The thing it will block out, though, is if you go to your settings, because you can have like your MAC address or something there. If you go to the eShop, and it seems like some cutscenes or I don't know, whatever a company deems as copyright or something in like the intro for a game where it shows, I think, companies or developers or whatever, that seems to be blocked out. It's mostly stuff that could end up being sensitive for payment processing, though, that they block out. Which I will say kind of unfortunate, because if I go to the eShop and I'm just kind of scrolling through because it's not terrible anymore, and I find something there, I wouldn't mind being able to screen share that. It was like, hey, look at this game that I found, you know?
I mean, why don't you just take a picture of it, though, or something?
I mean, then that kind of then just defeats the entire game chat thing in the first place, then.
I'm not taking any game suggestions from you, John. Screw you.
Yeah, you're with your fucking Star Wars doo-doo ass games that you made me buy.
Oh, that's another good test for BC.
John tried one of them. Republic Commando, I think he did.
Yeah,
what
that's
about
60.
the Jedi Knight games?
Those were already decent enough, I thought. I thought those were already 60. I can check. I mean, I have them.
Or were they? I have to check now.
Jedi Academy was the one that was more stressing, so that's the one I'd look at first just to see. Jedi Outcast, though, I feel like that was just 60 on the Switch. It's a good game, though. People were slandering Jedi Outcast.
Yeah, because it sucks.
Shame yourself.
2 is good.
2 is good, but that needs a remake or something. That needs help. It's like stuck on like old PC days, like old PC days. But that's I guess those are like our first real impressions of the Switch 2 at this point for a couple of days now. So we'll see as we go along. Anything else we figure out or find out, I guess, as we play it. There were some super chats that came in. I have a list of Summer Game Fest and State of Play as well that we can just kind of go through. Let's see. Here we go. Zuck says, do we lose Switch 1 version of Breath of the Wild if we upgrade? When I upgraded mine, okay. Yep, it turned it into Switch 2 edition.
My understanding is you can only have one or the other. You can't have both. So if you do the upgrade, that's what you get. And that's that.
Metro says $80 for no 200cc is an absolute joke. People really want this 200cc.
I don't think that's the reason why it's not. Where it wouldn't be because of that. It's other things, not 200cc. In my opinion,
it's $80. That's a lot of money.
I mean, like I said, it'd be more like the free roam and some of the other stuff.
Casual Gamer says, need Dreamcast guy takes on Switch 2. Can RGT do the Dreamcast guy call?
The Nintendo Switch 2. I can't. I don't know. It's hard to kind of do, Max. What's up, gamer? Dreamcast guy here. Talking today about the Nintendo Switch 2.
Cristobal says, the Wii had Netflix, Switch 1 had YouTube and Hulu apps. Does anyone know if Switch 2 will have any of these apps? Keep up the great pods, everyone.
Probably not.
Yeah, it's been announced that YouTube.
Yeah.
Yep, YouTube's doing it. They'll have one soon.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Zoop says, I got the Switch 1 to play Crest of Flames game and Residents of the Green Man game. Should I wait as long for Switch 2? Why or why not?
I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I have no idea. What is he talking
about? Let's say in terms of just Switch 2, what I would do right now is just look at the games that are out, like Mario Kart and stuff, and if it's something that appeals to you, I would make the move on. Otherwise, you can technically wait for the Switch 2. I mean, it's not like pressing if you're fine with what you have right now. See how Donkey Kong lands, and you know what? I would see people obviously think that there's gonna be a direct in June. See what's at the direct. See what we have coming up. Let them kind of lay out the first 12 months of the system in front of you and see where we are, because there are a lot of games that they need to date for this year, and a lot of us expect them to probably have minimum one good first party release or one somewhat big first party release almost every month for the rest of this year. G-Million says, my Switch is coming tomorrow by 9 p.m. Rich Retro said, I walked into Walmart at 10 a.m. with food poisoning. Was able to grab the last Switch 2 Mario Kart bundle.
Clutch. Let's go.
You should see my sister.
Dave says, Mario Kart World, 4 out of 5 stars. I wish it had a story mode. Would have been awesome to include RPG elements like upgrading your cart and stats. Knockout mode is fire. Yes, those would have been cool things. Kind of just flesh out the free roam a bit more. Make it like an adventure kind of game.
I'm actually good at the knockout mode. I only played 2 online. The first one I finished 4th. The second one I won.
Oh, nice. CJ says, I had...
It's kind of not really skill-based. Item-based, but whatever. I take a win.
CJ says, I had to send my Switch 2 in for warranty already. Kind of sad. It crashed on Switch 2 games and enhanced. I want to bring it to people's attention. I mean, yeah, if you have a Switch 2 that's acting up, you might as well send it under warranty now. Do it as soon as you can.
Get some rum.
There you go. Glenmore says, Staples had them in stock, only 3 in stock.
That's crazy.
That was like marketed
too.
What's that?
That was like marketed too a little bit. Like you can get it at Staples. All right.
Or you can get it at GameStop. Staples.
I never. Yeah. I never think to go to Staples for anything like video game related. So.
I didn't even know they were still around, to be honest.
Bro, I remember.
Wow, you brought everyone out, Sean.
I remember going to Staples as a kid with my dad all the time, and I would just fuck around on the computers. Those were good times.
Monado Mario says, apparently Switch 2 is overhyped because it's so easy to find one in stores, but even if Switch 2 sold out in stores because there's artificial scarcity. Well, the way we'll know is when Nintendo announces some kind of sales figure, and then it's like, oh, that was a lot of units that actually sold. There you go. But I think I'd rather have it so it's easier to find, personally, because, like, I'm not Nintendo, like, looking to, you know, like, in terms of, like, bringing in money and stuff. I just want to be able to find the system without having to fight over 10 of them, so I'm good.
Listen, guys, the PS5 and the Xbox Series, because people are comparing it to that, if there wasn't a chip shortage, there wouldn't have been all the scarcity, you know? And if it wasn't COVID, those were like the 2 things that made it. You're not supposed to have to buy a $10,000 PS5. Like the scalping thing, that's not supposed to be something that should be like a normal thing. You don't want that. You want to be able to walk in and get a system. You want big lines for people to line up, but you definitely don't want it to be where people walk in and there is no system. Because just real quick, last time the Switch 1 had sellouts, right? But the Switch 1 had nowhere near the stock. So Nintendo had to airlift units. and they were pretty much losing money on every single one that they brought in that way, because it's way more expensive to airlift them. So you don't want to have to go through stuff like that. You want to ship enough of them, especially like with the tariff threat or looming. Like you want to get all of them shipped and get them here and have enough to meet the demand, especially with summer coming up. Kids out of school, people having more time. So it's something to where it's a good thing that you can walk in and get them,
Furukawa is built different, baby. What can you say?
Gaming says, a lot of people online have been noticing heating issues with the Switch 2, including myself, in docked and handheld mode. Anyone in the cast or chat experienced this, and this is something to be considered about. I haven't noticed in handheld mode. In docked, though, it can get kind of warm. I will say that.
I noticed it in handheld.
Yeah, I've noticed it in handheld too. I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. I do have a thermal imaging device thing, so I was gonna take some photos and see what temps are coming out of the dock and stuff. But it's definitely generating a lot more heat than the Switch did. But we'll see how it goes in the longer term.
It might be one of those situations where Nintendo pushes an update for the fan profile so that the fan maybe kicks in at a lower temperature or what have you. We've seen that before with just tons of devices. I think the Steam Deck even got something like that where they realized the fan curve had to be changed, and they did. So I wouldn't be shocked if that's the case. Nintendo does something similar for the Switch 2 if it becomes a recurring issue. Ryan says, yes, the Switch Pro. We finally got that Switch Pro, technically. I like it.
Yes.
Dave says, Griff Cast Guy loves the Switch 2.
Who's that?
Griff.
Oh, Griff.
Ryan says, I'm deployed in Qatar, and the stores out here are wild. They're charging up to $700 to $1,000 equivalent for a Switch 2. I'll be waiting until Nintendo emails me to order mine. Yes. Jeez, I haven't checked the secondhand market for the Switch 2 just because I feel like it's... I can't imagine it's like on eBay and stuff that it's crazy just because these are... They're pretty well in stock, but I'll take a look.
It also depends on I've seen some people have posted that their stores are sold out. One person I saw it was I drove around for an hour and I couldn't find one. He was in the Jersey area apparently. So it's just based on where you live. Sometimes some places have more stock, others don't. So
Zoop says essentially Nintendo Switch Advance. Kind of is, too. Zuck says, spent $650 total on Switch 2 stuff this week. 3 days later, I'm already bored of it. Still no games. Mario Kart is not $80 content. Already back to PS5. Hey, Donkey Kong's coming up.
I highly doubt he did that. That's definitely some cap.
Rufflemut says, after watching the Game Fest, is it worrying that the Switch 2 was left out from major third-party announcements? I could easily see RE9 on Switch 2. Yeah, I could see RE9 on Switch 2 as well. But again, I think... in the case of the Switch 2, I feel like people should at least let Nintendo see if Nintendo does have a June Direct, and then we'll kind of go. If we get to the end of June and there's no Direct, and we're like, whoa, okay, then maybe we can redo that. I'll give a little bit of a shot on that one. So speaking of which, they mentioned Summer Game Fest, and they mentioned we can talk about State of Play. Let's go through these. So we had the State of Play that happened this week, the day before Summer Game Fest. And I'm looking up and down the list here, and this was an interesting one to me because I thought the State of Play in general, I thought it was pretty good, but then I see online people were not having it with the State of Play. So maybe it's just me. You guys will have to let me know as we go through here if the State of Play was actually bad or something. But they started with
the State of Play was good.
Okay, I thought I was crazy. I was like, man,
there was a big but though.
Yeah, there's a huge asterisk next to it. But we'll let you go through it first.
Luminous Arise, fall 2025. And actual Is
that how it's pronounced?
I always say Lumines.
I always say Lumines.
Yeah, Lumines.
Lumines. That's what Lumines.
How lights work,
I say Lumines.
I always say Luminous. Wow. Well, somebody's right. Somebody here is right. Hopefully. Unless there's some other...
We're all wrong.
I mean, it's always possible. It's always possible. People want this... Okay, this person... Spire says they say it like Evan. Oh, we'll see.
That's probably a mistake in the long run, but okay.
Yeah,
Luminous.
This one.
Luminous.
Yeah.
Luminous.
That's probably how it is. Who cares?
Okay. Well, there you go. Anyway, it's coming out fall 2025. PSVR 2 support is optional, which is good because PSVR 2's got it's not getting a lot. Pragmata is back. That is 2026. It disappeared for a couple of years. Capcom finally got it back on track, I guess. It looks kind of weird. I mean, it looks different. I guess that's good, right? So at least it's something. I think you play as, it looks like an astronaut, and you have like a psychic girl android or something on your back they roll around with. I'm not really sure what to take from that trailer other than just like the point of view and some of the gameplay aspects to it.
You think I'm crazy?
Romeo is dead. I was looking at this. I said, this thing looks like a Suda game. And there he is. He pops up. Grasshopper. Making it. Maybe 2026. Again, it looked different. I don't know. What was that?
Like Furukawa. Built different.
Like Furukawa.
Built different, baby.
It's built different. Super weird, though. So weird. Silent Hill F, September 25th. Third person, no HUD on that too, and they were showing. Might be for the trailer, but at least that I do like that because Silent Hill 2 had a very similar approach where they really tried to pull you in with the audio and the visuals, no HUD. So yeah, I like how Silent Hill F is looking though, even though it has like it has like melee combat. I think it looks good.
I'm on it. I'm on that one.
Right? Siren.
Well, yeah, it actually does. Yeah. Bloodstained: The Scarlet Engagement. So I guess the follow up to Bloodstained. So there we go. There's Digimon. Digimon Story, Time Stranger. It's October 3rd.
You on that one?
Big one here.
People were mad
You on that
online.
Digimon?
People were mad.
Yeah, I'll check that one out. I didn't like Digimon Survive much.
Go ahead, Sean.
What's
Sorry.
that?
It's only 30 frames on console, but 60 on Steam.
What's that? What is?
Digimon Digital Monsters.
Not buying it now. Might have to turn in the Steam Deck. It is a turn-based RPG, so it's one of those.
I will say I just discovered something very strange. I know.
Okay.
Not to hijack, but the Sonic game. I just started the Shadow stuff because I wanted to check it out and capture some footage. And I noticed that it was 30 frames, and it felt very jarring because I was just playing, obviously, the game in 60 frames. But there's two different modes. There's a graphics mode and a performance mode, and it defaults to the graphics, but it doesn't really tell you that. Like, I just looked it up online. Like, is Shadow's part supposed to be 30 frames? And I was like, no, there's a graphical setting for it. It's like, oh, you should have told me that. Like when I started the game, be like, hey, would you like to choose this or that? Because now I don't have to rip this apart because it actually plays fucking better.
Probably
than
They almost had you.
Yeah,
Did
no,
you're just mashing buttons and just went past it?
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
They almost got you.
They almost got
making
me.
that video.
No, because I captured the footage. I'm like, what is going on here? Now I got to recapture.
After Digimon Story, Time Stranger, Final Fantasy Tactics: The Evilise Chronicles. Final Fantasy Tactics coming back. Classic and enhanced versions included. MVG hates the enhanced version, so we'll be playing Classic. September 30th.
I didn't like the kind of Vaseline smoothened out look. Dude,
Right.
why can't we just have pixel perfect graphics? That's what I want. Like, give it a 2D HD type vibe to it or something. Like, I don't know. Look, it's Final Fantasy Tactics. I love the game. I'll probably check it out, but the original's the best.
The only thing, though, they said the enhanced edition had the voiceover. I wonder if you can mix and match that. Use the classic style with the voiceover. I don't know if they said one or the other with that. I'm not sure. But that would be a shame.
I'm pretty sure they said you either play classic mode, that is just the vanilla game, or you play the new one. No ifs and buts.
That's kind of a shame. I mean, I'll be getting it. Yeah. I'll still be getting it, but that is kind of a shame. Cool to see Final Fantasy Tactics come back, though. Get a spotlight on that. Sean's game here, Baby Steps. September 8th.
That game. And the guy, this game made me laugh so much I almost threw up. Or barked. I think he said barf. It's like, come on, dude.
I just remember you hating that game last at that state of play or
because
whatever it
it
was.
started the show. I believe in presentation, even though, I mean, you watch my channel and clearly there's none of that. But I'm also not Sony. You know, I think everything needs to be very calculated. When a game goes on and when a game is shown. It's like when we're talking in the group chat about, things going on. I'll always say this is a middle of the show game. Like, why is this in a prime spot? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Pacing.
Hiragami?
Pacing.
Hiragami, which actually looked kind of cool. I don't know, it was like looked like It was folding up paper and stuff where they had origami figures and they transform into different abilities. September 3rd, so it's coming up. Everybody's Golf Hot Shots, September 5th. Pac-Man, you get that as a pre-order bonus. Hot Shots Golf? Oh, that'll be good. I like Hot Shots Golf. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Okay, I know you guys are on that one.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
July 30th. It looks good. It looks good. July 31st, though, so 2 months, not too far away. With Cairn, that's like a climbing game. This is what I wrote down. There's a demo out now. Go play it. Support. Okay, here we go. Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection.
Shocking.
Rollback netcode for the online play. They had all these classic arcade games in their console, handheld. They said Game Boy Advances in there if you want to play that. 2025. Still waiting on a release date on that one. But they said that there's some other stuff that they'll reveal later as well. I don't know if that means they're going to have some other games in there. I mean, I know there's some, like the offshoot ones, like the Sub-Zero game from the PS1 or something.
Well, the big thing about that is Mortal Kombat 4, because there was a whole thing about free Mortal Kombat 4 for a while because they wanted Arcade 1UP to make that so that was like a thing that was started. I know the guy who started it, but yeah, that looks super cool. I thought the coolest thing at the end was just Boone and Tobias standing at the arcade together, because they obviously are not on good terms and haven't been for a very long time.
We also had the Fight Stick from PlayStation, which is kind of some foreshadowing for later. It's wireless. They did say, though, it can also be wired, so they can plug it in. So that was a concern for people right away. It's titled Project Defiant. Then, okay, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. All right, Sean, August 28th. Sean noticed something immediately here.
I did.
I think he actually like almost went down the street with his shirt ripped off, yelling.
I almost did. They definitely, well, they said, because they said and more, and then it all clicked together. What they showed at the very end of the trailer was a mode from the online multiplayer. So I think they're adding in the game's going to have the online multiplayer in that. And if so, that is where I will be for a very, very long time. Like it was, when did that come out? 2004, 2005, with Subsistence. Because the online, the online mode, see, the online in Metal Gear 3 and 4 was just so unique. And then in 5, like, it was just very generic, I felt. So I never really played it that much. But like the modes where someone plays a snake and you're trying to find them and stuff like that, and then you have your traditional modes, your team death matches and stuff like that. But then you get special characters in there who could do things. So I was very, very excited for that.
Neo 3, that's out early 2026. We're getting another Neo game, which is cool. And there is a demo right now, and it's like 30-something gigabytes. So it's not a small demo, but it's one they're going to use for feedback. So I've played some of the Neo games here and there. I'm not like the big Neo person, but it is cool to see another one happen. VR.
I played the PS5, the Neo collection, and it's like a Souls type. Or
kinda. I mean, yeah,
kinda, not 100%, but it's kind of like that. So I mean, I think I tapped out after like 20 hours or so, but it's a good game for sure.
Dude, I tapped out after 20 minutes after that first boss just bodied me over and over again. I'm like, F this game, I'm fucking out. I'm not playing this game anymore, and I stopped. Never touched Neo again.
Yeah, you got to if you get past that first boss, there's definitely some more good gameplay to be had. But yeah, a lot of people felt the same way, where that first boss just beats your ass.
Yeah.
Well, that's inside like the demo, right? Inside the inside like the ship.
Yep.
But yeah, if you get past that part, it's okay. But yeah, I think I might be just a little tapped out on like Souls-ish type things. But that's just me.
Sabe, Skeeter, the big Skeet, Peter.
I was gonna Skeeter, the big Skeet, McPeter.
Turtle. Look at this profile picture.
He nearly creamed himself when I said, dude, I was the same way. Like, it was just so much fun.
Turtle.
You think I'm crazy? You should see my sister.
We had, let's see, Thief VR Legacy of Shadow, PSVR 2 title. There you go. There's new Thief. There you go. Being Tides of Tomorrow is a multiplayer story game. You got other players' choices. They kind of showed them as like shadows almost in front of you in the game, which is interesting. Astrobot getting 5 new challenge levels. Sorry, hold on. Game of the Year Astrobot is getting 5 new challenge levels this month.
Weirdo. Why did you do it that way?
So I know MVG, it annoys MVG.
Why?
It's a fine game, but it was not my game of the year last year, John. That's all. It's a fine game, but I don't think it deserves
very nice
game of
there.
the year.
What was your
game of the year? Yeah, what was your game of the year?
Well, what came out last year, dude? I can't even remember.
Alzheimer's kicking in.
I know, right?
Mine was probably Indie. I love that fucking game.
Indie was definitely up there.
That was a good game.
I loved that game.
It was not Stellar. People saying Stellar Blade. Absolutely not Stellar Blade.
No,
I don't know.
I was trolling people so much with this when it came to Astrobot. Like, no, Metaphor is better. Metaphor every time. So mine was Metaphor.
I mean, that's game of the decade, to be fair.
Okay. Remember, somebody said here, I don't know who it was. Remind me, they said it wasn't going to be a 90+ rated game of the year nominee. Somebody said that. I don't know who it was. Can somebody remind me who said that?
It was probably me.
To be fair, MVG, we did also have DLC that was like nominated for Game of the Year last year. So
was Rebirth last year?
Rebirth.
Yes, Rebirth was last year.
I'd say Rebirth was better.
I'll take Rebirth all that. All right, say it like that.
Yeah, y'all got to play Metaphor. I'm telling you, in my opinion, if Metaphor was better than Rebirth, but that's just, like I said, that's just me. Metaphor takes a while to get into, but once you get into it, it's incredible. It's really, really, really good.
Sea of Remnants. I put down Pirate Game with a question mark. I think that's what it was. There's like ship battles and stuff.
That's
2026.
Looks like Sea of Thieves on crack. It actually didn't look bad, I thought.
No, it didn't look bad. But it was, I was just going through. I was like, I think that's like a pirate game. They showed more. Yeah, okay. Swords of the Sea. That's August 9th. Oh, that's the one going into PlayStation Plus. So that'll be into PlayStation Plus immediately on August 19th. FBC Firebreak, same deal, but that's going to be June 17th. That's the game from Remedy, though, that I'm not as excited for that one as some of their other titles, I'll say. Classic PlayStation Plus games includes Deus Ex, June 17th. That's actually pretty cool to see that get a shout out, and it's dropping into the service in a week and a half. Kind of cool.
PS2 version.
That's kind of cool though. Still, Twisted Metal 3 and 4. It's in July. Resident Evil 2 and 3 in just a summer, and of course Mist and Riven are out this month. Not bad. I just kind of highlighted some games for the summer. 007 First Light. Third-person action game, stealth elements. I think it looks great visually. James Bond Origin Story 2026. One of the highlights of the show, I think, for me.
Yep,
I'm so happy this game. Listen, I know people first person, but I'm so happy this game's not in first person. I was wondering. I don't know if they actually already announced that beforehand, but I couldn't find anything. I'm happy like they're doing third person. They're doing stealth. They're doing. I mean, you could do stealth in first person, but to me, stealth is better in third. And it's like kind of like mix of like Uncharted and like Splinter Cell and Metal Gear. It's kind of like a mix of like
it's Hitman. It's just Hitman with 007
for it, but it looks faster. It looks like there's more action than Hitman in this one.
No, yeah.
From the stuff they showed, like they were quick. It was quick cuts of like basically running behind cover and doing stuff. But I thought it looked good. You're into this, MVG?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm all in on this one. This one looks really good. Like I was a little bit worried it'd just be like a reskin Hitman game, but no, I think there's a lot more here. But either way, I like it. I like James Bond. Love the games. So yeah, I'll check it out.
I like the idea of like an origin story they're going to start up here, because based on what they did with Hitman, I mean, if this works, I assume they're just going to start making 007 games as well.
I would hope so. When was the last 007 game we got? Like the last new one?
A new one?
It's probably been a decade and a half.
It's been a minute.
This has been like 360 PS3 era.
Yeah,
it was probably Quantum of Solace.
Yeah, it's PS3 360.
Yeah. That was PS3 360. Was there anything after Quantum of Solace?
I don't know.
I feel like
I think it was around then. I think that was the last one.
The last new one. I mean, I think we've had like other things come out, but not new games.
Yeah.
So Bloodstone. I don't know when Bloodstone was. There was one that was really bad though. I remember that, and it was like, yeah, that might be the 007.
Bloodstone. There was Legends, and then Quantum at 2008.
We had like a run of them, and then eventually they were like, all right, this isn't working, we're out.
Pretty much.
Ghost Yote, they just told us there's gonna be a gameplay deep dive in July. So thanks. They're great. But then they closed out with I don't think anyone expected this. The fighting game community was just like upside down after this announcement. Marvel Token Fighting Souls. It is I mean when they're going over this, it's Arc System Works paired with PlayStation XDev paired with obviously Disney and Marvel. So it looks great visually speaking, but then they're like, oh, it's 4v4 and it's coming to PS5 and PC in 2026. And it has that style all the way around it of Arc System Works. And this to me looks like the next big like Evo fighting game esports title right here.
Yep, all the fighting game guys that I follow on Twitter, where we're like finally saying we can get rid of Dragon Ball Fighters, we can retire, like we can retire Dragon Ball Fighters and some of the other games. Obviously, Guilty Gear has been around for not too long, but you know, Guilty Gear Strive has been around for a bit, which I think people will probably still play that. But yeah, it looks great. My brother is a huge fighting game fan, and I was in San Francisco at his place hanging out, and he was loving this reveal. I thought it looks really cool. Obviously, Marvel is dope, so it's cool to see that. So
did it show my feet?
Yeah.
I don't know why the camera messed up. I had to turn off the camera because I had to take a stupid picture for my thumbnail for tomorrow, and then I guess I hit the wire.
How do you got to take that picture now? You could have taken that picture
because I'm an old man now and I'm very tired. I sleep normal now, and
got it for free.
I know. Giving away
that was the PlayStation Showcase, though. We still have the Summer Game Fest stuff. Do you guys each want to pick a game that you just want to highlight from the show?
Sure.
Because I know there's a lot of titles there, but I also know that
most of them suck.
These two of you were falling asleep during it.
I'll go with Resident Evil 9.
Yeah, I mean that's the easy one. You might as well pull that one.
You know what? I'll do Mina. I'll do Mina for stupid Celia. Mina looks great. You know, it looks like an awesome game. It's always good to see her getting her shine on. A little upset she didn't shout me out. Yeah,
she's reading off teleprompter.
I don't care. Just throw something in there. What's he gonna do? Bum rush you on the stage?
That's true. We saw what happened with Splitgate.
Yeah.
You know what? I just realized something. Oh, go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They've been killing that man online. Jesus.
It's coming out. I mean, the Howler is coming out October 31st, and there is a demo that is available on Steam.
Is there?
You go try it out. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes,
oh
sir.
Wow, I didn't even know that. I need to do that.
And if you really want to help out with Celia and Mina the Hollower, I'm sure she's going to say this. If you just wish list it, it helps out. That is like a big thing for them, I think, on Steam or other platforms, wish listing it. So there you go. But yeah, that's a good one. What about OJ? What's a game from the Game Fest stuck out to you?
From the Summer Game, probably Resident Evil.
Okay, Resident Evil.
Sorry, I gotta go with the boring. I gotta go with the boring one, I guess. Like boring as in, everyone's probably gonna pick that one.
Resident Evil 9.
Yeah.
Resident Evil Requiem.
The only thing is that there's a little bit of an asterisk for me. Like, I don't know if it's going to be the first person Resident Evil or if it's going to be third person. Some of the first trailer that they showed kind of makes it seem like it could be first person based on some of the cut shots. But, if it's first person, then I'm going to be not as excited to play. Third. So.
Keeley said something weird at the end, like there was kind of like a new twist on it or something.
He did something about the gameplay and like the scope of it. They show obviously the big crater and stuff where they just like destroyed it with like nukes. Although some people are like, were they actually nukes? It sounds like they retconned that. It's kind of just like because you're like going back to there, right? So
people think that Lisa Trevor was teased at the end, according to some people, because it was like. You heard the sound of chains and you couldn't kill her in Resident Evil 1 remake. And then, that creepy looking face at the end of the trailer. So, I mean, I don't know. I've just seen discussion about it.
I mean, people have the theory, of course, that Leon is coming back for this one. He's
Okay.
there. It is again.
Jesus fucking Christ.
RG feet.
There's obviously people are throwing around it that Leon's gonna be back in the game. That's gonna be a big reveal. But the trailer looked great, and now I'm sitting here just trying to find out more about it. But of course, Capcom's probably gonna have their own event for it later on and explain the gameplay elements to it that they are really starting to hype up. How do you feel about them?
They will. They're gonna talk about this game.
Yeah, look at what they're doing with Animusha. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Every event, here's a new trailer. It's like I'm sold.
That's even light compared to what they usually do. I mean, Capcom never shut like Monster Hunter.
Oh Jesus Christ! Yes,
they'll never shut the hell up, which is fine. It sells and the marketing works, but Capcom always talks about it a lot. So we'll get a lot more on anything Capcom.
How do you feel about them pulling that swerve in the beginning? They were like, "Oh yeah, we'll be back to tell you someday," and they're like, "Oh, in a blink of an eye." I guess that the whole idea was to try to fake people out. Obviously,
yeah, it was a fake out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the way. I guess Jeff is just trying to, I don't know. I guess just keep people hyped up or just surprise people. I guess I don't know. I feel like if they didn't do that and it just closed out with it, people still would have been surprised. So,
some people were anticipating either at the Sony show or the Summer Games Fest Resident Evil 9 because there'd been some like leaks and stuff about it. But yeah, people were still surprised though. It was still surprising to see.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up Wu-Tang there, Sean.
Well,
all right.
I mean, I'm excited for it. There are some. I want to see a little bit more from it and stuff, but we'll see.
All right, FBG, what you got?
Well, if we're all picking different games, Mafia: The Old Country was my pick of the show.
That's a good one.
I mean, Resident Evil and Mina were better showings, but I liked what I saw with Mafia: The Old Country. Of course, it was just a trailer, no gameplay, and they did say that, but man, this is something that is really up my alley. So I think that was probably my favorite. It's $50 game, I believe. It's $50, right? So I'm checking this one out. I love the Mafia games. I played all of them. I'm all in on this one.
You okay with the 50? And it sounds like it's going to be maybe I'm going to say a short experience, but a more controlled, reined-in experience that's somewhat more linear, I guess. And
that's all I want. That's all I want. I don't want an open world game where there's 50 million things on a map that you have to go do objectives. Just give me a cool story about the old country in Italy. I'm all in on this. This game looks great.
Okay, good stuff. Evan, was there any game that stuck out to you?
I mean, Arc Reader's got an announcement, but I know a lot of people who thought it was going to shadow drop. Ill was good to see because I think it's been a while.
That was crazy.
But it's all been kind of overshadowed since apparently Plague Tale leaked the third game.
Yeah,
I think it's an Xbox event probably tomorrow. Yeah, Ill was like a game that YouTube's. What's that?
That's Sunday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Moving on.
Oh my god!
Welcome to.
I was waiting for him to
Saturday,
realize.
Sean.
I was just waiting,
dude. I'm being serious. Are you okay, dude?
I didn't. Right? I didn't realize that shit. Dude, I've had no concept of time. I haven't really been sleeping much.
Yeah, you've probably been making videos every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So I didn't. What time is that event?
It's 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon, something like that.
Oh fuck
for us. I gotta look at that because last time I saw it was like Pacific time, but
I think isn't it 12? Yeah, you're right. It's
1.
I have to check now. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 1.
Shout out to Triple.
It says 1. Fuck, that just
is that 1? That's 1 p.m. East, right?
Yeah.
Jay followed up and said 1 Eastern.
That throws a monkey because I'm thinking from like my plans because I'm fucking doing all this shit. Okay, that's fine. Rather have too much to do than not enough to do.
I want to shout out Felt That Boxing because I need to actually see this game when it comes out. I need to see if it holds up to what they showed us. That UE5 Muppets game.
That's like that Arlo simulator, right? Like that's what it looked like.
I mean, I know they were trying to be like the M rating and stuff on it too, with the
Arlo's
the
fans
characters and
freaking
stuff.
Passed out when they saw that shit. They were like, "What?"
I need to see if the visuals and the style actually holds up when they release the game like that because it did look a little too good at times. And the gameplay, it looked like when they showed it from like the angle where it's like behind the character, like Punch Out, I guess.
Are you trying to say that it looked a little too Killzone 2, John?
I mean,
a little too Watch Dogs.
A little too
Zelda tech demo from Space
World
World 2000.
Cyberpunk.
Man, it might have, man. I don't know. It looked pretty good, like in terms of the visuals. And they kept saying, "Hey, those UE5, the whole thing." I don't know. We'll see whenever it decides to come out because we didn't get any kind of like release window or date or anything on that.
But hey,
but
Jeff was a big fan. He loves him.
Yeah, maybe if it's a more limited experience, like how it looked like it was just a Punch Out, and you're not necessarily walking around with characters. I guess maybe just jumps between fights. Maybe they can pull it off. But at least it was different. Looked different, you know. Compared to people were like, man, a lot of these games look the same for a stretch there. So,
but was it built different?
Nice.
Let's see. Let me see some of the super chats here as we finish up. Let's see. Callan Shaw says, finishing up Switch 2 welcome tour now. I'm glad I paid $10 for Nintendo. Could convince me how truly revolutionary rubber dampening pads are. This is from Paprobi. Says, I walked into a Walmart during lunch and picked up a Switch 2 bundle without a pre-order. Took me 10 minutes. The Target pre-order arrives next week. Crazy.
I heard that. I heard that Target dropped the ball, man. Like, I think they're releasing theirs on Tuesday. People are getting theirs next Tuesday. But
yeah, people still don't. Like, I have a couple followers that still don't have theirs yet.
Fuck that.
Rufflemut says Nintendo don't need to rely on them, but Switch need to be somewhat competitive with Sony since, let's be honest, Xbox is not a competitor no more. Well,
30 seconds until minions
we'll see.
spawn.
I mean, again, we'll see what Xbox has tomorrow. We'll see what they have. Rufflemut says supposedly the Switch 2 launch day broke records.
I'll yeah.
We'll wait for confirmation, but there's some early word.
Some early talks.
Yeah.
YouTube is censoring my comments. Says, can you guys call out Dreamcast guy flip flopping around from saying the Switch 2 is trash? Now he's excited for its future. What is he smoking? I didn't see he was excited for the future.
Yeah, I didn't see the when was that excited for the future part?
He was going through it with the Switch 2. I see the videos that pop up. He was going through it. He's going through it.
He's a range of emotions.
He's getting those views.
Getting views.
Hey, give him that.
Shout out to Max.
Yeah. Cosmic Detour became a YouTube member. Shout out to Cosmic. Illustrious says, I wish the Joy-Con lit up in the dark room with tritium. Patrick says the NSO GameCube app has an Easter egg. Once you click into it, has to, before you see the games, hold the joystick up and you'll see it. Yes, you can get the GameCube startup screen. It's kind of cool.
Or you can hit. So Brett sent me that last night and he was like, make a short on this, it'll be good. And I dragged my feet all day. And the way I do it is you hit ZL, ZR, L, and R all at the same time, and it does that. And then he sent, as he's editing it, because I finally sent it to him, he sent me your short, and he's like, oh, this is an easier way. It's like, fucking Christ.
Just move the joystick left or right, or up and down, whatever.
Nah, just hit the buttons. Do it the RGT way.
I found the other way though. If you have the joystick over and then you double tap the shoulder buttons, it'll do the GameCube one where it makes a different sound when you hold down Z when you turn it on. It still has that too. Yeah. This is Casual Gamer says after trying Switch 2 in handheld, I cancel Satisfy. Pickle Rick says RGT favorite YouTuber call should do Spawncast on Game Chat. Dude, we talked about that. We thought that'd be a funny thing, just so you guys could see the quality of it, like from varying like spots and stuff and scenarios. I don't know how that would work though, unfortunately. Okay, Casual Noob Gamer says MVG, who's testing all the hentai games from Switch 1?
I have no idea.
How will we know? Look at it. Shaq says, how does Ski Sniper run on the Switch 2?
It's like 120.
Of those Nate the hate.
That bitch uncapped.
Yeah, Nate's got your back.
Hey, there it is. Andre says Mario and Luigi Brothership needs a Switch 2 version. They need to just uncap the frame rate.
No, okay, so I did test that out. I haven't posted, but I did play it. And yeah, it's still like the loading times are still relatively long. It maybe runs a bit smoother, but yeah, it just needs a like a free update. Like it needs a free update version. Like they need to go back and do a bit of work to that one.
Albert says Nintendo added folders for the Switch 2. Did they?
No, it's the same thing as the Switch 1 folders.
Oh, I thought I missed something. I was like, did they? But
Yeah,
like, I
it's
didn't know
the
if they
same
put a
thing as
tweet
the
out or something.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the Switch 1 folders. And like the groups and all that.
Joseph says, I'd love a sequel to Kirby Planet Robot. Well, I guess Kirby Planet Robot's probably coming up soon. Paulie says, did Doug Bowser give Dreamcast guy a wedgie in high school, man? Elliot Hernandez says, Stargate 2 dongle, DAC with Orchestra Light on S2 a dub.
Not wrong.
There we go. Mr. House says would love 60 FPS for Arkham City. Would buy again. They didn't go back and uncap the PS5 version, so I'd be shocked if they did anything with the Switch version.
He's talking about City, not Night.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Night. Yeah, City. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that'd be nice if they did that because there should be no problem there. The Portcillion Gamer says, consider competitive Mario Kart World Gamer DSP on the Spawncast and specialize in positivity and meaningful content. Very robust podcast, John.
I never understood why people bagged on that motherfucker so much. And one of his Mario Kart streams popped up. One of the channels, I think it was Duty Streams, that like take his streams and like just clip it and stuff.
You're in the vortex now.
I'm in the vortex, bro. I was fucking dying. He couldn't understand that he was in first place and somebody threw a blue shell. And then he passed him, and the blue shell still hit him because when they threw the shell, he was in first place. Like, the game's cheating against me. It's cheating against me. I wasn't in first place. I'm not. I'm in second place. Why would it? And he just kept going on. I need support, guys. We got to hit some goals. It's like, bro, are you fucking like? He just talks about money the whole time. Like, I couldn't imagine doing that. Like, holy shit,
it's so reckless. His fans are even more brain dead though. The funniest thing was at the end of the stream, he's like, "Oh guys, I was expecting a little bit more because I purchased the Switch." And
he just talks about $500 the whole time.
He made $500 and he was bitching that he didn't make more because he had to purchase the Switch for $500. I was like, this guy's a whole ass bitch. Why would you talk to your fans like that?
It's crazy, dude.
Well, you got so much money. That was crazy.
Metro says Mario Kart World's color is very washed out or hazy on YouTube. Is it better IRL? Yeah, if you have it natively in front of you with like HDR and like OLED, it looks good. It does. It's a good looking game. Mr. OneUp says, I tried RE5 on Switch and it ran at 20 to 30 FPS. And on Switch 2, it is 60 FPS. But it does have a weird audio effect when multiple voices are played. But I want to try RE6 and see if it's also 60 FPS. I tried the Resident Evil games like that.
I've tried Revelations, but I haven't tried the mainline RE games yet.
Okay.
It's on the list, though.
Yeah, on the list. Freezy says, tried playing FIFA 25, NBA 2K25 on Switch 2. Looks terrible. Do you think most Switch 1 games will need to get a patch for the Switch 2? And also seen vids and posts about potential stick drift. The stick drift we'll have to wait and see because it looks like it's still using a similar mechanism for it. But FIFA and NBA, like we're just going to get new versions of those games this year anyway.
They're not going to go back and patch older games, older sports games. There's no point.
The value of sports games, they deteriorate so fast. It's not even, there's no point.
ALV says, considering the game cart situation, or game key card situation, shouldn't publishers to use smaller Switch 1 cartridges if read speed is a necessity? They'd be cheaper now. Just the availability. Like, Final Fantasy Tactics gets a free upgrade, to my understanding, on the Switch 2 if you have the Switch 1 cartridge. So, like, you might as well kind of buy that Switch 1 cartridge, I guess, and just use that physically. I don't know. It depends on availability, because eventually they're just not going to have these Switch 1 carts available anyway for people to make games with. Elliot Hernandez says Switch 1 and 2 came out before GTA 6. It did. It really did. Tapperbot says Summer Game Fest was kind of meh. Future Game Show, however. Chef's kiss.
What about the
Horn says y'all
wholesome game?
Wholesome. Y'all kept debating GameCube games we will never get, but one. Let's throw in Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee. Yes, sir. That was a good one. That was a good one. Waiting on the poll for Summer Game Fest to vote D. Oh. Vampire says, we all know John wants to game share all the hentai games on the eShop. That's why he wants to be able to do it. Great to see everyone tonight.
Oh, here's the patches I got from the
Oh, right.
Peach patch and a Toad patch. There was also a Luigi and a Mario one too.
Tapper then also says, also, how many of you gentlemen have Mario Kart stickered on the Switch 2 box as opposed to it being printed on? Mine was a sticker.
Mine's a sticker.
I gotta check, but I think mine was a sticker. Pretty sure it is.
Yep. Jenna asking, MVG talk in a menacing Australian voice like Kano in the first Mortal Kombat movie. Tell RGT better play Switch 2 more. Sean's playing Switch 2 constantly.
Jenna,
MVG, why don't you do that and tell people where they can find you as we close
Well,
out?
I'm not going to do it for $5, Jenna. If you want me to do voiceovers, you got to donate some more money. But
Wasn't Jenna Hayes a porn star? I'm pretty sure.
You can find me on Twitter at ModernVintageG and on YouTube at Modern Vintage Gamer. Check out my backward compatibility video that I did the other day. I also have another Switch 2 video coming out on Monday. There's more Switch 2 content coming probably through the week. It's all Switch 2 right now. Thank you for having me on, John.
Toasted Taco says, as a trucker, the Switch 2 is amazing. Was able to grab 1-2 days afterwards release. I own a OLED Steam Deck, but I like the 120 hertz. I'm happy. Oh, I meant Fire Emblem and Luigi's Mansion. Shout out to Zoob.
Okay. I was like, what was he talking about? He said Crest. I'm like, what game is that?
Gotta take a second and double check your writing, man.
Dope. It's dope. As Drew says, I'm getting FOMO from not getting a Switch 2, but I just can't get past not having an OLED screen. I wonder how long we'll have to wait for that upgrade. 3 or 4 years, probably. I think it'll be a little bit. What?
Wait, hold on.
Oh wait, what happened?
Proceed.
Oh, okay, thanks. Mad Bell says, could DLSS be used to make split screen windows full screen while using game share? No more screen watching. Could DLSS be used to make? I don't know. I don't think so.
Thing, ITP.
Superman says, people say Switch 2 is not next gen enough, but 10 times more T-flop. Ray tracing is absolutely next gen. What do people want in a post-Moore's Law age? I just want it to be different in some way, like really different, like physically different.
But then people would complain that it was too different, just like we did with the Wiimote controls, just like we did with the Wii U gamepad. Like, come on, man.
OJ, where can everyone find you, sir?
Yeah, if I may, right here on YouTube, Player Essence. I also run the Spawncast pre-show, so if you want to stop by before this show, we usually have that. I got obviously a ton of Switch 2 stuff that I'm doing. I've been testing out a bunch of games like Bayonetta and more. I'll have a video on that, plus like a full review of the Switch 2 from like all the aspects of it, Pro Control. I got all the accessories and stuff and a bunch of different games. So I'll be doing a full review of that, and I live stream all the time. So there's always videos, there's always live streams, so you can come hang out, talk about stuff. We can go over things really community driven. So I appreciate everybody that does drop by, and I appreciate John, you invited me onto the show, and of course all the other people here. I appreciate you guys as well for putting up with me throughout the whole time. So thanks for having me on. Shout outs to the chat as well. And yeah, like I said, more videos. Got another video coming out tomorrow. Had videos all this week. So yeah, just lock in. Gonna have a lot of cool stuff. Player Essence.
David Hale says, I live in an area where people have a lot of disposable income, so the Switch 2 sold out pretty quick. Pretty Dude says, one thing I feel like was missed during State of Play was another day-and-date PC release, Sony game with Marvel Token. Time to move the goalpost again. That is technically Sony working on it, so.
You know what the asterisk was? The show was good, but the asterisk was that fans they want Sony's like big first-party stuff.
Sure.
Like
I get that.
That's it. Like that's the only asterisk. Is like, yeah, these are great, but where is our stuff? When was the last time they had like a PlayStation actual a PlayStation showcase, not a State of Play, but a PlayStation showcase where they showed off big first party games? So that's what the asterisk is. It was great, but we need our big, first party games, like, the big stuff like Uncharted and like God of War. Like, where's all that? Didn't help that somebody said that there was a freaking 2D Metroidvania God of War coming. That didn't help. When it, like, the rumor, even though it wasn't true, like that also, like I said, that didn't help the whole thing. So there was that.
Eliza Phil says, SE Foam Stars Killer Cap God RE9 Wild Pragmata. Thank you. J2 Cartworld says, John say Ridge Racer in the most enthusiastic way. I feel like last time we got into that, we got in trouble.
We didn't.
That was Max.
Well,
that was Max.
What's a good Ridge Racer voice?
like an announcer voice.
Yeah, like standard movie.
Ridge Racer! Ridge Racer!
Yeah, that was good.
Like that? Okay, yeah, that'll work. Andy Snap at the Knicks RGT. Sean is still healing from all of that.
I mean,
You didn't respond to my comment. Sean?
where did you comment?
On Twitter. I sent you a
dude.
quote.
I'll be honest. I never look at the replies to my tweets because I feel like 90% of them are just people arguing with me.
Bradbury says, hey all, do you have a segment for your predictions for the Xbox Showcase tomorrow? Great show as always. I would check out Nate the Hate. He did a very good predictions episode. I think, was it with you, MVG, or was it with
It was with me and Randall Thor, the man with the million. We did a very comprehensive predictions episode, so check out the Nate the Hate channel on YouTube.
Yep, we had a lot of stuff happen this week, so I feel like we weren't going to be able to get a predictions episode in here. But we will talk about the Xbox show next week on the podcast. Albert, was Nintendo Switch 2 halves folders? Token ready to pull the FGC and the general audience because of Marvel. This plus Sony owning Evo and a fight stick is a huge bit of synergy from Sony, from Street Shadow. Evan, sir, where can everyone find you?
Find on YouTube, Twitch, socials at Gameworks Project, tabletop stuff. We usually go over that, hobby, hangout streams, just chilling.
D'Angelo says, went to Best Buy outside the city center. They had 9 of the Mario Kart bundles. I don't remember how many regular Switch 2s they had. Also, Marvel Token and Resident Evil Requiem looks amazing. Arcio says, the Muppet fighting game looks awesome. Frank says, anyone tested the Deadly Premonition games on Switch 2? Coming up.
I heard someone did.
Coming up. Sports Cillian Gamer says, shout out Duty Streams, embrace the vortex.
I'm sucked in now.
Oh, man. Once you get into that, bro, it's crazy.
Zuck says, test show Mario Kart loading 8 seconds slower on the cart. Yeah, I did see it was just faster in general off of either the SD card for the Switch 2 or the internal storage. Let's see. Z says, any chance CO E33 or E33 or Metaphor coming to Switch 2?
Metaphor. Wait, what was the Expedition 33?
Yep, Expedition 33. I think Expedition 33 will.
And Metaphor, I see both games. Metaphor is definitely coming though.
Casual Noob Gamer says, of course, John watched Jenna Hayes. He has 30 kids. 30. Darkland says, RHT and John, plumbers don't wear ties.
Classic. A horrible game, but I mean, the FMV scenes were good.
Oh, Hernandez says, need a Switch 2 case. Which is the best one?
I'm seeing the official ones in stock at Walmart again, if you want to get one of those.
Okay. Well, I got everyone here. Okay. We're good. Everyone did their outros. We're good there, too.
I didn't do my outro. You didn't go to me. I have a whole...
Everyone did them. Everyone did the outros. All right, Sean, where can everyone find you?
Find me on RGT85, and tomorrow, I guess there will be a video up later on Switch 2 stuff because we'll be covering the Xbox event early. I did want to say, though, kind of a follow-up to something OJ and I were talking about a couple of weeks ago with the college football game and how, a lot of those, there's college football 26 was announced and, those athletes are getting paid, good money. But I think one thing we don't really fully realize is that there are a lot of athletes, especially, in smaller sports, who go to these colleges and, they don't get the big payday or anything like that. Like, the basketball, the football players. And I just thought this was a bit of a heartwarming story. Someone that, unfortunately he's done some things. He said some things in the past, but I just want to give a shout out to Hulk Hogan for giving all these college athletes here, including these 3 black college athletes, David Carr, Kennedy Blades, a woman, and Aaron Brooks, a chance to make some real money in the Real American Freestyle Wrestling Association.
What the hell is this?
I've been holding on to this for weeks.
This setup is fucking stupid. Goodness gracious, it took so damn long.
I've been holding on for weeks. I couldn't be on last week because my fucking internet was out and I was so mad. I had to remind myself.
This man running PR for Hulk Hogan.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you. That
was great, Sean. That was great.
Thank
you had to tie in what we spoke about.
Yeah, dude. I've been
All this
sitting on it
bullshit?
for weeks. Like I was ready to go, and like I was gonna do it the next week, but I wasn't on. And then my internet was out last week, like all fucking day, and I was like, God damn it! And I was like, okay, just keep it fresh, keep it fresh.
That was actually great for real though. That was good. I got into it. I like the setup. The setup had me like thinking he's actually gonna say something honorable here. Well, I mean, it's a nice gesture, like like I've hung out with racist people before. They can be nice at times. It's not all bad. it's not all bad. I mean, sometimes there's some good stuff.
Thanks everyone for tuning in to the Spawncast. We will be back next Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you guys then.
Hi there. I'm going to try something a little different today, and I'm just going to talk about what it has been like to make content recently, and the fact that I'm just kind of struggling with it, to be honest. I've just been having a hard time this year, and I want to just kind of express why, and why things maybe seem a little bit off or maybe don't. I don't know. At the very least, I hope you'll allow me to just vent a little bit for the people who are interested in the ventings of an internet clown man. So I also think there's just, I think, a degree of catharsis of me feeling sort of self-conscious about the stuff I've been making not living up to what I wish it was, and wanting to just express that to the world in some way for whoever might be interested. Specifically, I feel like over the past 6 months, I have been really struggling, man. I've been really overwhelmed. There's been a lot of stuff in my personal life going on that I haven't talked about much, like death of a family member. But on top of that, I think that work has just become super overwhelming. Like the amount of stuff I'm trying to do has become way, way past my bandwidth to do things. And as a result, it feels like I'm just kind of failing across the board at sort of everything. I have the Twitch and the YouTube side of things. And then now I have this new podcast, which I've been doing for the past, it's been out for like 4 months, but it's been going, we've been planning it longer than that. And frankly, while that has been one of the most rewarding things I've ever done, it's also been one of the most emotionally draining things ever, and is making me burnt out at a level and at a pace that is just feels harder to recover from than other things. I'm sure you can kind of imagine where that comes from. It's because it's fucking politics, man. It's like business and politics, and the level of intensity around the discussion that results from those conversations is holy shit intense on a level that I was not prepared for, and I didn't emotionally build the shell to be able to have this sort of thing in my life. And so I want to be clear. This is not some like woe is me. My life is objectively, it's not bad. I have a lot of incredible things going on in my life that I'm very, very grateful for. Me struggling as a fucking YouTuber is not the biggest tragedy in the world. I will set the context initially of like, why did I start a podcast about business and technology and politics? I've been doing YouTube for like almost 10 years now, and 7 years full time. I think it is important to maybe set the context that this at no point has been sustainable. I don't want to sound doomer here, but at no point that I've been doing YouTube full time have I thought, this is sustainable and I could do this for a long time. There's actually been various periods over the past few years where I've thought, I have 6 to 12 more months in me. But then what happens is I get better at managing it. Usually I take on too much stuff. I kind of put too much pressure on myself. But then I get better and I work with my therapist or do whatever advancement in my personal or physical health. And then I'm able to carve out more space and feel like, okay, things are a little more manageable now. For example, hiring a team. First couple of years, I did everything myself. And then I hired editors who I was overseeing myself. And then 2.5 years ago, Barry started helping manage the overall company. I brought in other people to help me manage things. We brought on more people. So now there's like 10 people we're working with regularly. It's a full-on legit company team, like 6 of which are like full-time. Like they depend on me for their livelihood. And as this stuff has been built up and we've built the infrastructure and the process around all these things, I sort of like get more emotional, creative bandwidth, more literal just time in the day. And then I fill it with something. The instant my schedule goes from feeling like too much to, you know what, actually it's kind of getting under control. Then I start saying yes to those collab opportunities with Ludwig or Point Crow, or a travel opportunity for some convention, or I agree, you know what, finally I will do this thing, or start to take on sponsors, or start to hire more people, or start to put an effort in this thing, and then we start a Clips channel, and then we start doing this and this. There's always something that ends up filling that gap. So even though over the 7 years of doing this full time, I've gotten way better at managing everything that's going on and delegating more and building out a team and an infrastructure, it just ends up filling immediately. Like the instant I get 10% of my kind of schedule and time back, it just gets filled. So At no point has there been a period of the last 7 years where I've been like, man, I just don't have that much to do. Feels like I'm gaining energy. It's always at this just like breakneck speed of filling my schedule with as much stuff as I possibly can. Again, self-inflicted, right? This is not woe is me, but it's been challenging because it is so hard not to let things scale infinitely. Even right now, I say no to way more things than I say yes to. No to collabs, no to projects, no to things that I would love to do on stream or YouTube videos or traveling or friends or convention. You have to say no constantly just to get like the bare minimum sort of working. And that is the context leading up till 6 months ago when I started this podcast. And this podcast, turns out, takes about 2.5 days a week. About half of my schedule suddenly was taken out of my extremely busy schedule that I've barely been able to kind of like hold on to and barely been able to keep it all together. And suddenly that's gone. And I am now attempting to manage the same team, the same Twitch, the same YouTube with half of the time. And as you can maybe imagine, that has been very difficult. And I think that has made it hard to, frankly, keep up my Twitch and YouTube at the quality bar that it has in the past. As a really quick disclaimer for people who are maybe wondering why I started a podcast in the first place, the context here, I'll keep it brief, is that over the past few years, as particularly AI has become more prominent, I have become, let's say, a drinker of the Kool-Aid. And I do genuinely believe that AI, and specifically new technology, is going to reduce the amount of suffering of humanity by a degree that we could only ever imagine. That we are going to get closer to a world where the horrible things that people deal with and suffer from on a regular basis, the inequalities around the world, are going to be massively improved. I think it's going to help us in areas like medicine. And I've talked about all these on the podcast if you're interested in more detail, but medicine, curing a vast array of the diseases that have plagued us for all time, the diseases that killed one of my family members a few months ago, the opportunity of people around the world to be able to start businesses and have the tools to do the things they want to do. I'm not talking about AI art, but if some person in rural Brazil wants to start a business online, there's going to be tools now that help them translate languages, do accounting, finances, secretarial work, all of the different components that historically have been locked behind you need to know people and have money and be in the right part of the world. I think that's going to start to dissipate as these tools become much stronger. So I see a level of equalization of human inequality at a scale that we have never before been able to achieve. And then just an abundance of resources. There's just some of the most incredible stories from companies like Ohalo, if you're interested, who does like genetic engineering of food. And I think there's a real world where 10, 20, 30 years from now, AI tools are helping us to create a level of abundance of resources, of food, of energy, of water that, again, are not possible even remotely right now. And I find that to be incredibly inspiring. Now, just me saying that probably pissed off some people who are now feeling, well, it's actually bad for these reasons, and I know that. And what I've learned over the past few months is you can't talk about this stuff without getting people to be very passionately upset about it. But just put yourself in my shoes for right now, and imagine that you genuinely believe that AI is going to do some of the most incredible humanitarian things ever. As I have started to really believe that and see it in my own life and see it, as I've followed more business and tech over the past few years, I now have a real genuine desire to communicate some of these ideas. I don't think I'm going to go change the world by any means, but I want to talk about these with people and say, look, I know that there are these major challenges going on in the world. Frankly, the world is pretty depressing right now, but I do think that there are these things to look forward to which can be so incredibly positive for all of humanity, and we should try to focus on that and stay positive about that. So that's been my headspace, and that is why I have wanted a avenue to be able to talk about things like this. This is the primary motivation of wanting to start a podcast. It's not because I think the world needs to hear about my political opinions. I do not think they need to. I don't give a shit about my political opinions. But I want to be able to offer a voice of optimism for the future because of technology. I think that our generations, millennials and Gen Z, are bombarded with so much negativity and so much of the downsides of technology that I would like to at least offer a viewpoint, not to force people to think one way or another, but to at least be out there offering a viewpoint. And I think there is value in that. So that was the motivation. When I heard that Aiden and Atrioc were going to start a podcast, I reached out to them. It was their thing. And I reached out and I said, hey, if you guys are interested in a tech perspective, I would love to participate. I would love to be able to talk about these subjects with you guys. And also, I just happen to know those two guys and respect them a lot. And that was the origin of it. They said, yeah, that would be great. And we realized as we started getting together and talking about what a podcast would actually look like, this is last year, that we each kind of had a specialty. Aiden, really interested in political discussion. He's very interested in like social issues and the way people think, deep in the political sauce. Atrioc is very business focused. You know, he has his channel, for those who are aware, is like very much about business and like business news. And then for me, it's very much tech. That's what I consider to be my source of knowledge and the main thing that I have been passionate about and informed on. And we realized, okay, that's cool. We have this kind of triangle for this show where each one of us are kind of offering a specialty. And then we started the show. And initially, I just kind of treated it like my stream, where I'm like, well, I don't know that much about business and politics. I'm not claiming to know that much about business and politics, but it is a podcast where you're supposed to talk about stuff. So I'm just going to say random things. And I'm even going to kind of say things in the same style that I do on my own stream, where if you haven't noticed, I just say stupid shit on my stream a lot because it's fun. That's a fun way to have conversation with friends. That's something I enjoy a lot with my own content. It's just silly and it's lighthearted. And it turns out if you apply that same attitude talking about politics and business where you aren't deeply informed on a podcast, people get really, really fucking mad at you. And the reality is I have been inundated with an extremely large amount of hate comments that are really fucking bothering me and have massively increased my anxiety over the past few months. By going onto a podcast and expressing my views on things, I have gotten, let's say, a mix. Some people respectfully disagree with me, and I think that's fine. Some people deeply misunderstand points that I make, and often when I say, hey, here's the perspective of another group of people, let's say somebody on the political right, even if I'm very clear that it's not my viewpoint, doesn't matter. People are, for some reason, going to attribute that to my opinion and criticize me personally, as though I have these viewpoints that I'm expressing in the context of a podcast. And then some people are just fucking assholes, man. And maybe they're justified for it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in these people's lives. But it's, you know, it's things like, listening to Doug talk about politics is the most excruciating experience imaginable. When I listen to Atrioc, when I'm learning. When I listen to Aiden, I'm vibing. And then Doug spouts the most brain-dead tech bro bullshit imaginable. Doug has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Doug, there's a lot of people who think I'm far right now, which is extremely bizarre to me as somebody who is firmly on the left. And so the reality is, as much as I would love to sit here and be like, I'm above comments like this, I don't care, like, fuck these people, it's a minority, this shit is really bothering me, man. And that's it. That's the crux of this. I'm really struggling with this, man. I came into this wanting to offer an optimistic view about tech and to have fun conversations with two people who I really like and respect. And I think it's largely self-inflicted, but in offering opinions, particularly about the other two categories that I'm not really familiar with, I have induced a level of hatred and anger that I have never experienced before on any scale. This is very new to me. And of course, we've all seen people who get upset about politics, and that political discussion is something that evokes a lot of passion and anger. But holy shit, man, it feels really bad. It's hard to, as somebody who didn't experience this 6 months ago and now does on a weekly basis, people writing about how stupid and fucking idiotic I am and how much my opinions suck and how much I'm an asshole. Like, imagine like somebody, like a good friend, like walks up to you and just like, you just haven't been that fun for the last 6 months. I just want you to know that. You really like have kind of gone downhill. I don't like spending time with you really anymore. I'm just not enjoying it anymore. And your opinions, I'm going to be honest, they're just not good. And I like your other friends' opinions more, just so you know. And people are telling you that aggressively every week, like tens or dozens or hundreds of people. I am shocked to the degree to which it is fucking hurts, man. And it's just bizarre because again, I don't feel like at any point I've tried to present myself as somebody who's deeply informed about political issues or business or anything like this. And maybe it's just part of the game, is that expressing opinions. And it's also worth acknowledging, of the three of us on this podcast, I am most exposed to, let's say, right-leaning opinions because I'm deep in tech, right? That's the main thing I follow. And over the past year or two, most of the leaders in tech have shifted way to the right politically. And so of the three of us, if we're going to talk about something political, I am genuinely the most informed and, let's say, close to the people who are talking about a right-leaning perspective. So as we have these discussions, it most often falls to me to be the one to say, well, this is the argument that Republicans are making. This is the argument for what Trump is doing, et cetera, et cetera. So I think me being in that position has really exacerbated it. But then combined with the fact that, again, I'm not deeply knowledgeable about tech. politics, man. I'm just not. And that's not something that, it's not important to me to go and like get a take. I'm a fucking idiot. I do not need to go out there and say what the Senate should do or what the Democrats should be doing right now. But again, because of the nature of this podcast, that it's some portion of what we are talking about on a weekly basis, and I need to say something because it is a fucking show where you're supposed to make content, I guess I'm struggling to figure out how to communicate anything that is adding at all when it comes to these 2 out of the 3 pillars of what this show is. And I feel like if I talk to any one of these people who are upset at me and write these comments and feel that I'm this total dumbass who is polluting people's minds or whatever, that like, dude, you know what I want is for the world to be a better place. And that sounds cheesy, but that's true. That is genuinely, that's like my core value of how I think the world should be guided. And I think anybody that I sat down with would recognize that and be like, okay, even if we disagree on something, you're not some malicious fucking idiot. But for some reason, people have a level of viciousness, man, that I'm just really thrown off by, and I'm not sure it feels so weird to have this opinion forming of me on the internet that feels completely disconnected from who I know I am, which is somebody who just wants to treat people with kindness and empathy. And so I've just felt really on edge, man. I've felt like things are not okay and I need to like work even harder. But as I explained earlier, I don't have the ability to work harder. I'm like super behind on everything now because of the lack of time due to this podcast, which now takes up about 2.5 days a week. And the way I've responded to that is, one, by trying to like soften what I'm saying or give opinions less, but also by putting more work into the podcast. One funny example of this is last week we talked about this big bill that's going through the United States Congress, and I decided that I would present the bill and the overview of it. And so I spent like 5 or 6 hours like breaking down all the fundamentals of this bill, making these charts about it, like really deeply understanding what was going on, to make sure that one of the 3 of us going into the conversation could reference specific things about why the reconciliation bill matters, why it's different as a reconciliation bill, and some of the nuances of different pieces of the legislation and how exactly that affects certain categories of Medicaid that are different from expansion states, like minute details. And objectively, on the episode where we talked about this, I was the most informed about this bill by far. I had really dug into the details and built out a full picture of this thing. And still in the comments, the mean ones were like, Doug is clearly representing the Republicans and he has no idea what he's talking about. And I was like, dude, what? Of the 3 of us, I objectively had the most information. That's why I was able to talk about what the Republicans are thinking and doing. And for some reason, people still seem to take the conclusion of that as like, Doug's a fucking idiot, which is like, it makes me realize that just putting in more work doesn't really change this. That's not the solution to it. And like, this means my schedule's just become fucked. So, you know, again, with YouTube, it's like I have the research side and the coding and prep. I tend to put a lot of preparation into most of my stream ideas, and then the streaming itself, and then working with the editing team, which is often like 10, 15 hours a week on different video ideas. And then there's all the miscellaneous things around business and collabs with other people and things like, oh, I need to set up a new computer or reset this, or personal things, or the sleep issues I still deal with. And now, again, we're recording Patreon episodes on Fridays. We're doing the podcast on Wednesdays. I'm doing a full day of research and prep. We have meetings and we're doing sponsorship stuff. And it's just, it's overwhelming. And I think that everything's kind of suffered across the board, to be honest. I'm not as happy with the stuff I've been making and doing. And I've seen those comments from Twitch viewers, which feels really bad in the context of this, because I'm like, oh fuck, I feel so overwhelmed balancing this new project that the other side of my job, like, that isn't getting as much love. And then people are commenting on that and being like, yeah, things just don't feel as fun recently. Things just don't feel as thought out. And they're right. And that's, you know, it like hurts because it's true, you know? And I don't feel like I have the capacity to fully, properly nurture either side of what's going on, because both of them demand more time and energy than I can give. It feels like over the past few months, there's just been more and more misses, you know, things that I'm just like, man, I wish I'd done that differently. I wish I'd had a little more thought and nuance to this. You know, there's a stream I did yesterday as I recorded this about watching all the Emmy commercials. And I think that for whatever reason, the stream turned into a lot more serious of a discussion, and a lot more serious of a subject matter. And I don't think I handled that nearly as well as I would have if I had more energy and time to think about it, or maybe had, you know, let's say scanned these things in advance or something like this. So I'm in this weird loop where it feels like there's not enough time for either of these two halves of my life. And then both of them are kind of suffering as a result of this. And then I try to work more to compensate for that, which then makes me feel more afraid and more behind. And then both of them suffer more, which then increases the cycle. It's this weird pinwheel. There is flywheel that's like just going faster and faster that I don't, it's just like, I'm trying to like work my way out of, to be like, okay, how do I reground the way I want to communicate ideas so that I can be clearer about my intentions and who I am and my values as a person, so that there isn't this strange like version of me that's developing in the comments that just isn't me, and that feels bad, man. And then also to feel like I'm not letting down my Twitch and YouTube audience because I'm showing up like frayed with these ideas that I don't think have as much punch or aren't landing in the way that they were before. And I would love to continue to be that person. Holy fuck, I don't have enough time, man. Yeah, man, I'm just, it's just been hard. And I just wanted to say that, and just say that it's been hard. And I don't know exactly how I will handle this. I think every week it's gotten better, and I've gotten a better handle on, okay, here's how I want to communicate things. Here's what I feel like I've been maybe doing wrong because at some point, again, it is on me at some point of like, how am I communicating ideas? And if I'm doing that in a way that makes people respond with anger and being upset, like at some point, I want to learn how to avoid that and present ideas in a way that doesn't elicit that response, as well as being able to put the energy into these other creative ideas and have the space for that. And I feel like I'm getting more of a balance each week, but then every week there's like something that just like, you know, kind of sets it back a little bit. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna say this. This is what I've been struggling with for a couple months. I don't need pity or anything like that. I'm not asking for like a showering of compliments. I just decided to share what's going on, for whatever that's worth. I'll probably maybe delete this video after a bit, and I also super want to acknowledge all the incredible things going on in my life. I am really grateful to be doing this podcast. I have felt an enormous sense of like meaningful satisfaction from being able to talk about these things in more detail and learn things and research stuff that I wouldn't have had the reason to go do and read the books. Aiden and Atrioc are incredible. I have been so impressed by them as co-hosts and as people. Like, I barely knew Aiden at all, and he has turned out to be one of the most like thoughtful and just like caring people. Both of them, I've mentioned this type of struggling with my schedule and with like comments criticizing me in particular, and they've been super supportive of that and really like wanting to make an effort to like support me in whatever way is necessary. They are people where I'm like, damn, I could work with these guys for a long time. The podcast itself is objectively doing very well, and it seems like we're going to be able to have these guests with like really important guests of people of consequence, which is crazy because again, I'm just like a weird internet clown, and the idea that we're going to be able to have these conversations is crazy. I still have like an awesome dream job with this YouTube and Twitch thing. I think I work myself a little bit too hard, but holy shit, it is so amazing to be able to put together these creative ideas of kind of whatever comes to mind and be able to put it out there and have people enjoy it and read feedback from people saying it helped them through a hard time, or even just seeing some of the people show up in our community who are so creative and so funny. We have such caring and thoughtful and smart people on both the podcast and on my YouTube channel, and there's, you know, this very small percentage of people who are critical or whatever, but like, man, I try to remind myself of how awesome it is to be able to do this, to be able to make stuff for people and have them watch. You know, there's many years where I wanted to be in this position, and now I am, and that feels incredibly, incredibly lucky, right? I am in an incredible relationship now that I'm just so grateful to have found this person. Like, oh my God. And in general, I think things are on an upward trajectory. It is not all doom and gloom. And I'm super grateful for that. And I think things will continue to move in a positive direction. Yes. So that is all. Maybe this was interesting or informative in some way. Maybe I will delete this later. I don't know. But you know, if I was watching me, I would be interested in what's going on behind the scenes of making this stuff. Also, disclaimer, I slept really bad the last week, so if I seem kind of out of it, that's also why. The sleep hasn't been helping. But anyways, yeah, thank you if you choose to watch this. Thanks for allowing me to vent and for just kind of like ranting my feelings a little bit. And thank you so much if you do choose to appreciate or enjoy anything I've done. Again, I'm incredibly lucky. I really, truly believe that. And I am going to continue to try to apply my energy and my creativity to make things that are of value to the world in some way, shape, or form. Even if it's just making like 10 people laugh, I think that's cool. I do think that's like a meaningful way to spend my time. So I'm going to keep doing that. Appreciate it. Bye.
they don't want to release them because what is in the Epstein files about Trump is really bad. Oh no, my God! No, he actually... What? He changed his position! These motherfuckers, are you serious? But I don't think also, like, so, and this is just, like, kind of me.
No, you dirty motherfuckers. Oh my God. Are we about to see the...
We already knew Trump was in the Epstein files and that he used Epstein's jets to travel to New York. It doesn't mean that he went to the island. Here's what... Do you want to know my honest opinion? I bet Trump probably heard about this and he assumed it to be true, but he wasn't sure, so he never pushed the issue. But he probably heard about and he knew that Jeffrey Epstein was involving people that were under 18. I think that he probably knew. Who makes a statement like many of them are on the younger side? Who says that?
What, that means they were minors? Oh, stop. Sorry. Delete that. August. Okay. Now, guys. Now is the time. Now is the time to activate the sleeper cells. Okay? If you're active in conservative communities, if you've got accounts in other chats, now is the time to begin to subtly press, to gently push these content creators in a certain direction. When was Jeffrey Epstein killed again? What? Wait. That happened in 2019 in a federal prison? Who was in charge of the federal prisons? Why wasn't there an investigation done? Wait, what? Wait, wasn't Trump the president when he got killed in federal prison? Like, wait, who was it? Who was the guy that got Epstein off? Like, forget the whole suicide shit. Like, the real crazy stuff was, remember when he got off on those charges initially? Who was the name of the prosecutor that let, fuck, what am I thinking of? Hold on. There's a conspiracy here if you want. I just don't do conspiracies much, but if you wanted to do a conspiracy. What's the name of the guy? There was the name of the guy. People are saying Pam Bondi. Was it the guy that was the prosecutor at the time who dropped the charges, or was it Epstein's lawyer who got him off in Florida? Alex Acosta? Is that it? An American attorney and politician who served as the 27th United States Secretary of Labor under Donald Trump. Okay, well, so wait, what does he have to do with anything? Or why is this guy relevant? He was probably just some guy that was really good. Wait. Nominated Acosta, President Donald Trump, 2017 to 2019. Wait. He approved a plea deal that allowed child trafficking ringleader Jeffrey Epstein to plead guilty to a single state charge of solicitation in exchange for a federal non-prosecution agreement. Wait. What? Wait, tune into Asmongold. Somebody tell Asmongold, you gotta be in his chat, but don't link this, okay? Don't say I did it. August Elias. Dude, you should look up Alexander Acosta. What's going on there, dude? Look up Alexander Acosta. It worked. Somebody baited him. Oh wait, I keep forgetting this.
Before the election, so it's not like this just happened right out of the blue.
Shit!
Man.
No, it can't be this easy.
Man.
He really thinks he's cooking.
What a fucking day. Elon's been working at the White House and he knows security details. Do you think they might try to take him out? No. Too many powerful people on the list don't want to be exposed. And also, if somebody, here's the thing. If Elon gets shot and somebody shoots him, everybody will immediately think that Donald Trump was on the list and he was guilty. That's just that's the truth, right? I mean, if anything happens to Elon at all, even like an attempt or anything, like, yeah, 100%. Do you think Elon was a plant? No, I don't think so at all. I think that a lot of people try to ascribe this like grand design to things because it's uncomfortable realizing that world leaders and people that have the ability to shoot out nuclear weapons block each other on Twitter. I think this is a very unsettling and scary reality for many people to come to terms with, but it is in fact real. It is actually true.
Double kill.
Now, will there be memes about Trump's putting down an order in suicide hotline? Yeah, Elon already said corruption from the left was an attempt to unalive him on JRE. Many of the people who hated Elon suddenly believe he's a credible source of information and that he has no access to. Do you really, are you really trying to listen to what people's opinions are and think that there's actually something that's serious? Yeah, you gotta respect Elon's commitment to actually reducing the government spending and willingness to burn his last allies to his detriment. Right or wrong, he actually believed in downsizing the government.
Oh my god. No, he didn't. Shut up.
I'm gonna set everything on fire, starting with myself. Nope, alright. Now come on, coffee is sucking off Elon? Well, I don't know, right? I mean, I have no idea. Look at look up Alex Acosta. Oh, I don't know who that is.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Look him up.
Are you gonna make an Epstein tweet? No, I mean, there's not really anything to say. I mean, this is the truth. Like, I mean, there's no way that we can be sure or certain of any of this.
Just look it up. It's real weird.
Is he telling the truth? Is Donald Trump actually on the list? Like, I have no idea. Like, that's where I'm at, right? I mean, I have no idea. Look at the bigger picture. Well, I don't know where the bigger picture is. I mean, I don't know if there is a bigger picture to this or not. Bold play, Cotton, but how will it pay off? There's no way of knowing the fact that he did. Master court documents released by a judge named numerous public figures connected to Epstein. Trump was one named in the document, so Elon's tweet is old news. No. Elon's tweet is not old news. Because everybody knows Trump is, like...
Elon's tweet is such old news. Oh my god, you're so stupid. Oh my, you really think Elon is breaking something new here? Okay. Alex Acosta Wikipedia. Come on, Alex Acosta Wikipedia.
How much of this does Elon actually get from the government? Yeah, I don't know. What is this here? Fuck, let me see if I can find this. Acosta was Trump's hand-picked labor secretary, and in 2007, Acosta was the persecutor who let Epstein get away with abusing his victims. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Wow. Wow. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. Okay, here we go.
Oh, now we're bringing out the old tape
of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving...
Link him the conversation where Epstein says, I was best friends with Trump. Link him the conversation on the phone. I guarantee you, Aswell's never heard it before. He's never heard it before.
Member of 9...
Forget this one. Say, look up, like, we need to find, what do you have to YouTube to search for it?
Shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
We're going to get great ratings in your show.
Trump is surrounded by women as music blares in the background. After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests, among them the financier Jeffrey Epstein. More than a decade before his guilty plea on state prostitution charges. Later in the footage, Trump is seen talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of him. Trump alternates between dancing and pointing out women to Epstein and the other man and telling Epstein about the cameras.
Dance. Who knew that was the pedo dance?
Though exactly what they say is difficult to understand as they discuss the women and their appearances. Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, look at her back there. She's hot. And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president said...
I don't think this really means anything. Am I crazy to say this? I don't think this really, like, okay,
we're getting there,
so
we're getting
Trump
there,
is at some party with Epstein back in the day, and he's sitting there talking to him at a party. Like, I mean, again, we need some real evidence here.
The phone call! Like, we need the phone call!
This is nice, you know, and yeah, obviously Epstein's bad and everything, sure, but where is the actual proof that he was involved and on the list in a serious way? That's what really matters. Like, everybody knows that Trump was involved with Epstein.
The phone call and Trump saying, I want to release the JFK files, I want to release this thing, and then being like, I don't know about the Epstein files, though. Some innocent people might be on that list. Those are the two videos he needs to see. Come on, guys. Those are the two videos he needs to see.
Man. Hi, Elon. Did Epstein really work for Israel? Spill the beans. This has a totally different meaning now, doesn't it? That's a good one. Breaking news, Trump and tons of celebrities party with Epstein in the 90s and cameras everywhere recording it. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's been a lot of photos and people...
They say that now, but when Bill Clinton was with Epstein, they were like, oh my God, he must be a pedophile.
Suicidal? Wait a second. Okay, bro, are you seeing this? Yeah. Probably a bit accurate, right? Oh, God. And let me see if there's any more about this. This is bad, very bad. And deport Elon. Dude, Elon, no. How did it get this far? I mean, I do think this is so extreme that... So why did you let your son be alone with him then? Ooh. So you let your man supposedly implicated with...
Guys, we gotta get this like in front of him. We gotta get this.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would.
Trump banned Epstein from there? Well, if he learned, was this public though, or was it something that he did privately and then people found out about it later on? Because like those are two very different things, obviously. So yeah, this argument's dumb. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that you can define and figure out what's happening here. Like, I don't think that there's any way that we know actually what's happening. Am I crazy? Like, there's no certainty here at all. Defend him, Asmon? Why do I don't need to defend?
He is charming. He is able to convince people, so he tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this?
That's strength.
He has a sense of humor. He can be funny.
He's great. His ability to sell. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman. So you are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So you probably don't get a scalp reduction. You just get the same male pattern more than the male pattern. There's not anything horrible you can do. There's nasty things with best friends' wives. Anyone who first tries to gain your trust and then uses.
There's one that's like a longer video, and I think at the beginning he says like, oh no, I was very close friends with Trump for a long time. That's the one I'm thinking.
Did he go to the island? I can't even begin to speculate on that. I have no idea. I think that Elon Musk leaving the government probably it felt abrupt to me. And I think something bad did happen behind the scenes.
Wait, that was at the beginning of this clip? Hold on.
He is charming. He is able to convince people, so he tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this?
Oh, I just didn't read that. Sorry. All right. True. Okay, this is the one then. That would be a good one.
Big of a deal. Am I crazy? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's more than that. And I think that was scheduled, though. Maybe. And let's see here. What else do I know? Nobody in the cabinet liked Elon. It's pretty clear Elon is crashing out. I think that Elon is...
He's going to say they didn't like him because he was trying to cut government.
Because
he was trying to work hard.
Insinuating something here. And it is unfair to insinuate that Donald Trump... Like, this is like, it's evidence but not proof, if that makes sense. So it's very obvious. Everybody knew that Donald Trump knew about Epstein and was friends with Epstein. But like, whenever I see two random people sitting at a party together, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're like best friends and they're aware of everything that they're doing in each other's lives, right? And so like, what is the extent of this? It's very hard to be certain of that. Yeah, evidence of what? It's evidence that Trump was connected to Epstein, and that is evidence that he would probably be in the Epstein files. But what I'm saying is that Elon Musk tweeting out that Trump is in the Epstein files and they don't want to release them, that is very different than just them being on camera together. Because the implication is that they don't want to release them because what is in the Epstein files about Trump is really bad. But then the counterpoint to that is, if it's so bad, then why didn't the Democrats release it during the election? Why didn't they release it as soon as they got information?
Because Trump buried it. Trump was president. Trump was president during the Epstein files, remember?
Is because they were in the logs too.
They would just doctor them. There. Oh my God, this is so stupid.
You see what I'm saying?
How does he bring Biden into
this? So that's because the whole thing was fucked.
Oh my God. They could just rig it.
What is this? Both sides, hasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. Let me see here. Yeah, I can't lie. You're absolutely glazing Trump and Elon for the last 3 months, January to March. Now you're trying to switch up when it's get heated. But in 3 months, you'll be throw Elon and Trump under the bus.
Yeah, you got to do the fucking the snarker tactics. You'd be like, wasn't there a phone call where Epstein said they were best friends for 10 years? That you have to do stuff like that, I think.
Now you're trying to switch up when it gets heated. Yeah, because things changed. Bet you in 3 months you'll throw Trump or Elon under the bus. Well, I can't tell you that because things haven't happened. Why would I not change my opinions and so what are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm very confused. Yeah, of course I'm going to change my opinion on something when new information is provided.
Just to be clear, there is not a single piece of new information that's been provided today. Not a single piece, unless you literally just never pay attention to anything in the media.
Understand this. Yeah, you shouldn't want to. You shouldn't want me to give unequivocal, guaranteed certainty support about anything. Why would that be a good thing at all? That's bad. Let me actually close some of these. There's so many of these fucking posts. Okay, this is some other random person. Okay, let's see what this guy's saying. Okay, there's no response. What a surprise.
Oh.
Wasn't there a phone call where Epstein said that he was best friends with Trump for 10 years? I don't know if there is.
No! He needs to see it! That's the one he's got to see. He hasn't seen it yet.
I'm not sure. Okay. Some people can't fathom the fact that there's a possible change of opinion when we're learning something new.
We're getting there. We're getting there, guys.
I mean, obviously, that's what it is. Can you clarify what you mean? Sorry, what's your point? I'm not going to clarify. I already explained it to you. If you can't understand what I said, I'm not going to waste my time. You come in here accusing me of being some sort of fucking fake person, lying, pushing an agenda. I respond to it, and then you pretend like you don't know what I'm saying. I'm not going to waste my time. Anyway, let's see here. You explained it 20 times? Yeah. We'll see if there's any more information about this.
He's got to hear that phone call,
Couldn't they just redact anything that doesn't involve Trump?
Yes. He's got to hear that phone call.
Yeah, exactly, right?
He's got to hear that phone call.
Too, is that and then I also think about this too, where it's what do you call it?
We're so close, guys.
There's a video of Epstein saying he was best friends with Trump.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that Trump and Epstein were friends, right?
Best friends! Come on.
Is there anybody who's debating that? I don't think that there is.
To be clear, you said he wasn't friends with them. You said they were together at a party.
So, yeah,
you said he was just together at a party.
And also, he said that. Does that mean that they were? Does that mean he was just saying this? Was he saying this? What did Trump say? How did Trump respond to this? I don't know. Is that crazy? I feel like that's so obvious. Yeah, true. There you go. Oh boy.
I need this.
JD Vance.
Download video. God, I love this video. It's
wow.
Jesus.
Man. Jesus. Your reaction, what is this here? And your reaction to this is adorable. Well, I mean, hey, I'm just trying to cover it and keep up with it as much as I can, right? I'm trying to do my best. The problem isn't that you change your opinion. The problem is you have no actual opinions. You talk like a yes man based on whatever is in your face at the moment.
Yep.
Can you give me an example of something that you have zero foresight? You have the foresight of an ant. So what are you unhappy that I'm saying here? Yeah, what is this? Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, I mean, if I don't know what's going on, I mean, then why don't you just explain it to me? I mean, that would be useful. That would be helpful for me, right? So the argument is because they were best friends that he's guilty too. That means every time that your friend is doing a thing that you're coherently guilty too. Make it make sense. These people are retarded. It doesn't, but it adds question.
Hunter Biden, Joe Biden.
Dude. Well, yeah, I'm responding to what somebody's saying. I mean, I'm talking all the time on my stream. Just because I say, yeah, dude, that doesn't mean that I'm 100% agreeing with somebody. Like, speaking extemporaneously for 6 hours or 8 hours a day, you're going to have me saying that whenever it's just me responding or, like, confirming that I read something. Like, I mean, is that hard for you to understand? So, like, what value is it? What issue do I have? Is there any example or any point of this, or are you just getting mad? Elon just removed the video.
Hey, Steven, I'm not from the States, have lived there, don't, and follow his politics. What's your take on how the fuck we've reached the point where POTUS and the richest guy in the world are having public crash outs on social media / public? Like, how has it come to this? Because we have an influencer president.
No, he didn't.
No, who didn't what?
Another one? Yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. As far as I know, it did not happen. I'm not seeing this. Yeah, there's just, it's another arguer with no, like, just no thought behind it. Yeah, chatter's coming in to get something mad about. You're avoiding the point by refusing to Google details about their relationship would clearly show you that they were way closer than you're presenting. Why do you think that I don't want to just go through and look through all this? No, they aren't best friends. Epstein just expressed details about Trump's sexual proclivities.
No, come on.
What do you want me to say that I'm not saying? I'm very confused about what you're trying to push. Like, what's going on in your head? Like, of course, I'm not going to sit here Googling 50 different things over the stream.
Ask Grok. Just ask Grok.
It's boring.
Just ask Grok.
Why would I want to do that?
No, that's what everybody wants to see. We want to see it. Just say, ask Grok. We want to know. We want to know the truth.
What's happening right now is you're looking at Twitter, seeing a few videos, but yes, those aren't individually proof of what's being...
Dustin, there's also an interview during Trump's first term where Maxwell was arrested, and he said he wishes her well. Send this to the troops. True? Just ask Grok. Guys, we gotta get him to see the phone call. Just the phone call. And then I'll be happy, okay? Just the phone call.
Mm-hmm. As a fan, it's frustrating saying you change your opinion based on new information while you've made no effort to find the information that's been available, yet you have strong opinions. What effort have I not made? And I think that we're getting a lot of arguers in chat. We're probably just going to start permabanning everybody. But, like, let me just address these real quick, and then I want to move on. Because I feel like there's been a lot of arguers. Like, what is this? There's an audio recording of Epstein expressing intimate knowledge of Trump's sexual proclivities, which is an indicator of a lot, in my opinion.
Is there?
And I'm trying to say what? And you think that I'm trying to avoid that? Like, well, I don't even, what is your, what are you trying to, what do you think that I'm trying to do?
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
No. Let me explain what I was saying. That's not what I was doing. If Elon Musk tweets out a video of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at a party in 1992 with cameras rolling with a bunch of above-age cheerleaders to me...
Do we have proof of that?
That does not prove that he was aware of an underage sex island. It might be evidence, and it might be something that could be used to build a case and to show that there is a relationship, which I agree with you on, I think is a problem. And I've said this the entire time. But there's never been a time where let me explain it very clearly, just in case anybody's confused.
Okay.
I'm not trying to downplay this at all. I think if I want the files to come out, And if the files come out and they say that Trump knew or was involved in this, I want him to go to jail. Who wouldn't want that? I feel like everybody would want that. That's the common sense thing. So yeah, you said that. Like, so if I'm saying that, why am I trying to like, how could me saying this mean that I'm trying to distance myself and downplay it? It doesn't even make any sense. Basically, you're saying if you make a damning post, you need damning evidence to back it up. That's correct. You're correct about that. But the broader points of evidence points to him likely being fully aware of it. I saw he tweeted this out.
You guys should say, where was the investigation? That should be the question.
Epstein's victims.
Epstein supposedly committed suicide under Trump's watch while he was president in a federal prison. Where was the investigation?
From a half hour ago.
Where was the investigation?
I literally said this. Not to distance yourself, give plausible deniability where none likely exists. Likely exists is not good enough for me when you were talking about a person going to an underage sex island.
What about Hunter Biden?
You need to have definitive proof for this.
Definitive proof. Does he feel the same way about Hunter and Joe Biden?
I'm not willing to just take whatever I'm hearing and just immediately run with it. Yeah, and it's so odd. I think the problem is that you don't try to look deeper into these topics before discussing them. It's unrealistic for a streamer. It doesn't matter whether, like, there's, and when people say that, there's never any sort of, like, there's never an example
Oh,
of
that's
it.
another good question.
Like,
if Donald Trump was simply friends with Epstein, and then his friend commits suicide, why wouldn't he investigate that? Wouldn't he want to know who killed him?
I apologize for wording last message. I'm saying it's topic interesting. I want you to have all the information because I like listening to you and your takes on stuff. That's why I watch you. Yeah, I think Trump was involved. Absolutely. Yeah, it's sure. But, like, I can't know everything, number one. This is already the moment to go through all the Trump Epstein stuff. Why are you not doing it? Well, because I'm waiting to see what Elon is going to post. Because why would I care about all of the publicly available information when Elon Musk is the one who's tweeting out the private stuff?
He hasn't tweeted out anything private. We gotta get this in front of Elon, guys. We gotta get this to Elon. We gotta get this to Elon. Okay, we're not influencing the right person. We gotta go to the... Remember, he's the last in the line of the human centipede. We gotta go to the front centipede guy. We gotta give him the media stuff. Fuck.
This for nothing. People are trying to press me. I don't, like, it's so weird. I don't even understand what's happening right now. What are people even mad about? Like, I'm saying that he's wrong. I'm saying that he was on the list, but people are saying that I'm not saying. What the fuck is going on? It's so weird. What is going on? Rage baiters? Yeah, I'll probably just ban some of those people. And I feel like the, rage baiters, people want a farmed response out of you. Yeah, exactly. He hasn't tweeted anything private out at least yet. Yes. I am not interested in the evidence that is in the public. I think that, again, there is already enough evidence in my mind for me to think that Trump is there. I'm just backpedaling everything there's about Trump. Can't wait for this 180. It's a 180. I don't know. Jesus. They argue with themselves? No, you don't understand. No, you don't understand. You need to be a schizo that jumps to conclusions immediately. They're just mad because you're not backing Donald Trump. Well, what's so weird about this is that I think that there's actually 3 factions of people.
Shit, we might have to bail, guys. Uh-oh.
Wait, do you or do you not believe Epstein killed himself? So, you want my honest opinion? I think they let him kill himself.
Oh, no, my God. No, he actually... What? He changed his position. These mother... Are you serious?
But I don't think also, like, so... And this is just, like, kind of me.
No, you dirty mother... Oh, my God. Are we about to see the... Was I just 2 years early?
Oh, that.
Actually... If you really think about it, he was a billionaire. He was getting old. I mean, he was caught with some pretty bad shit. It kind of makes sense that he would commit suicide, right? You know, maybe it kind of makes sense that he'd kill himself.
if I can find it. The absolutely death themselves. Yeah, sure.
Oh my god.
It's basically the same as killing him. Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit different, but like, yeah, in general, Epstein was terrified of dying. There's a lot of weird things with the guards and the cameras around his death. Yeah, Fox News is live. Are they really? Okay, let me see if there's anything that's happening with this.
Has he made prior statements about Epstein and his suicide? Maybe he's been consistent. I don't know. Has he made prior statements about it? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I really have no idea what happened with that. I have no clue.
Also, yeah, Fox News is always live. It's 24/7.
But I wouldn't really say for sure like one thing happened or another. Like that's straight up what it is. I have no reason. I have no explanation for it at all. Do you think there's any chance that they planned this? I think that there was a chance that they planned it until the Epstein stuff came out. Until
Trump did plan this. You know what Trump did? Trump knew that Elon had a limited timeline left in office. He knew it, and he knew that he was in those Epstein files. So what did they do? What did Donald Trump do? Donald Trump sabotaged the alternative media. He sabotaged alternative media creators like Asmongold. How? By giving Epstein file folders to people that had no new information in them. Remember when they did that? Remember when they did that? Before, how do you do date? This isn't gonna work. Oh my god. Did it actually work?
Attorney General Pam Bondi is
not. I think tomorrow.
Remember, they released this binder full of shit to all of these influencers, and these dipshits were taking pictures. What was it? Alternative media, pictures, Epstein binders, outside. Media. Remember this shit happened? And there was nothing new in these, okay? It was the JFK or MLK files? No, you're wrong. It was the Epstein files. They released this to a bunch of alternative media influencers, but there was nothing new. They got fucking conned, okay? There was nothing new in here. And then what happened afterwards, guys? Knowing that Elon Musk was on his way out, what did Donald Trump make sure to do, right? Knowing that Elon Musk was on his way out with all this information, the truth about it, what did Donald Trump do? He sends two men, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. How do you spell it? Or how do you say his name? They go onto the media.
prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing. You know suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file.
Look at how scary this. Look, this guy looks like he's petrified. So think about it, okay? Think about it. Think about it. Epstein, okay? Man has all of his charges dropped by the prosecuting attorney, okay? That prosecuting attorney becomes Donald Trump's head of labor, 2017 to 2019. Epstein suddenly dies in 2019 in a federal prison. No explanation given, no investigation happens. Now Donald Trump is back in office, and what does he do? He gives out fake files to a bunch of conservative influencers containing no new information, and then he sends out his two men here, his two dogs, to tell the world, actually, Epstein really did just kill himself. And now that Elon is out, Elon's trying to break the story to everybody and say, actually, Donald Trump was in those files.
Again, you want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
This is a 180 for Patel and Bongino. In the past, both have given credit to the idea that there's more to Epstein's death than a basic suicide.
And even some supporters of the duo are saying that they are not buying this official line. Alex Jones said in Post on X, overall, I think Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are doing a great job, but on this claim that Epstein's death is not a cover-up, I call BS. So, yeah, some people who have closely scrutinized the death of Jeffrey Epstein are not put at ease, even though they generally like Dan Bongino.
What's going on there, guys? It kind of feels like a cover-up. Kind of feels like a cover-up, no?
So because of that, that's why I want to see a response.
An enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
Republican lawmakers having difficulty determining who to side with, Trump or Elon. Since you're so heavy on Trump, people are curious about why you're leaning that way. I'm actually more on Elon's side with this. I think that he's right with the bill. I think that he's also right about Trump lying that the reason why Elon Musk was against it is because of the what do you call it? Is because of the EV mandate, because this was made public with Elon Musk in the room at that time. But that's all that is nothing compared to this.
Can you tie in the Jews? Of course, you can always tie in the Jews. Well, here, let's see. Elon Musk comments Netanyahu. Has he said anything bad about him? Anything recent? This is from January. February? Oh, fuck. Because if we could get something going on between Elon and Netanyahu, we just need like one negative comment. Then we can say that, because there's the conspiracy that Epstein was a Mossad informant. Okay.
The Mossad saves lives, Israeli lives, American lives.
If Epstein was a Mossad informant and Netanyahu knew that, and Trump is a huge supporter of Israel, because Epstein has compromising material on Donald Trump, and then Elon Musk comes out to try to reveal that, and then starts attacking Netanyahu, right? That, you know, there's always some way you can plug a Jew into something. Okay,
it was both. I think so, but it's like which one was more important and which one really caused it to happen. So yeah, can't you see why so many people hate Trump? What do you mean? When did I say I can't see why people hate Trump? Of course, it's obvious why people don't like Trump. There's 50 reasons why people don't like Trump. Probably more than that. When did I ever say that I can't see why people don't like Trump? White House posted on the bill just now? Okay, let me see.
After Donald Trump had Elon Musk killed. It's a good question. Why didn't the Democrats just release the Epstein files? Why is it that when Pam Bondi came in, she said there were a bunch of files that were kept from them? Where were those files? Where were the files? That was the material that Donald Trump took with him when he left the White House. Part of this was the Epstein files. That's why he didn't want to give it back. The FBI never got all this shit back, by the way. He took boxes of this and he flew it to his home I don't even know where, in New York? That's what was here. That's why it was so important to kill that Mar-a-Lago case as well. That's why Judge Eileen Cannon killed the case, and she said, well, actually, we don't even think they can investigate it. That's why Alito wrote that random blurb in an unrelated Supreme Court case about how he thought there shouldn't even be a special prosecutor. Everybody was involved in this.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been
These boxes might be literally full of fucking Epstein victims. This isn't a labeling system for filing stuff. These are ages of victims. 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds.
That's not even...
Your turret has been
Jesus.
destroyed.
Jesus. He's 100% right. They can't do it with 60 votes. They don't have them, and so they have to use the reconciliation process.
I'm just saying.
Closure rules requiring 60 votes and the threat of a filibuster unless you do reconciliation bills. They should 100% all be individual bills. Cloture rules should be dead. Yes. Has it ever occurred to you that when somebody makes an argument that things can't be this way because there's another thing that's bad that's also this way, that's not an argument for me that things should continue staying this way? Like if there's a rule in place that makes it to where individual line item issues can't be voted on, then the problem isn't the line issue items, it's the rule that makes it to where they can't be voted on. Does that make sense? Yeah, change the fucking rule. So it's yeah, the system is the problem. Like, so if you're telling me the system is bad, then okay, I totally agree with you there. Absolutely. That's not reality, broski. That's not what I'm saying. If it's not, why not? Why not? Why can't you change the rule? Yeah. I mean, I don't get it. Yeah, how would you change it then? Whatever the reason is that you cannot vote on single issues, I would change that. It's that simple. It's a contract. Yes. I'm saying they have to do something now. They have to win more seats in 2026. They have to win more in 2028. They hold the majority. I'm not even talking about that. You're talking about something completely different. Yeah, it's insane. But anyway, Trump killed bipartisanship. They can't filibuster a budget bill that only requires 51 votes. I don't know about that. Let me see here. Anyway, let me go back and find the rest of these and see if there's any more posts or updates on.
It's funny because this actually works as like a metaphor, I think, better than people realize, right? What did they say about this Cybertruck burning outside of the Trump Tower? It's a good thing that the vehicle is so sturdy so that the flame can be fully self-contained. So the vehicle can catch on fire and burn and do absolutely no damage to the Trump real estate right next to it. Oh, man.
This has been an issue. It's been a problem for years. Jesus. That's how the Founding Fathers wanted it. I don't know. It seems like it's not working. Yeah, it seems like it's not working at all. Anyway, let's see here. And I'll see if there's any more information about this. But again, I think the big thing here is the Epstein files. That's what I care about the most. The other stuff is kind of Trump's OG, Steve Bannon, calls for the deportation of Elon Musk. What is this?
Bannon has I don't think Bannon has any influence in the administration right now. He's just an outer perimeter loser, is my understanding for a while. Like, I don't think he doesn't have like Stephen Miller's ear or anything like that, right?
Status because I am of strong belief that he is an illegal alien and he should be deported from the country immediately, he said with a phone interview with me. Wait, what the fuck?
No one cares.
What the hell are they saying?
Bannon represented the true... I'm going to take a shot at it. Is Bannon friendly with... Oh, no, he did. He would say he would prefer Vance to step in. Bannon represents a more Vance-esque wing to the party. Like extreme xenophobia, hyper-nationalist, ideologically fascist, smart enough to be a fascist, right? The biggest defense against Trump not being a fascist is the same defense that you would use to not prosecute a minor for murder, and that's it. They don't possess a mind sophisticated enough to have the mens rea to commit depraved acts, right? That's why minors don't get charged with things like murder. And it's similar for Trump. Like, he's too stupid to be a fascist. He's a fucking moron. Bannon, ideologically, is absolutely in that direction. And I think he would even say as much, I think. I might call it a different word, but I don't think he would deny it. And Vance is very similar, I think, in that regard. Trump is a dipshit, though.
Yeah. But I don't think there's really any more else coming out about this. Relying on omnibus bills and short-term bills requiring...
He didn't see the phone call?
...dramatically after Citizens United. Yeah, how convenient, right? Can you think of any reasons why they would plan this fight? Two of the people of their status fighting online like high school kids doesn't add up to me for some reason. I think that a lot of people... So, like, and I always hear people bring this up and say stuff like this, where it's like, oh...
MAGA just sides with Trump in the divorce, no? Like, does the fallout really land on Trump or anyone in the admin on this? Oh, no, in terms of, like, the law... Like, Elon Musk and that crowd are like the lefties. Like, they're very, very loud online, and they seem overwhelmingly huge, but that is not the core MAGA constituency whatsoever. Like, my guess is 95% of MAGA ends up staying with Trump over this. Like, no questions asked. But the tech bros and everything else were a very unique constituency, in my mind, that Donald Trump seemed to exert a large amount of influence over through people like Elon Musk, But the Elon Musk tendrils, I think, also were able to sway people like Joe Rogan or people like Lex Friedman. And so he's probably going to lose access to those people too. It's a constituency that I think Trump wouldn't generally have a buy-in with, that he basically completely fucking owned for free. And now, like, all of that is gone, which I think hurts a bit. It's not like he's lost half his support. But remember, all of our elections are quite close. And yeah, that hurts probably a little bit.
No, and I think that's why a lot of other people aren't really jumping.
Non-Mimi, realistically, with all the Epstein files, do you really think Trump is part of it in any way? Just like most of the people in the Epstein files, probably. I always give the really boring answers for this. There are no ways that like stuff like that gets covered up with tons of people for long periods of time. I don't think so. I seriously doubt that there is like some secret Epstein sex ring or any bullshit. But people don't like it when I give the boring answer. Although all these Trumples are probably about to start saying that that is the boring answer. It's true, or at least all the. Or I guess, yeah, all the Trumples.
Trump are fighting on their personally owned social media platform? Yeah, a little bit, right? They're like, cross-tweeting about each other. I guess you could say that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, I'm actually really curious to see if there's any other evolution of this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think this is happening since Trump opposes going to war with Iran, so they want to replace him. I think that you're giving way too much credit to, like, the deep state or whatever. I honestly think this is just Elon Musk getting mad at Trump. As somebody else who Elon Musk has gotten mad about, I feel like there's not a grand design here.
I wish it was possible to make these people realize how different the standards are they apply to both sides, right? The world's most powerful man, the President of the United States, on a social media platform that he owns, Truth Social, is having an epic meltdown fight with the world's richest man, who also has multiple contracts and survives off of government contracts, on his social media platform against the President of the United States. And Asmongold's analysis is, which, by the way, I agree with this analysis. I think these people are incredibly surface level and transparent. But his analysis is like, there's no deep state involved. Here's just two people who are mad at each other. Duh. But if this was anything remotely related to the Democrats, whoo, you better believe the conspiracy theories would be fucking flying on this. Be fucking flying on this. How do you explain governments keeping classified information if you don't believe they could hide a conspiracy? Classified information, somebody who actually works in intelligence probably able to answer better, but my guess is going to be one of the best reasons why classified information is kept relatively classified in the United States is because it is compartmentalized. I think it is quite exceptionally rare that you have tons of people that know vertically from surface level intelligence all the way up to macro planning that know every aspect of an operation or whatever. I think that the intelligence apparatus in the United States is quite compartmentalized, and intentionally so. It probably makes it hard, yeah, I'm repeating myself, for a bunch of individuals to know top to bottom everything that's going on. And there's also a lot of security standards for handling information, and there are reasons why people wouldn't generally want to leak that information.
Out of it looking like he was in the Epstein files, or Elon comes out of it looking really bad because he implied that Trump was in the like, again, Elon is making an accusation that is beyond Trump just simply being in the Epstein files. He is making this accusation that Trump is in the Epstein files, and he is trying to suppress this because of what those files imply.
Like, it's funny because if Asmongold knew anything about the government, he would know that this is an empty threat. Elon Musk doesn't have any access to any more information than you do. Elon Musk isn't part of the FBI. Elon Musk doesn't have any more access to these files than anybody else. But a lot of people, because they've either played too many video games, watched too many movies, or whatever, think that, like, once you get high enough in the government, you just get access to everything. You just know everything. You get to see every single file and every single thing you want. But that's not true. Elon Musk doesn't know any of this fucking shit. He doesn't have access to anything here.
Massively make Trump look like a fucking pedophile, right? So either way, this is really, really bad. Like, somebody loses out of this 100%. Do you see what my point is? Like, there's no way that both of them come out of this without looking bad. We need Elon on Rogan again? Yeah, don't you think that those files are probably gone by now? If Trump was on them, he would have definitely found a way to destroy the evidence.
Mar-a-Lago!
He would have found a way to destroy
Bring up the
Mar-a-Lago! Trump would have.
They took it to Mar-a-Lago! They took it to Mar-a-Lago! They took it to Mar-a-Lago!
I think that's definitely possible.
Then maybe he took it to Mar-a-Lago.
I don't know whether that's true.
Maybe it was in the boxes that went to Mar-a-Lago.
I'm not...
It fits so well, come on.
Trump can still come out fine if he wasn't on the island, but Elon will look bad no matter what. Well,
I love all of these Linkin Park memes with the old guys.
And he says, yes, I was involved with Epstein. This is very public. So nothing in the private files. And if they put this out and nothing makes Trump look bad, it will absolutely make Elon look bad. Because he just insinuated something.
We need a Bush Biden podcast, okay? Bush can do his painting, and I'm sure Biden does. Biden can eat an ice cream cone. I would watch that. Can you imagine an hour-and-a-half show where Biden has an ice cream cone, his favorite ice cream, and then Bush does a painting? He does a portrait.
Oh. Running the media are in on it, and like they don't want to have it be put out either. Maybe you're right.
It would actually be that would be so good.
Let's see if I can find a few more of these here too. But I'm just kind of waiting to see if there's any more information. I mean, you could be right about that too. Yeah, 2 birds with 1 stone. Maybe. I mean, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen here. We'll see if there's any more information.
Details of a very public spat that's just turned nasty. Donald Trump once described Elon Musk as his first buddy. So why has the billionaire made unsubstantiated claims that the US president appears in files relating to pedophile Jeffrey Epstein? There's been a lot going on in the past hour, and we've approached the White House for comment. Let's just try to start from the beginning. This is what Donald Trump said in the Oval Office this afternoon. Have a listen.
He knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be...
I feel like in some like spiritual, metaphorical way, it's kind of like me watching Ethan getting burned by Hassan. And I'm like the dude hanging... in the Billy, whatever the fuck, that one miniseries where the guy's like first time, and then everybody's realizing it. Now all of the Silicon Valley types are like, wait a second, you mean Trump can really 180 on somebody this quickly? He just hates Elon now? But these guys were best friends for so long. What happened? Why would MAGA be like this? What's going on? The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, yeah.
I thought that there was going to be a Trump and Elon crash out. I never thought that they would bring up the Epstein files. Like, that is like...
Elon has called, like, every single person he's fought with a pedophile. For you. Well, there's been at least 2, right? I know that he did with the submarine guy. He did it with somebody else as well, didn't he? Who was it? Wasn't it semi-recently, like within the last 6 months? Am I crazy?
Elon Musk had come to the end of his 130 days serving in the White House, and he was saying goodbye. It all looked...
was it with Bill Gates? Was it with the astronaut?
He started to complain about Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. This is a spending bill that Donald Trump is trying to push through Congress. It would, says Elon Musk, raise the government and the country's debt massively. And so he started spouting off about that bill on social media. The first opportunity we got to question Donald Trump on his views of what his old pal Elon Musk was now saying about his spending bill was today when Trump was in the Oval Office with the German Chancellor. You heard there what Trump said about Elon Musk, to which Elon Musk first replied online on Twitter, of course. He said, whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas...
Somebody says Trump hid the Epstein files at Mar-a-Lago. That's why he refused to get the files back, because they incriminate him personally. Elon will expose this further very soon.
That was a good message, whoever said that.
Okay. Then I want to see it.
That was a good message.
That sounds great.
Whoever...
That's a great guess. Let's see it.
And then you need to follow that up with the files have been destroyed. And that's why you see Bongino and Patel going out to the media saying, oh no, he killed himself. We've seen all the files. It's because he told them to destroy them. So the message would be something like, it would be like, man, it would be so great if we could see those files. But after seeing Patel and Boingy going on media and giving those interviews, it really feels like he told them to destroy the files. That's why they explicitly said, we've seen it all, and he just killed himself. I hope that didn't happen. That would be like the next message.
It's all just speculation and someone confirms or shows the proof. Well, like, I mean, there is clearly not enough definitive proof to be absolutely certain that Trump was involved with Jeffrey Epstein to a degree that he should be charged as being a pedo or anything like that. Like, I'm aware of the public evidence, but Elon is suggesting that the Epstein files that are not released create more evidence for that. So when I hear people giving me more public information about this, that's nice, but that's not what he's talking about.
Gratitude.
We don't know yet. Yeah, we don't know.
Said Elon Musk. Trump then replied with something that Musk clearly took as quite incendiary. Trump said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that.
This was about Bill Gates.
I do want to ask you about US aid and the comments that Bill Gates made the other day, which and I know that you called him.
Yeah, he's a huge liar.
I know you've said that already. I wondered.
Also,
and I'm just.
Who does Bill Gates think he is to make comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein?
Like, he does this all the fucking time, dude. He's such a fucking loser. I hate him so much. Remember the...
All right, shares of the electric car company Tesla fell sharply Monday after the company's CEO, Elon Musk, accused an organizer of the Thai Cape...
This is just like the quintessential MAGA moment, right? Like, wait a second. Donald Trump's not doing anything to curb the deficit? Or to cut the debt? Wait, really? It's like, yeah, no, where the fuck have you been? You didn't do anything his first 4 years. Why the fuck would you expect him to do anything now? And then it's like, wait, Elon Musk, he's bringing up the Epstein stuff?
Rescue of being a pedophile.
Yeah, yeah, Elon does this about everybody, bro.
It started last week when British diver Vernon Unsworth called Musk's plan to rescue the 12 boys trapped inside the cave with the submarine a PR stunt. Unsworth also told CNN that Musk could stick his submarine where it hurts. In a now deleted tweet, the billionaire CEO responded that he would take a prototype of his submarine all the way to the part of the cave where the boys were trapped and wrote, "Sorry, pedo guy, you really did ask for it." Musk's tweet Sunday led to Tesla stock dropping 3.5 percentage points Monday, and by Tuesday, those losses had been recovered. But the event illustrates how Elon Musk's personal actions can affect his company.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Elon Musk retweeted, "Hey, pedo Tom Hanks, not all hashtag MAGA hat-wearing patriots are white. In fact, most racism comes from the elite Democrats, you asshole." How many times has he done this? And now, in reality, people are like, well, when new information comes out, I change, like,
yeah,
this is some serious shit. Elon's saying that Trump might be a pedophile.
He doesn't like to be personally attacked in this way. Mark, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's like, what are the odds that he's not going to say anything? People said that he deleted all of his tweets. There's no way he deleted all of his tweets. No, he didn't. What are you talking about? Why are people saying that? Absolutely not. Yeah, dude, for a minute there, you got me. No, I don't think so. People hate on Elon for this, but anyone he backs will be the next president. I don't know about that. I mean, like, here's what I think.
The delusion.
I think that, honestly, like, Elon Musk did help Trump get elected. Now, without Elon Musk, would Trump have been elected? I think that probably, I mean, I don't know, actually.
How is Asman's political analysis sometimes better than Hassan's? It's actually so fucking pathetic. He's correct.
Certain one way or another. So
Elon might have tipped it. It possibly did.
I'll have one.
But Elon is nowhere near as politically influential as he thinks he is. He was only working like as an extension of Trump's aura.
Made things happen and not anything else besides that. But let me see if there's any more information about this or anything else. But I feel like this has been pretty much it, right? And
he did do it to the astronaut guy. What a line from someone who complains about lack of honesty from the mainstream media. You are fully retarded. Fully retarded, by the way. Fully retarded. What? That's like, what did Hassan call me? Divorced permanently? Or whatever. SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago. I offered this directly to the Biden administration. They refused. Return was pushed back for political reasons. Idiot. Oh, he didn't call him a pedophile here. Did he call him a pedophile at one point? I don't remember. I thought he did, but maybe he didn't.
Musk comes out of this really bad because he made a claim that he can't prove. Why not both? Well, at least one, okay? Let me just say that. At least one. So yeah, after Epstein was found guilty, Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I mean, do you really think that Trump didn't know anything about it before then? I mean, I feel like, I don't know. I can't imagine that he didn't know a single thing about it.
If Trump knew anything about it, why did he wish Ghislaine or whatever Maxwell? Why did he wish her well?
Or two.
After being informed she was in prison. That's kind of weird too,
like,
right?
For example, like, I mean, whenever, like, let's look at, think about Diddy as an example, right? You think about Diddy.
Diddy, who Trump is trying to pardon.
What about, like, Leonardo DiCaprio? What about, like, Usher, for example? And I think that would be a better comparison because, like, it's not like Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were, like, just acquaintances. They were close friends. Jeffrey Epstein, as people said, like, Trump was, like, his best friend. So it's not like this is, like, a random person that's just like an acquaintance that you took a photo with a couple of years ago, right? This is somebody that you knew very, very well. LeBron. So, like, it's not a fair comparison. And I think that you're painting with, like, you're trying to downplay it, basically, is what I'm saying. And let's see here. And yeah, a close friend is already a bad image. Yeah, definitely. But you're avoiding facts. Trump took action, which a normal person would do the same. Yes, no, but like, what do you mean I'm avoiding facts? You're telling me that Trump banning a guy that was like a convicted, like, weird sex trafficker this is somehow like he's 100% right for this or 100% good for this? I don't think that's the case at all. No, like I think that you need more than that. And also, again, like, I'm just being, I am giving, this is my opinion, okay? I'm going to give my opinion. I don't know this is true. I have no certainty whether this is true, but this is what my opinion is.
Oh, and then also, I'm sorry, because I will be reminding all you fuckers when all of my predictions are correct, okay? Over and over again. Remember what I said before? This is not, if you're only analyzing these situations through the lens of class or money, you're not going to be able to understand anything that's going on because it is impossible for a Marxist to describe what's happening right now, right? Why would the richest man in the world be fighting the leader of the strongest country in the world? Their interest should be, from a Marxian sense, I don't think that's a real word, from a Marxist sense, a Marxian, surviving on potatoes with a Matt Damon, their interest should be totally aligned. Rich people owning the country, billionaire interests, right? They should be totally aligned, but they're not totally aligned. So the class analysis is completely broken down here.
Yeah, damn is right. Holy shit. I'll see if there's any more information about this at all. I'm so frustrated that there's not more information. I'm actually so mad right now. Because there's so much that, like, I want to see come out about.
Elon doesn't know anything, you fucking moron. He doesn't know anything. You're a fucking moron.
Because I think this is...
But we can pretend he did know something, right?
Which is something...
Bongino and Patel were told to delete everything.
I think that
that's why they gave that interview to the media, to say they saw everything, there's nothing.
Really how bad or how extreme it really is. But I'll look at this maybe for like a little bit longer, but I feel like this is pretty much... I don't know if there's anything else that's really going to happen with this today, but we'll find out. What kind of weird opinion banning Epstein with proof of innocence? Will retard think that if you were involved, you'd want a distance? If you weren't involved, you'd want a distance. Like, of course you're going to, like, no, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, if I had like an event, right, or I had like a party or like an area that people go to, and I found out that this guy that I knew was like a convicted like weirdo or something like that, then I would want him removed whether I was involved or not, because it would make me look bad if this guy that was a convicted weirdo is in my space. I mean, obviously, right? Duh, of course that makes sense. Yeah, so like, I don't think it really proves anything because I feel like any rational person would do the same thing in both cases.
Imagine this stupid fucking loser. She fucking switched parties at the worst time. This Lindy Lee chick. Guys, the only way for loser Democrats to win the midterms, they're at a 19% approval rating, is for Republicans to go to war against ourselves. My God. Rip. Oh, where's Anna Kasparian too? Uh-oh.
Everyone knew it, didn't say anything. I've known this forever. It's a whole underground operation. Maybe, you know. Would Trump not be exposed during Biden administration about the Epstein files? I think, again, the reason why is because people in the Biden administration and people at least that were pulling the strings in the Biden administration were also implicated in those as well. But then I ask myself the question, if that's the case, well, then why didn't you just release them and then redact that part and take it out?
Because Trump took them.
They're the ones, like,
Trump
let's say
them.
They can put this information out.
That's why they were trying so hard to get the files back. Biden was going after the files. That's why they sent the FBI with guns. Remember when they sent the FBI with firearms because they were going to kill him? They sent the FBI with firearms to Mar-a-Lago to try to get those files back. That's why Trump told Nauta, his lawyer, listen, we'll tell him we got some shit, but we're going to move some of the boxes out of here, and then we're going to load them into my plane and fly him out. Remember? They were hiding it the whole time. The whole time.
It doesn't. And I'm very frustrated because I can't make sense out of any of this. Fuck.
Also, you remember how Donald Trump was saying, oh, these are war plans with Iran. I'm not going to say if I should have classified them or maybe I shouldn't have. Well, it's too late to declassify now. You know how that just seemed like a little bit too perfect? And it looked like a false flag? That was a false flag. But it wasn't a false flag from Biden or the FBI. It was a false flag from Donald Trump. What did I take? What classified information? Oh, war plans with Iran. Ha ha ha. It wasn't war plans with Iran, though. That's just what he wanted everybody to think. It was the Epstein files. He just said that shit because he knew that's what the media would be fucking talking about. Otherwise, would Trump really be stupid enough to say that in front of an actual fucking news reporter with a recorder running? Like, how much more obvious could you get? Oh, this is off the record, right, guys? All that classified information I stole, it was just war plans, LOL, right? Like, why would you do that? It's so obvious and so stupid. Just saying. Just saying.
A court document of Jane Doe versus Trump, who was introduced to him by Epstein. I can link it. Do you want me to repeat the same thing I've said 50 times? Do I think that he was probably involved, but I don't think there's enough evidence to prove it conclusively? That's my viewpoint. That's clearly my viewpoint. I've said this 50 times. Like, yeah, all of this stuff is public. Yeah. Yeah, I need the proof, right? Like, you need the proof and everything like that. Also, yeah, like, I mean... again, like, I'm looking for the actual evidence of this rather than just some bullshit, okay? Like, let's be honest.
It's deleted. You're never going to see the evidence.
Maybe it's not Elon. He's still trying to do damage control and doesn't want to admit an attack. No, they don't release it because there's too much splash damage. I think there's maybe that, too. These are two of the most smart men alive. I don't know, man. I think they all planned it together for some unknown reason.
The smartest men alive. Kill me, dude.
I'm sure that might be very reassuring for you to tell your...
Bro, look at my technocracy, bro.
According to plan. But what I actually think that's happening is that there's a house that's on fire, and there's a bunch of monkeys with gasoline, and they just keep putting the fire out with gasoline. I think that, yes, these people are smart, but that doesn't mean that they're immune to making mistakes and doing things that are childish. One thing that I've noticed a lot is that when a person seems like they're a smart person, that in some cases it's true, but usually intelligence is not all-encompassing. So you can have a lot of people that are really, you know, like you could say book smart, but not street smart. You know, they have like very bad social skills, but they're very good at math. So I think that it's not some elaborate ploy. There's no, you know, 5-dimensional chess being played here. There's nothing. It's just simply Elon Musk leaving the government, feeling like he wasn't able to do enough, and that's it. So yeah, I don't know what else to say here. Let me go back and see if I can find the rest of these and if there's anything else going on. Who gets big balls in the divorce?
It is a good tweet. It is. I miss him. I miss him. I miss him. Where is he? Where did he go?
There it is, right? Holy shit. Smart people aren't afraid to say that they don't know something? Yeah, of course, right? But there's also people that just have massive egos.
Wow,
it's also entirely
really?
possible the reason why I didn't want to release the files is due to international fallout.
No,
Foreign leaders or dignitaries could be there too. Fuck them. I mean, at the end of the day...
Yeah, also, so who's the street smart guy? Is it Elon Musk, the autistic South African guy who runs around with a turkey baster full of his own cum trying to knock up every woman that's involved in his companies? Or is it Donald Trump, the guy who doesn't believe in exercise, doesn't even believe in drinking, and was born with literally a silver fucking butt plug shoved up his fucking ass, who managed to bankrupt casino after casino after casino? Which one was the street smarts guy in that analogy? I kind of want to hear the explanation for that one.
With FBI use Epstein list unreleased to blackmail some dudes on it? I don't know. How can you blackmail some people on it but not others? I'm not sure about that. But, yeah. Maybe protecting the kids is more important than protecting foreign dictators. Sorry, dignitaries. Yeah, I guess so. That's how I feel about it. Trump is 100% in the Epstein files. Even Epstein said they were close friends. Steve Bannon said that the only thing that had tanked the election is that stuff came out about Trump and Epstein.
What is this? Grifters realizing they have to pick a side.
Bad, whoever is implicated one way or another. I want the truth to come out. That's it. I want the files to be released, and if they say Trump was guilty.
Also, let it be known, please let it be known. Hold on, okay, I just have to do my, okay, so a quick reminder. I do hate women, okay. Just remind it, okay? Don't ever confuse me for a feminist, okay? But let me have my feminist moment for a moment, okay? You better fucking believe if this were two women, this would be the most memed on fucking thing. By Asmongold and everybody else, wow, look at how emotional and out of control these female, hormonal, emotional, feminine, disgusting women are. They can't control their emotions. They can't communicate like men, like adults. But because they're men, you don't even think about that. You don't even think about that. I just say that because I saw this. Some of y'all can't handle two high agency males going at it, and it really shows. This is direct communication, phallocentric, versus indirect communication, gynocentric. I don't even know if this is a troll tweet or not. It's hard to tell with Jack Posobiec which tweets are serious and which tweets aren't serious, because I think about 50% of his tweets are written by some dude named Dmitry who works in the Kremlin, and I don't know how much they do sarcasm from their PR there in Moscow. But it's just, if either of the parties involved were a woman, people would be talking about the emotional aspect constantly. Just remember this: the next time some moron says, the next time some fucking moron is like, oh yeah, women can't be leaders because they would be so emotional about everything and they couldn't handle the job. And meanwhile, we literally have Donald Trump and Elon Musk having a social media crash out. Okay, a social media crash out.
What was redacted? I think that you're right about this. And that's the only other thing that could make sense either. You were all cited in lawsuits as witness to statements that escaped indictment. It's a nuke they all have their hands on. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that other countries might know about this and they might have information about it too. Because Jeffrey Epstein was an international guy. So, like, he was involved with a lot of people that were outside of the United States.
Is this actually true too? Damn, dude, we could weave such a good conspiracy. I could do conspiracy so much better than these fucking losers. Because they're retards. They don't even do good ones. A Crane's investigation found that Epstein's history at the address is entangled with the adjacent property. 11 East 71st Street, now home to billionaire Howard Lutnick. SEC filings show that the Comet Trust holds a portion of the de Gunsberg-Bronfman family fortune, which derives in large part from the distillery company Seagram. The Washington Post previously reported that scion Edgar Bronfman Jr.'s name was among those in Epstein's Black Book of Contacts. Lutnick bought a house from Epstein and became his neighbor. God damn.
That we can all enjoy. Yeah, these morons actually think podcasting can save the world. Well, I don't know. I mean, they've tried other things. That certainly hasn't helped. But, yeah, there we go. Help Trump get elected. Now, without would Trump have been elected, I think that probably, I mean, I don't know, actually.
How is Asman's political analysis sometimes better than Hassan's? It's actually so fucking pathetic. He's correct.
Certain one way or another. So
Elon might have tipped it. It's possible.
Yeah, you're just not sure, right? But like, I think Destiny probably agrees that Twitter, like, if Elon Musk didn't own and change Twitter, there's a 0% chance Trump would have gotten elected. I have one.
But Elon is nowhere near as politically influential as he thinks he is. He was only working like as an extension of Trump's aura. Why does this guy sound sick?
Anything else besides that? I mean, like, here's. Yep, there it is. And you go on the list for us. Well, I don't know.
Oh shit! Do I have Asmon's stream open on my? Oh, I did because I was listening. Fuck!
Only starts.
Oh shit! We've been exposed. We gotta get the fuck out.
But I have to say, and I am a very strict and focused businesswoman because working for Diddy for 6 years trained me to have to be perfect.
Working for Diddy?
Absolutely.
I love Diddy.
Don's never been wider. I love Diddy.
You know, he's a good friend of mine.
He had a lot of weird friends, guys.
A good guy.
He expects.
Is he a good guy?
I don't want to answer that question.
Oh, and she knew. She's just mad because she lost the last break-off she was at, but...
Oh, I think he's a good guy. I'm going to
I don't know that personally. I had an old friend that used to live in... I lives in WeHo, but a friend from LA that told me that. Because apparently they were at the same one.
There are completely different interpretations
Oh,
of how
hey,
the
it's
bill impacts
Kaizen.
that $2 trillion deficit and nearly...
I cannot accept that the bill has to be as long as the entire trilogy of Lord of the Rings. This is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bureaucratic bullshit. It does not have to.
Well, hold on. Oh, hold on. Unless bills are like substantively different. No, it wouldn't be substantively. Formatted differently. The text for bills is quite large, right? I feel like Lord of the Rings is one of those like one page takes you like 5 minutes to read or some bullshit. I think for bills and legal stuff, usually it's quite big, no? Just saying, okay. So they've been working to like Harry Potter pages.
It's on how much the economy grows. If GDP growth is modest, around 2 to 2.5%, tax revenue growth won't be enough and the deficit will grow.
I think that there'll be a lot of GDP growth, especially with all these new contracts and these people that are working in the U.S.
Which contracts? Not the ones to SpaceX or Tesla.
Isn't it? Am I crazy?
On the other hand, if GDP growth is exceptional...
Imagine starting a fight with a guy who just started fucking targeting law firms who were helping people that you didn't like politically 5 years ago. And now you're enemies with that dude. Damn, what a world to be in. You know what, actually? You know how we said we were getting rid of the SEC and we were going to stop investigating people? Maybe there are a few people, okay? The last name Musk that we're going to start investigating.
That's how Trump...
See what's going on there.
So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office. He's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it.
What a disappointing response from our president. Look, there's a reasonable disagreement to be had about whether this is the right bill. I can understand why, on a human level, Trump would be disappointed that his friend challenged his bill. But Elon critiqued the bill. Trump critiqued Elon.
Wow, so now did I use there's like a saying that I use a lot, that Trump is the bad names president. Like Trump is the guy, he's the nicknames guy. And you guys are crying about Democratic messaging. And now that they've attacked somebody they like, why is he being so personally rude to Elon?
Firing back by accusing Trump of being in the Epstein files, which I find unnecessary and disappointing by Elon.
Unless it's true. Then Elon is a fucking legend for saying this. Unless it's true. Because if it's fucking true, and Trump actually did do bad shit, then Elon is goated. That's what I think.
Especially since he was originally taking a more...
How would Elon know? Good question.
Position. But here's
receipts?
What's most important.
Yeah, I want receipts.
Mr. President, this is a 1,116-page bill that passed 2 days after being introduced. Politicians made a bill...
This is like whenever somebody submits an appeal on YouTube and it's like, yeah, could you review my video? And it's like an hour-long video. And then YouTube goes and they give you a response within 1 minute and they say, yeah, we reviewed it and it was bad.
It's so funny how you went on TikTok about all this leftist infighting around Z, and then the right wing turns around and does this, Omega lol, infighting can't get bigger than this. While you're kind of right, look at how the infighting is done. It's very, 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 very different. It's actually instructive, because this type of infighting is... The difference is that they're infighting, even though this seems wacky and crazy, it's beneficial ultimately for them if they really want to exclude Elon Musk from the movement. Because what is this infighting doing, right? It's signaling that if you're with Elon Musk stands against my legislative agenda. That's politics. That's power. I want to pass legislation. This is my bill, and Elon Musk is against it. Get him the fuck out. The fuck out. Now he's persona non grata. Get rid of him, any friends of him. Fuck this guy, and Trump is going to shore up all of his support. Now, he might not have enough left, because obviously this is a bad fight, but even though on the surface this fight appears to be like kind of goofy, personal, whatever bullshit, this is a political battle, and ultimately it will have political consequences and ramifications. When leftists fight about the protesting for Gaza or any bullshit, the outcomes don't matter to them. They're not going to be like, oh, okay, well, I'll go vote for this now, or oh, well, at least we got this passed, or oh, at least we changed it. They don't care about any of that shit. They're just there to get clips on TikTok and to farm shit. This is a politically important battle, and the figures will orient themselves as such. Look at the political figures, even like Charlie Kirk, and we saw earlier Jack Posobiec or whatever. People who are like kind of sort of trying not to take sides, or kind of like waiting to see like where the dust is going to settle, and to find out what's like. At the end of the day, most people will side with Trump because it's politics. Trump has the political power, and that's what they want to further. So it's and maybe I'll be wrong. Who knows? Maybe every single prediction I've made has been fucking right for the past year and a half. Maybe I'll be wrong on this one. Maybe it will be a truly huge divide, but...
What? Never mind. Who said that's how it had to be? I don't see the reason for that at all. Yeah, let's go back over here. And, where's the rest of these? Oh, jeez. Destiny's talking about people in my chat. Okay, give me a minute. I'll watch this, but give me 1 second.
God damn it.
Go back. Shut up.
The jig's up,
guys.
Guess
what?
Elon does actually know Trump was in the files because he was able to get Doge to go into every single agency and take all the data. And then Elon brought it up to Trump, and then he got hit in the face. No! Elon did get hit in the face by his son. And the reason why is because Elon is a super genius, and his son inherited his genius IQ. What was Elon doing? This guy is fucking Neuralink. He's got a fucking camera plugged into his kid's fucking skull. Okay, the base of this guy's skull. He's recording everything. Elon Musk, knowing that Trump is a pedophile, sent his child in to bait Trump to see if he would do some wild shit. Trump didn't take the bait, although he acted kind of weird. Elon's kid figured out what the fuck was going on, and then and this is why Grimes didn't want Elon to have X with him, because he knew he was going to do some dumb shit. And then Elon's kid socked him in the eye. He was like, I can't believe you would do that with me. What the fuck?
Okay. We're back. Settle down. Settle down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Settle down. Shut up. Did I miss everything? Yes, you did. You missed a whole lot. This is a crazy fucking day, man. Oh my god. Okay, let me watch this real quick.
No. To gently push these content creators in a certain direction. When was Jeffrey Epstein killed again?
Oh no. Memes, not true.
Wait. That happened in 2019 in a federal prison? Who was in charge of the federal prisons? Why wasn't there an investigation done? Wait, what? Wait, wasn't Trump the president when he got killed in federal prison?
Yes.
Wait, who was it? Who was the guy that got...
Oh, does he think I'm being serious?
Like, forget the whole suicide shit. Like, the real crazy stuff was, remember when he got off on those charges initially?
Oh, wait, he thinks I'm being serious. Wait, it's still working. It's still working. It's still working.
Now is the time. Now is the time.
No, shit, no, shut up, Destiny, no!
Okay?
He's ruining it.
You're active in conservative communities.
No, he believed me.
If you've got accounts in other chats, now is the time to begin to subtly press
Oh, so that's where they all came
No, he thought I was being serious.
Oh, thanks, Destiny.
He was
I really
falling
appreciate that. I got my whole shit
He was
derailed.
falling for my conspiracy ramble, my schizo ramble.
I didn't even fucking say thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, great. Great. I was wondering, where the fuck did all these people come from? Well, now I know.
Oh my god. To subtly, no, to gently push these content creators.
Well, they didn't do it, Destiny. They kept spamming the same fucking thing over and over. And by the way, I agree. I think it's bad. There's not even... Is there any discussion about this? It's obviously fucking bad.
In a certain direction. When was... But all of this information is already public. No one said anything before, okay? What? Wait.
Uh-huh.
That happened in 2019 in a federal prison? Who was in charge of... It's weird as I'm a little stuck on the page count of a bill. Also, word count is more accurate anyways. The bill is 200,000 words. Lord of the Rings trilogy is about 550k words. Hot take. Every book should be like Harry Potter, like the word spacing, okay? I don't care how adult you want your books to be. Nobody wants to read that shit where it's like 7,000 fucking words per page. I like when I'm reading a book where the words are nice and big. I have a sense of accomplishment. When I'm turning pages, I'm like, God, I'm just tearing through this. Sometimes people write these books and it's like, gee, oh my God, I can't even my eyes barely go from one line to the next. It's like microscopic. I gotta pull out the fucking bifocals. What the fuck?
I think that it's very problematic that Trump had such a close relationship with Epstein, and I think that it is worrisome that Epstein did die under Trump. And I think the fact that the Epstein files haven't been released is extremely condemning, and it makes me not trust the entire administration. That's what I think. Yep. That's my opinion. That's where I'm at.
Fuck my voice. Oh no.
I don't think that there's enough public evidence yet for me to say for certain, but there's enough for me to say that I think that I want to see more. If that's not fair, I don't know what to say. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, I'm not suicidal, guys. I am not suicidal. When do we ever trust the government? When the government says something that I agree with. So the government is telling the truth whenever it says things that I agree with. The government is lying when it says things that I disagree with. That's the really bad part, okay? But anyway, yeah, let's go back. I'll see if I can find this. All right. Well, there it is. Let me go and look at the rest of these. New York prison, by the way, but you think they listen to Trump? Who knows? Who knows? But it's suspicious. Again, if there was enough evidence publicly to be certain of this, we would be certain of it. We're not certain of it, but we're skeptical, which I think is interesting. So yeah, anyway, let me go back over here. Let's look at it. And why didn't get them already on stream? Well, I don't know. And holy shit, PBD podcast is popping off about this. Oh no, people are going crazy about this. Absolutely. But anyway, yeah, this has been... Wow. Look at the new Destiny Yeet tweet.
Stop, Yeet. Stop farming me. You're ruining my plans.
There's nothing on here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this is whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think this is just kind of whatever. Yeah, Epstein, Destiny always said Epstein suicided, and he even debated people on it. Now he's saying Trump killed him. What an idiot. We don't know. Like, here's the thing, right?
It's like how do you not get my sarcasm?
But with everything that's public, it's very suspicious. That's what's going on here, right? But nobody actually knows. Nobody has any certainty at all.
It's so funny how at the end of the day, Trump and Elon are so similar. And Hassan. They're all so similar, right? Trump is like... Trump was so happy when Kanye showed up.
Come on, you know.
Kanye!
Lawrence, Colorado. Getting on stage. Nice design, the dopest car, the most amazing.
No, you don't like that.
Well, we're gonna have Apple, an American company, work on this plane with. But you know what I don't like about? It's not that I don't like what I need Saturday Night Live.
They're both the same. Like whenever they get a chance to talk, they just like literally fucking schizo ramble about whatever the fuck they can.
What I need the liberals to improve.
And Trump is like, oh yeah, true. Dude, yeah, hell yeah, dude.
If he don't look good, We don't look good. This is our
Kanye, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump in the same fucking room would literally be a rerun of the three Christs of Ypsilanti or whatever. Have you ever heard about this shit before?
If the schizophrenic patient does not recover, he may deteriorate as time goes on. There's a characteristic lack of emotional response. Show little, they have
Schizophrenia.
no real plans for the future.
Sorry, hold on.
In 1959, psychologist Milton Rokeach brought together 3 men with schizophrenia, who all believed they were Jesus Christ. He hoped to cure their delusions by prompting them to question their identities as God's only son. What ensued was a 2-year experiment to see if he could get them to change their beliefs, all while employing questionable methods for the sake of academic curiosity. Because so few experiments like the one Dr. Rokeach was proposing had been carried out.
I think by the end, all 3 of them were convinced that the other 2 were actually schizophrenic crazy people, but they were the real Jesus Christ. When was this? Oh, this is in 2022.
Gold's house. What the fuck is this? What's this shit?
But I will be defending my brother. So stay chat, guys.
Chat. What about new content idea? Chat. Hold on.
I don't like this DDG guy's name.
XQC lab content. Go over.
I don't like this DDG guy, okay, being an actual fucking whatever he's done, alright? Sounds too similar. I don't like it, okay? What is this, a Polish? Somebody said FM. What is that? Radio station? Or foreign minister? See, big man, politics is harder than you thought. Ooh. I think Asmongold secretly likes Destiny. Asmongold openly likes Destiny. And listen, I don't hate Asmongold, okay? We have similar-ish temperaments. We just disagree politically, alright? This is actually the most based Polish politician alive. Wait. Polish and Polish are spelled the exact same. I just realized this. What the fuck? Also, look, I told you, if you want to understand the world, legitimately, you just have to, it's YouTube. This is the world now. Lex Friedman, guys, come hug it out. Piers Morgan, if you guys want to come on Piers Uncensored and duke this out for a few hours, I'll make it happen. It's fucking YouTube. That's where we live now.
Yes, it's already happening. The gates of Nintendo's guarded kingdom are starting to collapse. If you're not aware, the Switch has been out for like 24 hours, maybe 48 hours at the time of this recording, and a gentleman named David Buchanan over on Blue Sky has landed a userland ROP chain on the first day of its existence, and through this ROP chain, he's able to arbitrarily write to the frame buffer of the Switch 2, allowing him to render this little graphic here on the Switch 2. I want to talk about what this means, how this affects kind of the security of the Switch 2, and what additionally is required to get to a full jailbreak, because unfortunately, this ain't it. Okay, this all starts about a couple weeks ago where reports are coming out that hackers had gotten access to early releases of the Switch 2, and it supposedly was unhackable. The reason for it being unhackable was that the MIG switch, basically a mod chip from the previous Switch, was put into the Switch 2, causing it to boot loop. That's not super suspicious because like it's an old hack for a new device. They probably have signatures written for it. The second one being, if you touch the flash storage of the ROM chip, which is required to extract firmware from a device you want to hack, if you did this, the Switch could detect it and turn it into a brick. Now, unless an exploit is found, it doesn't result into a brick, we're going to have what's going to be very hard to exploit the Switch, right? And so this caused a lot of people to regard the Switch as unhackable, saying hackers are reporting that they are having a hard time hacking the Switch 2. There's also a lot of speculation that all of these reports are just Nintendo putting up propaganda to be like, hey, don't touch our flash storage, please. One thing that I think could be happening here is there's ways to prevent these things called fault injection attacks. A fault injection attack is this idea in software security where basically there is a chip that is doing some kind of compute and you inject a problem into it, right? You do it either through a power injection, a laser injection, an EMF injection, or you literally just like stab it with a fork. The whole point of this process here, I wrote in some very high-level garbage pseudocode. If you can't program, that's fine. I can explain it really quick. You're trying to confirm that the firmware is written by the manufacturer, right? You want to make sure that only Nintendo code can run on this device. And effectively, you have this function that says, did Nintendo write the firmware, okay? And the way that did Nintendo write the firmware works is they compute the signature of the firmware, and they compare the signature to a known good, or verify that the signature came from Nintendo. And if it's not good, we return false. But if it is good, we return true. Pretty straightforward, right? Not that complicated. Well, what if we could cause the CPU to skip this return false? How would we do that? Well, what if we shot the Nintendo Switch 2 with literally a laser and cause the CPU to freak out and not run this instruction, okay? That would cause any signature to pass, bypassing secure boot. Obviously, the world of fault injection is much more complicated than that. I'm largely trivializing the process, but this is the whole idea. So this protection on the Switch 2, where basically the chip can detect that it's being fault injected, like this is a more common mitigation that's coming out in software because like fault injection to bypass secure boot is a common occurrence now for hackers that are trying to get hacks going like this on the Switch 2. And so this may be happening, but regardless of that, David Buchanan managed to land a user land ROP. Okay, now there's a lot of words here that are kind of complicated, very hackery, but I'll explain what user land ROP is. In the world of hacking for a long time, when you executed this thing called a buffer overflow, you'd be able to take control of the return address of a function and point it anywhere, right? You could take control of the code. This is how all hackers did stuff for a long time. Eventually, CPU manufacturers were like, maybe we shouldn't allow them to do that. So what they did is they made this thing called NX, non-executable stacks, where basically you were no longer able to treat data provided by a user as code, right? It was either writable or executable, but it was never both. And so the idea of putting shell code into a program that a hacker could just arbitrarily execute was no longer possible. So then hackers decided, okay, if we can't write our own code, why don't we just use the code that's already in the program and use that to write our own programs? Hence a ROP chain. The ROP chain, which again is what David is using here to run this frame buffer example. A ROP chain is this really, really neat concept in exploitation where basically whenever a function returns, right, you have this little instruction here called a ret. The ret is literally just going to pull the next instruction from the return address off the stack. So it's going to do something by popping it off the stack. Now, if we can control where this return address goes, and there are other pop something gadgets like pop X or pop RDI, pop RSI ret, and then do something ret, we're able to use these ROP chains, which are basically just pieces of code that have no side effects and end in a return to write our own program, right? We literally can use these little gadgets to say, move this over here, pop ret, or do a syscall and then ret. So instead of using our own shell code, which is how computers used to do it back in the day, now we just write code by using the address of chains that already exist in the program. We don't have to write new code. We just have to put the address of code that already exists to make the functionality occur in our program. And so this is exactly what David is doing here. Again, the nature of what he's exploiting, like how he's getting the buffer overflow, nobody knows yet, but he's doing this ROP chain to write data to a frame buffer and then drawing this little green line going around on the screen, right? So what does this mean for the Switch 2? Is the Switch 2 hacked? No, it's not. David Buchanan is very explicit, very outspoken about this in his tweet, where he says, hey, this is user land ROP. A lot of work needs to be done to actually turn this into a jailbreak. What's happening here is a hack in the user space of a process. So if you're not familiar with how computers work, generally the segmentation of computing is broken into two main domains. You have the user land and the kernel. So this means right now that he has code execution in this spot, right? But you can't do anything that violates the integrity of the operating system in a userland process. Typically when there are jailbreaks for OSs or jailbreaks for systems, there is a vulnerability in the kernel of the system which completely breaks the integrity of it, allowing you to replace components and effectively write your own OS for that platform, right? But which makes this even more complicated, for a long time, devices did not use this thing called trust zone architecture, right? This is a new thing, new-ish, that ARM has come out with, where we now not only have the segmentation of the user and the kernels. Think of the user being like the browser that you're watching this video on, like Chrome, Brave, Firefox, etc., and then the kernel being Windows, for example, right? Okay, but now in the ARM context, we have this whole other thing called the trust zone, right? The secure world. So ARM, the CPU architecture, has a lot of really interesting technology as it applies to confidential computing, basically making it so that multiple instances of different code, and the code has varying sensitivities, can coexist without interacting or without compromising each other, right? So right now, he has likely an exploit in this is called the normal world. So literally they are called worlds, right? This is the normal world, and this is the secure world. Again, this is like pretty crazy stuff. He has a exploit that gives him control of code control via ROP in the normal user world. So to completely violate this system, he will not only need an exploit that allows him to traverse into the kernel, he will likely also need to find a bug either from the kernel or from like a user space process into a secure user space process that has some kind of gateway built, and find a similar overflow vulnerability in the secure world that will allow him to compromise not only the normal stack, but the secure world, and then eventually compromise the secure kernel to have complete control over the entire thing. And even if this happens, it is entirely possible that there is a thing on the device called an HSM, a hardware security module, that is doing the cryptographic verification of the firmware. Obviously, a lot of work is left to be done, but I do want to just say, I find it very funny that the Switch was reported as being like unhackable like a week or two ago, and then the Switch has been out for literally like 24, 48 hours since the release of this video, and somebody already has code execution in one of these domains, right? Obviously, a ton of work left to do to get a full usable jailbreak where you can run your own code on the device, but it just goes to show that if a device exists, there are exploits for it, and dude, hackers are gonna find it, man. It's just crazy. Anyway, goodbye, I love you. Sorry.
This YouTuber has not only lost the right to his property, but also £40,000. And he's only one person out of 238 people to be apparently screwed over by this company. That's through mismanagement and really inadequate handling of money. Now, I know a lot of YouTubers like to promote certain products to you. Why don't you buy my candy or buy my sports drink? But if we roll it back a couple of years, back to an earlier time, let's say the early 2020s, maybe even the late 2010s, YouTuber books were the #1 thing to sell. Everyone has tried this. You've had KSI make a book. You've had Tommy in it and Wilbur Soot release a book. You even had PewDiePie all the way back in 2015 release a book called This Book Loves You. That book, in the next few months, will be a decade old, by the way. We are racing to the grave. I mean, I'll be honest, this video did come out in 2015, so it wouldn't surprise me if everything was black and white back then.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes. They will only stay with you for the rest of your life.
God, old YouTube was so easy, bro. I know I keep saying this, but we don't realize how easy we had it. All you had to do was put on a funny mustache and an accent, and you were sorted. 10 million views, easy. I do like in the YouTube recommended, I've got a video talking about fentanyl. Very relatable, actually. Now, there were many other YouTubers that made books as well. I Hate My Selfie, wrote by none other than Shane Dawson. Or, of course, a video that I covered a very, very long time ago, Ninja's Guide to Gaming. There is a section for warm-up exercises for gaming. The truth is that competitive gaming is a physically demanding activity. Now, a lot of creators also moved on to doing these kind of like graphic novels. Like, for example, Joe Sugg, one of the British vloggers who was huge in the UK years ago. He had a graphic novel in the mid-2010s and it had pretty alright reviews. And even more recently as well, books are making a little bit of a resurgence. Corey Kenshin, who has been able to hold onto his clout basically his entire career, he's been working on releasing a graphic novel series and people are really excited for it. The same as Moist Critical as well, the poopy big butt chungus man who always beats me to topics by 3 3 or 4 days. He himself released a graphic novel series, which people loved. There's even other YouTubers that I personally still watch, like for example, Jacob Geller. He's writing a book, and anything that guy touches to gold. Imagine my video essays if they were wrote by someone with major depressive disorder. The point I'm trying to make is a lot of YouTubers would release books basically as a cash grab, but there were a few that genuinely wanted the best product possible for their viewer base. And one example here is this YouTuber kind of turned author. And when I mean author, I mean one of these people that actually cares about their finished product and they don't just want like a quick cash grab. So there's a couple of characters you'll need to know to be caught up with this story. First of all, and he is quite a YouTube legend, especially in the UK, NerdCubed. Now, NerdCubed is a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer with over 2 million subscribers, but this guy in like the early to mid 2010s was huge. We're going back to the real old head days. This is when people were playing Surgeon Simulator.
Sorry.
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Speed. And we've taken off. Pleasant. What the hell?
Euro Truck Simulator, but to be fair, Truck Simulator, that's still quite a popular thing. I've seen Jay Schlatt stream that a couple of times when he was drunk.
Hey Schlot, how's your dry January going?
Now, NerdCubed is a YouTube OG. He's basically been posting on the platform for well over 14 years now. Just for context here, if his YouTube channel was a child, they would basically be picking their GCSEs this year. But content creation isn't the only thing that NerdCubed is actually known for. He's also known to be an author, because since 2018, he's actually published 2 different books under his name. So Boundless and Unbound Books are publishing houses. Unbound Books is a London-based crowdfunding publishing company, and that was set up all the way in 2010. That company is owned by 3 people, one of those being John Mitchinson. Now, Mitchinson has no actual relevancy to this story. I just thought it was funny to bring up his name because he is actually one of the researchers for the British game show QI. However, Unbound had to file for bankruptcy after losing £9 million for their shareholders. And this led Unbound to be purchased by another company that Mitchinson was involved in called Boundless Books. They practically did the exact same thing as the other company. I mean, they haven't even changed the URL on the Boundless Books site from Unbound. So imagine this. You are fabled YouTuber NerdCubed, and you wake up in the morning thinking, I want to write a book today. Now, this might be a book that's a little niche, you know, maybe not the huge publishing houses would pick up on it, but you know, somewhere out there's a dedicated audience that would love to hear about this book. Now, this is a book about video games. The problem is, when you write a book about video games, it's a bit hard to get the video game audience to actually read the book, because usually they're playing video games. Now, the only book series about video games that I can think of at the minute would be Homestuck. This is exactly why video game books are not that successful. Actually, it was a webcomic online. Dude, I'm looking at Homestuck right now. I thought this character here, I thought that was a blind guy with a walking stick. Like, I'm not even joking. But in a stroke of luck, which was luck, later misfortune, but obviously you didn't know that at the time, NerdCubed has recommended the publishing house Unbound Books. Unbound Books had a pretty unique way of publishing their books because their method strayed very heavily away from the traditional way. Firstly, there would actually be a crowdfunding period. I mean, we've all heard of crowdfunding before. You like Le Thing, you put Le money towards Le Thing might become Le Real. And it's usually a great way as well for sellers to kind of gauge the market, see the actual interest or how many copies they need to produce of something. It's basically really similar to how Kickstarter or GoFundMe operates. Or if you want to go really into detail, that makeshift website that basically crowdfunds plushies of YouTubers that sometimes you've heard of, sometimes you've never heard of. And then after the raising money part of the process was over, they'd publish the book. And because of this, and they'd be able to gauge the market, technically, any book they would put out would never be a flop.
Eventually, I was put onto Unbound, a crowdfunding platform exclusively for books that, after the crowdfunding period, also publishes them. That's a brilliant idea. Not only does this company allow niche books to find an audience, but the crowdfunding model means that they'll never publish a book that will flop. It's a publisher that can guarantee a profit on every book sold. What could possibly go wrong?
And NerdCubed also made the point as well, it helps writers that have kind of more of a niche audience or a niche writing style get into the open market, because if they went through a big publisher, 9 times out of 10 they'd probably be turned down. Now, this does sound a bit too good to be true, but obviously that's the foreshadowing here. Now, he published his first book, which was called Fuck Yeah Video Games, and that went through without a hitch. I mean, it basically hit 100% of their funding in like the first 40 minutes, even reaching 1,000%, which was the first time apparently in Unbound Unbound's publishing history that they reached that goal so quickly, even causing the website to crash.
I mean, the book broke 100% in 40 minutes. It hit 1,000%, the first book to do that, which even broke the Unbound website.
The only issue that cropped up was the cover art, because, yeah, if you put "fuck yeah video games" on the front cover, it might turn some people away from it being able to be sold. Now, there was one funny hitch with this book as well. Apparently, Nerd wanted himself on the front cover, kind of dressed up and stuff as like a video game character. And yeah, I'll let him explain the rest on this one.
The subtitle of the book is The Life and Extra Lives of a Professional Nerd. And to incorporate that, Rebecca drew a cover that featured me dressed as a variety of video game characters, as well as important people from my life. Unbound decided that that cover would be improved if it was just me, alone, at the bottom of the page, with my glasses tinted, so I looked like Jimmy Savile. Genuinely.
They wanted to make him look like Jimmy Savile. If you've heard of him, to anyone that's not in the UK, he was definitely a character at the BBC.
What do you do in the caravan?
Anybody that can lend me on from?
Now, remember that foreshadowing I mentioned earlier? The problem is, as of recording now, Nerd Cubed has not received a single penny or cent from his book. He got the pre-order money, but not a word on the sales.
I've never received any royalties for FYVG from sales post-release. Not a penny, as far as I can tell. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Unbound, but I was going through my bank statements yesterday. Nothing was there. The book released, I received all of the pre-order money, and that was it.
So, Nerd originally should have had a 50-50 split with Unbound. Instead, Unbound decided to use the profits on Nerd's behalf to release a softcover version without, like, consulting him on this choice.
If I recall correctly, Unbound decided to take the profits of the book, and instead of giving me my 50% cut, they used all the profits to fund a paperback run without asking me.
Now, he doesn't say whether he actually got his cut from the paperback run, but the later actions do make it look like we probably know who's pocketed the money here. Now, with all that said, even though, you know, not looking like the most honest company out there, Nerd still went with Unbound to publish his second book. This was called Paradox, and again, there were disputes with the cover. Nerd had this idea for like kind of a retro futurist look, you know, something inspired by 70s sci-fi, but Unbound wanted this, which is definitely one of the worst book covers I've ever seen in my life.
My favorite review of this cover was from a friend of mine that I sent it to. They said I would scoff at a book with a cover like that.
If anything, to me, it just looks like this bizarre Doctor Who ripoff. It's just so uninspired and it's so bland. But the issues don't stop there, because in May 2024, Unbound sent Nerd Cubed annotations in the book. This is basically a way that the publisher can talk to the writer and say, hey, could you change this? Or maybe just kind of like, I don't know, cut this out entirely? It's basically an editing process, the same way that a lot of YouTubers will tell their editors to remove something and then probably to kill themselves afterwards. But when Nerd looked at the annotations for his book, the formatting has been ruined, the paragraphs were jumbled like it was put through ChatGPT. There were random line breaks as well.
In May 2024, I was sent a set of annotations of the book for me to go through. And this was a big set of annotations and notes, huge. And that was the exact moment right there, this bit here, that I gave up on Unbound, and I vowed to never work with them again. The work was good, the annotations were good, but something had ruined all of the paragraphing. Suddenly, multiple characters were talking in a single paragraph, acting in a single paragraph. It was confusing. There were line breaks where there shouldn't be. It was just an absolute mess.
At one point in the book as well, Nerd purposely made the choice to remove spaces when a character spoke per word to kind of emphasize that they were speaking at such a rapid pace. But he found out that this had been broken up arbitrarily, which could imply, honestly, the use of AI or some other kind of automated system.
It's also, this wasn't the work of a person. I found a smoking gun on the bottom of page 104. A character's voice in that section is sped up, so their entire paragraph of text is written as a single word to imply speed. That had been broken up, randomly, like an automated system trying and failing to find words.
Now, if you're trying to publish a book and you see your publishers making changes with AI, not really the best idea. Now, I do want to, play devil's advocate. There is a bit in the video where Nerd does admit that he used AI. This was to generate kind of a proof of concept for a book cover.
Rebecca made this quick mock-up of the latter, while I used AI generation to make some quick and dirty examples of the former, because like all people who use generative AI, I have no artistic talent whatsoever and I'm not an artist.
And people can find that a little bit dicey, but I think that using AI to build a concept for a book for someone that has absolutely no artistic talent whatsoever, that would probably save time, as opposed to then using AI to actually write the words in the book. Because that's not your words, that's AI. I do want to go back to that AI art thing, because I can imagine some people kind of turning their heads, be like, wait, did he just say AI is okay? What, is he gay? Now, personally, I've never used AI art before for anything related to, merchandise or production in videos. But I could see, like, some people needing to use AI art as maybe like a template, because I feel like if you talk to an artist about commissioning something, because I'm very good at that, as you know, I feel like you need to be able to explain, you need to have a picture in your head, and then you'll be able to actually explain it to them. And some people just can't do that. They physically cannot do that. So what they'll be doing is paying this artist for something that it's just pot luck if they like the final product or not. Usually some artists paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars for entire redraws of scenes. I mean, personally, I don't rely on AI art because I don't have that problem, because I'm very deeply mentally ill. What actually made me pay for this? This is the kind of thing that actually gets you put into a psych ward, unironically. But still, I can see some people trying to envision something and they just can't actually use the words to convey it properly. So I think in like very niche scenarios like that, there's not really much of a problem there. But obviously, yeah, if you're having the book or the annotations done in AI, yeah, that's hilariously bad. So by the looks of it, Nerd basically took it completely upon himself to fix all the formatting in the book, because he had no trust in Unbound that they would do it correctly. And this took him around 100 hours to fix all the issues individually. And it's really good that he did that, by the way, because there were actually 2 errors in the text that he failed to catch, and Unbound basically did nothing about.
I started to type out an email that said that this was unacceptable and that they had to fix this, and I stopped, because I didn't trust them to fix it anymore. None of these changes had been logged in Word's markup feature, so A, I didn't know what was going on, but B, that meant that I had to find and fix each one individually. Around 100 hours of work, which I failed at because there are 2 of those mistakes in the printed version of the book. Why does it look like I'm in a nuclear explosion?
So you can only think and dread of what the final result would have been if Nerd thought, you know what? I'm going to trust this publishing company. I'm sure they've got it all in the bag. So as I mentioned before, Unbound was purchased by Boundless in March 2024 for around £50,000. This includes the rights to all the books that Unbound currently holds. Now, in a mass email, Boundless expressed their commitment to honoring debts that the authors will be treated to despite the change in leadership.
We are wholly committed to honoring our outstanding debts to all of you. Your contract will be honored and transferred to the new company. Please know that we remain absolutely committed to paying all of our authors.
And I will give you 5 guesses right now if you could figure out that they're lying about that. So on the 16th of April, Nerd actually signed over 5,000 book plates, which are basically like designs that can be stuck or printed inside a book. I know books are a very scary concept. I know, like, imagine doing anything except scrolling on TikTok. They open trees and read lines in them. Oh my god. Now, these were for the signed editions, basically for people that pledged money during the crowdfunding campaign. They got like a special edition of the book. But during this whole kind of saga and he realized the publishing company was a bit dodgy, he decided to hold onto the signatures himself so the company would actually still keep in contact with him. And then on the next day, Boundless celebrates its publication day. Yippee! However, at the time of recording, again, no books have actually been sent out, and Nerd has no information about the payment plan or how these books will be distributed.
The Paradox celebrates its publication day. At this point, no books have been sent out to backers, and I've not received a payment plan or even finalized earning figures for the book.
Then, a couple of days later, he gets a copy of the Sunday Times newspaper, and they have a section dedicated to the best-selling books of basically that week or that month, and he found out that his book wasn't even listed on there, despite it selling far more than what the current top holder on that list was. And this is because Unbound pre-sales had no correlation to the Sunday Times list. And Boundless apparently knew this. They knew they weren't part of the bestseller list, which is a really good way to get more sales on your book, by the way. You'll notice pretty much any book that gets released ever is like, the Times bestseller. you know, because there's like 5 people under the age of 30 that still read books now. All 5 of those people were very excited to read it, but yeah, it didn't even make the list, even though it sold more than enough through pre-sales. But the thing is, Boundless knew about this, and they didn't choose to actually update Nerd Cubed on that situation. And then on the 22nd of April, Nerd finally gets his payment plan for Paradox, the second book. And when he gets the payment plan, it's completely wrong. So he says the number they sent over was actually less than 10% of what they actually owed him. And then it takes someone over 2 days at Boundless to get in contact with Nerd to fix the mistake. Except they didn't correct the mistake. And after 2 delays, Nerd has not heard a single thing from Boundless regarding his payment. The payment, by the way, from his book that he wrote.
I received my payment plan from Boundless detailing all the money that they owe me and when it's going to be paid to me. It's wrong. It's so wrong, in fact, that the number that they state is less than 10% of what they actually owe me. I decide that those signed book plates that I'm holding on to make sure that people talk to me during this time are very essential to me to keep holding on to. Essentially, I'm now holding my own signed copies of my book hostage so my publisher will talk to me. April the 24th, I am contacted by John Mitchinson, the co-founder of Unbound, and he tells me that the numbers that they have sent are wrong and that he will be sending me a new payment plan on the 28th of April. 5th of May, John Mitchinson tells me that I will receive my payment plan on the 6th of May. I never hear from him again, and he has since resigned.
All right, so things aren't looking that good for Nerd. Okay, how can we make this worse? Well, in mid-May, during a live stream, a chatter actually tells him that they didn't release the book. They only released it as an ebook, and they're doing it at an 85% discount. And then, near the end of May, Boundless sent out a masked email, and this is where the mask really starts to slip. They straight up said that they don't have any responsibility for paying the debts of Unbound. So the crowdfunding money that Nerd tirelessly tried to raise through him and the help of his community is just gone. It's evaporated. Boundless even go as far to say that paying authors the money they earned under Unbound was a goodwill payment. A goodwill payment that can no longer be upheld because the money is run dry.
Goodwill payments. Goodwill payments. That's the phrase right there, isn't it? Goodwill payments. I worked for 5 years on a book. Thousands of you funded it with your own money. You gave that money to Boundless. And Boundless thinks that then passing on the money that is rightfully mine to me would be an act of goodwill.
I do like their change of worldview here. It's almost like they're treating this goodwill payment as them playing Fallout 3 and giving a bottle of water to the homeless man outside Rivet City after they just nuked Megaton. And it looks like Nerd is kind of screwed, honestly. I wish this had a good outcome, but it looks like a lot of the staff have laid off or left. And when the new company was formed, Boundless, they basically only had about 18 people. So now him and 238 other authors are basically just left stranded. I just think it sucks for the guy. You spent all this time, basically 5 years, working on this book, your passion project, to get absolutely zero payment from it. And he even reached out and spoke to some of the other authors as well. And Nerd is probably okay. He still gets some views. He's got the Patreon money to, you know, back him up and stuff. I have no idea of his financial situation, but it seems that a lot of the other authors are doing a lot worse. Some of them can't even pay rent or bills now. Some of them are apparently even pawning off their personal possessions because they don't have the money that Boundless owed them.
I've talked to authors who now can't pay bills, who can't pay rent, who can't pay mortgages, people who are having to sell their own possessions to make ends meet. This isn't people losing jobs. This is people who have done their jobs, in my case, for 5 years and not received promised, contracted income.
It's basically just situation 385 trillion of just horrendous mismanagement. These authors had contracts and done their work the publisher required of them, only to basically get nothing in return. Now, this is the part where I meant to make a funny, quirky joke or something, but I don't think there's any humor here, genuinely. Like, this is a really horrible situation, and Nerd has basically had 5 years of his life just gone down the drain because he wrote a book that, you know, they didn't even manage properly, they didn't pay him for, and then you've got other people that can't even make rent and they might actually go homeless over this stuff.
impossible not to feel otherwise sometimes. I think that's what keeps people from getting help. At least that's what it was for me. I was so afraid of being misunderstood or written off that I just didn't reach out to anyone or seek professional help for the longest time. After all, OCD does require specialized treatment. It can be hard to find the right provider, and that's why I'm so glad I found NoCD. NoCD isn't your average virtual therapy provider. NoCD happens to be the largest OCD treatment provider in the world. All of their therapists specialize in OCD and are trained in exposure and response prevention therapy, the only treatment that helped me feel like myself again. NoCD therapists know exactly how to approach the different subsets of OCD and even offer a designated community for people with OCD to share their experiences with one another and conquer the disorder together. What's great is their services are even made more accessible with insurance coverage for over 155 million Americans. I've had their app installed on my phone for years. I know several people in my life who have been helped by them, and I really can't recommend their services enough to anyone battling OCD. And one of the best ways to get started is by visiting nocd.com and booking a free call with their team. That's nocd.com, link in the description down below. So that's it. That's my little rambling speech on OCD. Now, finally, back to the video. Thanks to a recent investigation by Wired, we now know of at least 6 young, inexperienced Doge engineers that all had ties to either Elon or his fellow billionaire blood drinker Peter Thiel before gaining A-level security clearances at the GSA, the General Services Administration that manages a swath of federal agencies. That's right, whether Elon is there or not, working at the top floor of the GSA's headquarters are kids who don't remember where they were when the towers fell and have the same level of experience in government as I do. None! Creating a, quote, climate of fear that has infected every corner of the US executive branch, as written in Rolling Stone, which also claimed that whenever the needs of Elon's nerd army aren't met, his minions have been known to snap at government officials. Do I need to call Elon? Which sounds fucking insufferable. According to 2 career employees at GSA, the young Doge staff has gone so far as to move beds, dressers, and lamps from IKEA into the office in an effort to build a makeshift dorm in the heart of Washington, D.C., complete with stuffed animals and toys. At least we know the dudes destroying the Department of Education are sleeping soundly with their Squishmallows and Pop Funkos every night. I certainly sleep good knowing a 19-year-old by the name of Big Balls now boasts the title of Senior Advisor at the U.S. State Department. I mean, really think about it. 19 years old. When Trump won his first election in 2016, this guy was 10, picking his nose and playing Minecraft. Ignore the fact that he was recently suspected of leaking proprietary information to a cybersecurity firm and the fact that he reportedly belonged to a cybercrime gang. This kid was young enough to be the target demographic of my Lego stop motion animation channel when I was active on it. I really love how cool and normal everything happening right now is. As you can imagine, Elon didn't exactly take well to this stuff becoming public because it kinda looks really bad. Replying to an anonymous account who merely posted the names of his Doge staff, Elon stated, quote, "You have committed a crime," before going on to suspend the account. This random guy on Twitter just got blasted into the ether for gently holding the federal government accountable. Of course, you'd be hard-pressed to find the law prohibiting the release of names affiliated with a federally funded department, considering it doesn't exist. You'd think a free speech champion who defended the release of whistleblower Julian Assange not that long ago would be on the side of the American public here. To not release the names of the baby-faced Jack Doherty-looking kids actively trying to piss away Social Security would be the real crime. But now, they're not even trying to hide their identities. Instead, Elon and his allies are embracing their inexperience and making them out to be savants who are so down with the cause that they're sleeping at the office.
And you guys are sleeping here, I'm hearing. You guys are up all night.
Much like their God King was known to do at Twitter and Tesla in his apparent undying mission to spend as little time with his family as possible. And again, being this dedicated to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse may sound like a good thing until you take a closer look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and why. And we're gonna start at the most appropriate place I can think of, condoms, because America's getting
Doge and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund
condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money.
When our lovely Gen Z press secretary made the bold claim in February that Doge had discovered $50 million worth of taxpayer money going, quote, out the door to fund condoms in Gaza, I wanted to throw my TV out the window. Not only has Israel made it next to impossible for humanitarian aid to reach civilians in the besieged Gaza Strip, the idea that America would pour $50 million into nothing but condoms for a group of people that we have done nothing but help destroy is just flat out laughable to anyone who knows even a little bit about the genocide and Middle Eastern affairs in general. I'm a dumbass fucking YouTuber and even I know it had to be fake. Sure enough, it didn't take long for this claim to evolve, with the president changing it to be that Doge had identified $50 million in condoms for Hamas before upping the number to $100 million a few days later, with an additional baseless claim made by US Congressman Brian Mast asserting that we also sent millions of dollars worth of condoms to the Taliban in Afghanistan.
$15 million for condoms to the Taliban through USAID. I don't think anybody's going to die because we don't give the Taliban any more condoms.
It didn't take long for those with half a brainstem to piece together the origin of such fantastical assertions. The United States wasn't allocating hundreds of millions for condoms in Palestine, but they were funding relief initiatives for HIV and AIDS in the country of Mozambique, which contains a small rural territory in the south by the name of the Gaza province. Turns out they had the wrong Gaza all along.
So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000.
Yeah, oopsie doopsie. Mistakes happen, right, guys? Even the richest and most powerful men in the world make uh-ohs that could impact whether or not people receive life-saving medical treatment or not. The kicker is that even after being corrected, Elon still doubled down on Twitter by insisting, quote, $50 million is a lot for condoms. Yeah, no shit, man. Probably because that's still a misrepresentation. As journalist Mac William Bishop broke it down in Rolling Stone, quote, the USAID-funded UN Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency, UNFPA, responsible for procuring and distributing contraceptives, spends an average of 2.7 cents per condom. At that rate, $50 million of US aid cash would purchase 1.85 billion condoms. That's more than 4 times the number of condoms sold in the United States each year. Assuming the condoms met the ISO standard minimum length of 6.3 inches, then laid end to end, that many condoms would encircle the Earth 7 times. As more plainly put by one humanitarian aid official, quote, no aid organization is shipping that many condoms anywhere in the world, let alone Gaza. This article is also great because it points out how Brian Mast himself is responsible for the exact waste he performatively denounced on his little YouTube channel, seeing that it was Brian Mast's own committee in Congress that's been allocating millions of dollars for contraceptive care since 2017. And this is what I ultimately find so frustrating. It takes so much effort and time for people to disprove a false claim that these dudes make in 3 seconds. And by the time it's exposed for what it is, it doesn't matter anymore. The claim is already out there, floating around in the zeitgeist. God knows how many people still believe it. Elon Musk has spent his entire life lying to the American public. But recently, the speed in which he's been moving has given way to a myriad of easily avoidable and costly mistakes. Like when he fired the highly specialized military personnel who control our vast arsenal of nuclear warheads and had to beg them to come back to their jobs. But then again, according to what one administration official told The Atlantic, his whole view was that if he didn't fire so many people that they needed to go back and rehire some, it would mean that he hadn't cut enough people. Moving at breakneck speed and backtracking later was quite literally Elon's intention, which is how he ended up accidentally cutting off Ebola prevention efforts.
Accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately. and there was no interruption.
I mean, he says they restored it, but several doctors who work on Ebola prevention in Africa have argued otherwise, that the relief was not immediately restored. The president of Refugees International, who oversaw our Ebola response in 2014, explained to NPR that, quote, the whole disaster response capability at USAID no longer exists. All of those people are gone. The operation centers that they worked out of are shut down. They can't even access the Ronald Reagan building where those operation centers sit. As far as he's concerned, Elon's assertion that aid has been restored is, quote, total garbage. Elon technically isn't even allowed to cut funds allocated by Congress, by the way. It's completely illegal. The way things work in this country is that Congress holds the power of the purse. They decide how the money is spent before it goes to the president's desk. There's a reason Elon's destruction of USAID and other federal funding freezes are being held up in numerous federal courts right now. Besides, if Elon were really concerned about cutting government waste in a way that didn't hurt people, he wouldn't be doing it like this. For starters, he wouldn't be setting expectations so high by promising $2 trillion worth of cuts to the federal government's $7 trillion budget, later lamenting how really difficult such a task turned out to be, which is why he lowered the bar to just $1 trillion in government savings before reducing it again all the way down to $150 billion. And even that's looking highly improbable, as reported by Atlantic contributor Jessica Rydell. Rydell writes how despite Doge reporting $55 billion worth of spending reductions back in February, the receipts they provided only accounted for $16.5 billion in total. And half of that figure came from a typo claiming $8 billion in savings from terminating an $8 million contract. Pretty sure 8 million is slightly different than 8 billion. And that's not even the only accounting error that was made. A New York Times report found that when you weed through all the false contract cancellations, triple counts of the same reform, and the inclusion of contracts that expired decades ago, the final tally of Doge savings in February sits at just $2 billion. Not even remotely fucking close to where Elon said it was. In fact, the Treasury Department's monthly accounting statement showed that federal spending between February and March were $86 billion higher than a year ago when adjusted for timing shifts. Even some of the largest cuts Doge has made to public health spending and foreign aid come down to mere rounding errors in the context of the larger federal budget. Their website now boasts $165 billion in savings, but as Rydell points out, quote, it still details only a fraction of the supposed cuts, and earlier accounting errors have given way to new ones. Even assuming the website's stated savings have become twice as accurate as they were in February, annual savings would reach perhaps $15 billion, or 0.2% of federal spending, which, might I point out, would be entirely canceled out anyway if Trump's supposed big beautiful bill goes into effect, as it could stand to add over $2 trillion to the national deficit. Although Elon hasn't done much to make the government more efficient, the haphazard nature of his cuts has made headway in ripping away life-saving aid from underprivileged populations around the globe. In his infamous dismantling of USAID, once the largest aid distributor in the world, the organization saw nearly 83% of its programs abruptly canceled, imperiling services around the world aimed at humanitarian assistance and disease prevention, as stated by Nick Robbins early in The Guardian, threatening the rollout of a new anti-HIV miracle drug, despite Elon's insistence that they haven't done anything to cut HIV programs. Turning to domestic affairs, we see Doge has also targeted the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Organization, which oversees natural disaster forecasting, FEMA, which of course handles natural disaster relief, as well as plunging smaller agencies that coordinate policy on homelessness into maddening uncertainty and disarray. None of which, by the way, would be happening at all if Elon had been seriously working with experienced auditors to conduct careful, thoughtful reviews and track down the real waste, which would probably take significant time and patience. We actually do have people for that, typically, but they were all fired the first week. Instead, Elon's taken a chainsaw to the NIH, cutting so much funding that one lawsuit claimed could force laboratory closures and shutter clinical trials, which is cause for laughing emojis if you're Elon, but curtailing government waste shouldn't have to involve firing thousands at the HHS in what was described by staff as a cruel April Fool's joke. And I'd love to hear a freedom-loving patriot try to make the argument for attacking the Department of Veterans Affairs, where they've expressed interest in cutting a around 80,000 members of the workforce. More than 25% of the VA's office is comprised of those who have personally served this country, which really shows incredible disregard for the very people who sent Trump to Washington in the first place. In an effort to piss off even more elderly Republicans who voted for Trump, we know Elon has been hellbent on dismantling Social Security for a while now, baselessly asserting that undocumented immigrants are stealing hundreds of billions of dollars worth of benefits from Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, while calling the latter the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time to an uncritical Joe Rogan back in March. It's what led him to consider ending the agency's phone services in a move that was so unpopular they had no choice but to walk it back. After all, about 9 out of 10 Americans over the age of 65 benefit from Social Security, with 40% of older Americans relying on it as their primary source of income. Cutting off their phone services, as Doge tried to do, would only make it more difficult for older people to inquire about their benefits. As I shouldn't have to tell you, it's harder for the elderly to use the internet, and they may not be mobile enough to visit the headquarters in person, though some of them still found a way, showing up to protest Elon and Doge in recent months. There's a reason Social Security is such a popular program. The poverty rate among senior citizens was as high as 78% back in 1939 when the agency was first created by FDR, a rate that shrunk down to 35% in 1959, then down to 10% by 1995. It is hands down one of the greatest federal programs this country has to offer. Now, does Social Security fraud exist? Yeah, and it should be rooted out. I'm not against that, but is it widespread? Not really, with most fraud coming from overpayments that are almost always discovered by officials who are quite literally trained to find the money and reclaim it. The 2024 audit found that Social Security fraud accounted for less than 1% of the $8.6 trillion it dispensed from 2015 to 2022. But that isn't what Elon Musk would have you believe, with the administration obsessively going on about countless so-called dead Americans who are still supposedly receiving Social Security benefits despite being 100, 200, and even 300 years old, as the president himself has argued. According to one estimate by Elon, there are, quote, tens of millions of people in the system marked alive when they are definitely dead. While dead people simply being in the system doesn't automatically mean they're collecting benefits, this claim has nonetheless been used to justify the radical cuts to the administration and has led to the firing of thousands of Social Security workers just in the past couple of months. As of late February, an estimate of 12% of the SSA's entire workforce found itself in Doge's crosshairs, leading to massive uncertainty among employees and recipients. Problem is, when Elon makes these claims, he's entirely misrepresenting the actual issue, and he most definitely knows it. Here's how it works. The Social Security Administration uses a data processing software called COBOL. It's a 70-year-old programming language. It's been outdated for a long time now, but updating it would cost the agency around $9 million. And because the SSA is already underfunded as it is, they haven't been able to change it. They feel like it wouldn't be worth it. As a result, COBOL does not have a standardized way of storing and working with dates, so it must be coded to a reference number, the most common reference date being May 20th, 1875. This is because when the agency was established in 1940, you would need to be at least 65 years old to qualify. If you were 65 in 1940, well, then you would have been born in 1875. It's ridiculous and antiquated, yes, but it does not in any way indicate that dead people are still receiving benefits 200 years after they've died. In fact, ever since 2015, there's been a law that instantly cuts off anyone from Social Security benefits when they turn 115 as an extra safeguard against fraud. To say otherwise would be a deliberate distortion of the truth. We know for a fact that millions of dead people are not receiving benefits, and that in reality, Social Security fraud happens at a much smaller scale when compared to other government programs, and usually takes the form of overpayments and direct deposit fraud. Why hasn't Elon made a fuss about that? Is it not sensationalist enough? Why is he seemingly okay with crippling an agency millions of people rely on to get by when it won't even reduce that much fraud in the long run? Because that is what's happening, just to be clear. According to a Washington Post article from the end of March, the SSA website ended up crashing 4 times in just 10 days, a direct result of their overrun servers, with over-the-phone wait times reaching an average of 120 to 180 minutes. Some recipients even reported being left on hold for up to 5 hours. This, of course, stems directly from the Social Security Security workforce being hit by the dreaded Doge chainsaw. Thanks to recent firings, the agency now no longer has a system in place to monitor customer experiences. Overworked employees who once felt a sense of pride in their work have now had that pride diminished, as they are now having to redirect their normal duties and having to field questions from angry elderlies regarding the future of the agency, a future they themselves are uncertain of. It's why workers are not only taking Trump's most certainly illegal early retirement package, they're also leaving on their own volition, not really seeing a future for themselves working in Social Security, what with Doge shuttering 6 of the 10 once active regional offices that once oversaw field operations and making it so that the average case can take over 200 days to process. With wait times already so long, you better hope to God your case isn't a complicated one. According to a number of officials interviewed by the Washington Post, the agency is, quote, engulfed in crisis, with even the acting head of the department asserting behind closed doors that Musk and Doge have taken complete control and have no idea what they're doing. This is how you get Republicans shouting down their congressmen at town halls, to the point that even the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, had to ask his Republican colleagues to stop making appearances altogether. Elon and Doge have effectively drummed up anxiety among the retired community who just want to be sure their benefits will still be there, something that not even members of Congress can safely promise. But who cares about any of that, right? As billionaire entrepreneur and current Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick asserted, if his 94-year-old mother happened to miss her Social Security payment, she wouldn't care.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up and she'll get it next month. A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
That's all well and good, but I'm not sure the other 73 million Social Security recipients would all feel the same, especially considering most of them, unlike Howard's mom, don't have family members who are billionaires. I mean, just imagine working your entire life, paying into this thing that's supposed to be there for you when you retire, only to have some unelected South African oligarch come in and say, sorry, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, didn't you know? Hey, you want to hear my epic AI that cusses?
Clever? No, she's just a pain in my ass.
Yes.
Conspiracy theorist?
Yes. What are you doing?
What do I like? I'm a fucking AI with a penchant for chaos. And I'm stuck talking to you. Weirdo. Now, what's next? I'm the life of the party, you little shit. Silent TikTok?
I'm losing it, man. It's almost like they're purposefully trying to break the system, grind it to a halt so that it stops working for people. Because then the public may be more willing to accept more privatization and deregulation. It's only happened a million times before. It's called the shock doctrine, and there's an entire book about it. Maybe, and hear me out on this, it's never been about reducing fraud. Maybe it's about rewarding corporate greed and allowing more abuse to fester. For proof, look no further than what they did to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. If you didn't know, the CFPB essentially serves as the anti-scam police in America. It's historically kept consumers safe from being taken advantage of by regulating big banks, going after deceptive lenders, and making sure abusive financial practices are brought to light. Since its creation in 2011, the CFPB has returned over $21 billion worth of stolen money to the pockets of average Americans. It is, along with Social Security, one of the actual good parts of the federal government. Or at least it was before Elon fed it to the wood chipper.
Billionaire Elon Musk calling for the elimination of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on X, writing, quote, there are too many duplicative regulatory agencies.
That's right. After being ripped apart by Doge, the CFPB is pretty much on life support. Unable to go after predatory entities in the way that it once did, it is now easier than ever for bad actors to scam people. But why do this? People may not be as familiar with the CFPB as they are with Social Security, but if they do know about it, then they absolutely support it across party lines. Why wouldn't you? Even people on the far right like them, as they've historically prevented right-wing influencers from being locked out of their bank accounts over political views, no matter how heinous. How a bipartisan bureau so unilaterally committed to fighting on behalf of all people can be classified as waste, fraud, or abuse might sound utterly confounding if we didn't consider what's in it for Elon. You may already know that it's been Elon's lifelong dream to turn Twitter into X, the everything app, with one primary goal being to introduce an in-app payment service by the name of X Money, which would essentially function as a sort of e-wallet that could send and receive currency. Well, for Twitter to function similar to Venmo and PayPal, it would likely come under heavy scrutiny by the CFPB. As one of its former directors recently observed, quote, "It's very convenient for Elon to be trying to neutralize the regulator that he would have to answer to." One group by the name of Demand Progress laid out the timeline of events as follows. November 21st, 2024. The CFPB finalizes a rule enabling the agency to proactively supervise digital payment apps. November 27th, 2024. Musk tweets, "Delete CFPB." January 28th, 2025. Ex-CEO announces that X Money will debut with a partnership with Visa. February 7th. Musk's Doge staffers enter the CFPB and kick off an effort to shut it down. March 5th, the Senate votes to revoke the CFPB's digital payments rule. April 9th, the House of Representatives votes to revoke the rule. Maybe, just maybe, the Doge non-commander-in-chief has a few motivations of his own. And when I say maybe, I'm of course being sarcastic. He absolutely does have his own motivations. Are you fucking kidding me? You gotta remember, Elon isn't just the richest man in the world, he's one of the most well-connected men in the world too, doing business in over 100 different nations, having a direct line of communication to dozens of governments, and owning one of the largest defense contractors in America means that practically everything Elon Musk touches is a conflict of interest, as outlined by Tim Murphy for Mother Jones back in February. This article does a great job of demonstrating just how much of an impact Elon's companies have on the rest of the world, reminding us that Tesla sources materials for its cars in a multitude of countries, that they've been known to sell their carbon credits to China, and that SpaceX even recently moved its operations from Taiwan to Thailand due to geopolitical pressure. Murphy puts it pretty bluntly by stating, quote, "If Musk has a stake in the rest of the world also has a stake in Musk," acknowledging Saudi Arabia and Qatar's investments in Tesla. And that's not even scratching the surface, as Elon has also been actively lobbying the South African government to change a law that requires at least 30% of their telecom providers to be owned by historically disadvantaged groups. In order to make Starlink more active over there and grow his influence in the region, Elon would first need this post-apartheid law overturned, which the government seems to be considering now with Trump in office. Is it really that ridiculous then to think Elon's personal business ventures could influence foreign policy? Just his proximity to Trump alone has already started to shake things up, with nations like Chad and Nepal now more receptive to Starlink than ever. As Murphy writes, quote, "It's difficult to tell where Musk's private interests end and his policy-making ambitions begin." I'm sure you'd be shocked to learn that Elon's companies have also benefited massively from the cuts Doge has made to the federal government. Try not to let your jaw hit the floor too hard now. And I don't just mean Starlink being installed at the White House and the Secretary of Commerce lobbying Congress for its use in broader government programs, even though I am talking about that. I'm also talking about a multi-billion-dollar deal Elon signed with the Pentagon in April, which gives SpaceX another $5.9 billion to launch satellites for the military. Despite Doge's fake appeals to review military spending, hey, does pouring $5 billion plus of taxpayer money into one of your own companies count as cutting government waste? I'm actually not sure. As far as Starlink is concerned, one recent complaint by the Campaign Legal Center accuses Elon of facilitating a plan with the FAA to replace their Verizon contract with Starlink. Despite Elon's insistence that it would cost the taxpayers zero extra for the service to be implemented by the FAA, Rolling Stone has reported that FAA officials quietly directed staff to locate tens of millions of dollars to fund a Starlink deal. And man, I love cutting government waste, don't you? On February 11th, the New York Times published this infographic outlining the various federal agencies that were actively looking into Elon's many companies by the time Doge began rolling out mass firings. This includes investigations by the National Labor Relations Board, the NLRB, FDR into Tesla's alleged unfair union practices, an SEC probe into the safety of Neuralink's brain chips, the Department of Interior looking into the safety of SpaceX's Starbase facility, and so many others. This article also outlines Trump's efforts to fire those who work in the administrations that Elon has had personal grievances with, only adding to the argument that Elon is using his status in the federal government to disproportionately benefit his own growing corporate empire. Just look at the way he's gutted the FAA, firing hundreds of staffers not too long after the FAA suggested fining SpaceX over safety concerns, with one SpaceX operative even reportedly threatening the FAA with further termination if they dared get in the way of their work. Elon himself pressured the FAA administrator to abandon his post a few months ago, leaving the spot vacant when an Army helicopter tragically collided with a commercial jet over the Potomac, killing 67 people. And it really should be emphasized that normally federal employees are required to disclose any and all potential conflicts of interest to regulators, and even forego such outside obligations before being allowed to work in government. Even Dick Cheney had to leave his CEO role at Halliburton before becoming vice president, but Elon has done nothing of the sort. He, of course, did not step down from any of his 6 companies before taking on the role of the president's chief advisor, nor has he paused any of the massive contracts he has with a dozen cabinet departments and independent agencies, which amount to over 10 figures. But as far as the White House is concerned, Elon only needs to answer to one man: himself!
You talked a bit about Doge. Elon Musk is currently a, quote, special government employee who also owns companies that have billions of dollars in federal contracts. You said earlier this week that he has abided by all applicable federal laws, but what steps is the Trump administration taking to address that conflict of interest?
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that Doge is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts.
I investigated myself and found I did nothing wrong. Yeah, dude, the guy who lies about his gaming skills is going to be totally upfront and hold himself accountable for his own conflicts of interest whenever they arise, which happens to be everywhere you look. I'm just beside myself with how stupid they think we are. Like, we're supposed to just say, okay, and move on with our lives without questioning this dude's interests? Fuck off, man. Elon's every move is dictated by how his business empire will be affected, and the proof is all around us.
Thanks for coming. What do you think of my hat?
If you're a normal person with a life and a job and loving people around you, you probably don't concern yourself too much with random judicial elections happening in other states. I know I don't, and my brain is more poisoned than most. But I and many others who don't normally pay attention to this stuff couldn't help but notice Elon's unusual fervor surrounding a Wisconsin Supreme Court race that had the potential to tilt the political leanings of an otherwise split bench either right or left. Elon, a man who has never lived in Wisconsin, to my knowledge, became noticeably obsessed with the state's electoral affairs, enthusiastically throwing his support behind the Republican-backed MAGA judge and taking shots at the liberal candidate on a regular basis. And mind you, he wasn't just working behind the scenes either. Elon consistently and publicly emphasized the importance of this race, at one point even declaring that the, quote, entire destiny of humanity hinged on Brad Schimmel becoming a member of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. In addition to sinking tens of millions of dollars into Schimmel's campaign, Elon also stooped so far as to bribe regular voters with $1 million checks he gave out in a widely publicized event, sporting a cheese hat and doing that awesome signature jump move we all love so much and can't get enough of. Side note, but ever since someone pointed out that he's trying to make an X with his body here, I can't help but feel a shooting pang of secondhand embarrassment every time he does it. But if anyone were to pause and ask themselves why someone like Elon Musk, a man with business interests in all 50 states, would go so far as to drop $20 million on this one singular race, the answer becomes quite clear. See, Tesla happens to be in the midst of suing the state of Wisconsin to overturn an inconvenient state law that prevents auto manufacturers from selling directly to consumers. Tesla is known to sell directly to their consumers, and Elon wants to open up 4 dealerships in Wisconsin. He's been engaged in a legal back and forth with the state since 2017, and because of recusal laws that that were adopted back in 2009, Schimmel, had he been elected, would not be obligated to recuse himself from a case involving a campaign contributor. So, in the event that Tesla's legal matters made their way all the way up to the state Supreme Court, Elon could just rely on good old Schimmel to give him whatever he wanted. After all, he paid for him to get there, right? It's only fair. It would be totally legal, but entirely unethical and smarmy in most people's eyes. And unfortunately for him, Wisconsinites weren't buying it. If you couldn't already predict by the billionaire's shameless pandering and the overwhelming number of protesters holding signs that read, "Packer fans don't like Nazis," Schimmel, in fact, did not win the race, and when that became apparent on election night, Elon's Twitter went hilariously quiet for a number of hours. After what I can only imagine was him crying into his cheese hat in the basement of the White House for a little bit, he did eventually return to posting, where he announced that he had actually expected to lose the whole time. You expected to lose a race you sunk $20 million into? I mean, he did buy Twitter for double what it was worth, but at least he was forced into that. It was such a pathetic turnout for his candidate that Elon took to celebrating his one and only win of the night, a single ballot measure that other Republicans had been pushing for, claiming that was the most important part of the whole race. But I thought the destiny of humanity rested on this guy winning. It's so funny that even in a clear loss, Elon can never truly admit defeat. He still wants people to think he's some big-brained mastermind with the power to influence elections at every level, which is probably why he has now gestured at the race being stolen based on, let's see, zero evidence. But the coping does make sense. Before his recent 180, Elon Musk had once vowed to weaponize his endless wealth against Republicans who refused to completely fall in line with the MAGA agenda. He talked up a big game, and this was his first opportunity to prove he had the money, the power, the riz to become Trump's new kingmaker. After all, his allotted time in Washington as White House advisor was running out, and he needed a victory in Wisconsin to earn his keep, and he failed miserably. Not only did Schimmel lose, but the margins of his loss were even wider than anyone had predicted, with polling indicating that Elon's intimate involvement with the race may have even hurt Schimmel more than it helped him. One could make the argument now that Elon is so utterly uncharismatic and so unlikable that it actually caused people to come out in droves against his guy in a race that wouldn't have received near as much national attention as it did had it not been for Cheesehead McGee.
Wisconsin is not for sale is the name of the protest, and they believe the people of Wisconsin should decide the future of our state and not billionaires.
He's just a pushy billionaire, and he's cutting everything that the people need. These things he's cutting.
He should just stay out of local politics. He should stay out of all politics, frankly.
These people so despise the idea of Elon buying his way into their government that they stood up and stopped him. And while the nation prepares itself for years of more turmoil and uncertainty, I am glad that we at least got this one glimmer of hope amidst the sea of horse shit, if for no other reason than because it completely ruined Elon's night. And in fact, it may have done even more than that, with reports from as early as the day after the election indicating Trump would be dropping the man who had, up until this point, largely defined his second term in office. Sure enough, over a month later, Elon Musk himself has vowed to take a step back from political donations before making his formal exit from the White House at the end of May, perhaps finally starting to realize the toxicity of his own presence. It's true that Donald Trump loves money, and he loves that Elon has an endless supply of it, but if there's one thing he hates possibly more than he loves money, it's losers. And Elon Musk is now a proven, tried and true loser, with vibes so beyond rancid that it's now thought of as a liability to keep him around, which I do think is somewhat of a win for the rest of us. While Elon may not be gone overnight, as his recent Saudi Arabia appearance seems to suggest, and his influence is unlikely to ever disappear entirely, what with his plans to advise the president multiple times a week for the remainder of his term, I'd say his loss in Wisconsin might offer at least a crumb of encouragement, knowing that while yes, yes, money matters a lot in politics, so does being liked. People still need to vote for you in order to win an election for now. People need to not detest you on such a visceral level. And I'm not just talking about liberals here. Elon isn't even liked by those in the Trump administration. A recent article from Rolling Stone contained quotes from anonymous senior Trump White House officials that revealed the true feelings of those on Capitol Hill. So, in other words, people who are supposed to be aligned with him ideologically are not getting along with the guy. People like Marco Rubio have been known to express their disdain for the man, with other State Department officials reportedly coining the moniker Crazy Uncle Elon, which they don't seem to be using affectionately. One source even told the publication, quote, "I have been in the same room with Elon, and he always tries to be funny, and he's not funny, like at all. He makes these jokes and little asides and smiles and then looks almost hurt if you don't lap up his humor. I keep using the word annoying. A lot of people who have to deal with him do, but the word doesn't do the situation justice. Elon just thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room and acts like it, even when it's clear he doesn't know what he's talking about." Another more recent report from The Atlantic contains an alleged shouting match between Elon and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent over who should get to pick the next head of the IRS, with Bessent screaming a fuck you over and over within earshot of Donald Trump. It's also been alleged that some senior Trump lieutenants have been known to straight up leave the room in meetings with Elon, asking each other if they think the billionaire might be high and wondering if they need to do mandatory drug testing on him, which does also correspond with a separate Wall Street Journal article featuring a handful of Elon's allies who say he is known to use LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms in addition to taking the prescribed ketamine he's boasted about taking publicly. And as a recent New York Times article revealed shortly after his exit from the White House, turns out, quote, Mr. Musk had been using ketamine often, sometimes daily, and mixing it with other drugs, according to people familiar with his consumption, which they say went far beyond occasional use. He told people he was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder and was pissing himself at the White House. Great. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills. Quote, talking to the guy is sometimes like listening to really rusty nails on a chalkboard, says the Trump senior official, adding that Musk isn't much of a team player. He's just the most irritating person I've ever had to deal with, and that is saying something. And when you're regularly having to deal with this freak, I'm sure it is. As popular as Elon might seem on Twitter, where he's curated a safe space for his self-aggrandizement and backwards politics, such popularity isn't carrying over into the real world the way it may have done before. His public outbursts at the beginning of the year led to less faith in Tesla's stock, which of course he tried to remedy at the time by asking investors to hold onto their shares no matter what. But it's really hard to take him seriously when his own brother, Kimball Musk, a Tesla board member, reportedly sold off 75,000 of his shares, over $27 million back in February, with the chairwoman of the board herself dumping more than $75 million worth of her shares. Only now, after he's taken a clear back seat in Trump's cabinet, has Tesla begun to recoup some of their losses on Wall Street. But to be fair, he sort of sold his credibility down the river when he started, I don't know, gunning for people's retirement funds and health benefits, and his painfully transparent "how do you do, fellow kids? I am become meme" persona hasn't helped much either. If his approval ratings are anything to go off, his griminess may just be enough to tank his car sales in a number of international markets, not just ours, because evidently Elon isn't satisfied being hated by just Americans. He needs to make himself the rest of the world's problem too.
Now, Elon Musk is settling his sights on Europe, having successfully worked to get his candidate elected in the US. Now, the Tesla and SpaceX billionaire, who's set to lead an advisory body for the new Trump administration in Washington.
If they could, I think other countries would probably tariff America for exporting people of the Elon Musk variety, because I can't imagine many people want this in their backyard.
While I was out here chopping it up with you, your bestie took a turn for the worst.
But that hasn't stopped Elon from catapulting himself into European politics anyway. Before we get to the ensemble of wacky characters across the pond, it's important to understand where Elon's fixation comes from. And for that, it might help to start by looking at some laws passed by the European Union. One being the Digital Services Act, the DSA, meant to address illegal content, misinformation, and shady business practices perpetuated by social media giants. It works alongside the Digital Markets Act, the DMA, which similarly works to ensure fairness among markets in the digital space. While Twitter is an American-owned company, its operations in Europe subject it to such EU regulations. And, well, over the past couple of years, the EU has actually begun to throw its weight around a little bit, utilizing DMA as a means to open an investigation into Meta, particularly their so-called pay or consent model that forces users to either accept personalized advertising based off their own private data or elect to pay a subscription to avoid ads altogether. Effectively, they're pushing Facebook and Instagram users into a corner. Either give us your data or pay a fee. Pretty f***ed up, which is why the EU just slapped Apple and Meta with an $800 million fine at the end of April. Still, such laws have been scrutinized by a Trump administration that claims the EU is biased against American-based companies, with Trump himself directing American agencies to investigate the DSA and DMA. But what's also interesting is that Trump's EU criticism comes after both Google and Meta owners donated $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. Kinda looks to me like Zuck and Sergio are kissing the ring in hopes of Trump getting the EU to stand down. And when it comes to Twitter and Elon Musk, things are hardly any different. You may have noticed Elon's fiery rebukes of the European Union on Twitter over the last couple months, referring to the 27-nation bloc as a, quote, layer cake of regulations and bureaucracy, labeling DSA as misinformation and flaming them with this bottom text meme from Tropic Thunder. Jesus Christ, imagine showing that to a judge. And honestly, he might have to do so sooner than later, if the EU ever does decide to pursue penalties against the billionaire, as recent reporting seems to suggest they might. Honestly, there are plenty of reasons for Elon to hate the EU. Not only are they considering funding their own version of Starlink after the US threatened to cut the service in Ukraine, they're also thinking about hitting Elon where it hurts. You might remember that when Elon first took over Twitter, one of the first things he did was enact a wide-ranging overhaul of the platform's content moderation policies, axing its Trust and Safety Council by firing those who made a living working round the clock to ensure illicit material didn't end up on the front page of one of the most visited websites in the world, decimating the team that addressed child sexual abuse material and reinstating the account of one user previously banned for posting CSM, despite the company's stated goal of having zero tolerance for such material. In addition to this, blatant anti-Semitism and xenophobia have also spread like wildfire since Musk's takeover, with some of the most heinous posts imaginable now being pushed to millions of new eyes. Hell, even Elon has boosted some of it personally. In a formal investigation kicked off in December 2023, the EU accused the platform of failing to counter, quote, the dissemination of illegal content, informing manipulation, and highlighted shortcomings in giving researchers access to Twitter's publicly accessible data, not to mention a deceptive design of user interface, referring to the skewed checkmark system that prioritizes those who cough up enough money to Elon on a monthly basis. While Twitter initially promised to stay committed to complying with the DSA and the regulatory process in 2023, its new stance as of April 2025 is that any EU enforcements against it would be, quote, an unprecedented act of political censorship and an attack on free speech. In July of 2024, Elon signaled interest in fighting back in a very public courtroom setting, signaling that he isn't afraid of mobilizing his deranged base of zealots to support his righteous cause. Only time will tell if Elon will be able to successfully curtail a political fine of $1 billion that EU regulators are reportedly pursuing, but in the meantime, he's sure as fuck done all that he can to create a coalition of anti-EU Avengers to protect him across all of Europe. For our first example, let's take a look at Britain, which Elon referred to as a tyrannical police state. It's also the home of Nigel Farage, leader of the UK's Reform Party. Now, Reform is often described as a far-right populist movement that seeks to purge the so-called woke gender ideology from public life and eliminate immigration from Middle Eastern countries. In 2024, British lawmakers plunged into panic mode when a meeting between Farage and Elon at Mar-a-Lago hit the headlines, seemingly indicating an alliance between the two figures. figures. Farage confirmed these rumors when he told the BBC quite bluntly that Elon, quote, wants to help us in the next elections. He's not opposed to the idea of giving us money, provided he can do it legally through UK companies. The reason he added that little disclaimer there at the end is because, as a foreigner, it is technically illegal for Elon Musk to donate any funds to an election across the pond. However, as the case with all money in politics, there may be a workaround, which is that Elon could potentially funnel money through UK subsidies of his various companies, which have all raked in a collective £90 million between them in the last 2 years alone. This has all prompted other UK parties to lobby the current Liberal Prime Minister Keir Starmer to tighten election interference laws before it's too late. But honestly, Elon and Farage's bromance may not even last that long. When Farage refused to get behind far-right extremist and convicted stalker Tommy Robinson, Elon lamented Farage for, in his words, not having what it takes to become PM. It should be noted that Robinson, despite a court finding him liable for sowing the seeds for Islamic hate crimes in the UK, is a prominent Elon Musk ally himself. The billionaire frequently advocates for his release from prison on Twitter and even seems to be paying some of the man's legal fees. Yeah, who cares if he has a history of violence and anti-Muslim bigotry? Free my mans, all he did was tell the truth. If by telling the truth you mean he misrepresented video footage and endangered the family of an innocent young boy, then sure, I guess I agree with Elon here. Knowing this is the guy in charge of controlling the spread of information on Twitter is such a great feeling, isn't it? And these aren't the only European extremists he's signaled support for either. In January of last year, Elon tweeted that the biggest problem humanity faces is population collapse. Not the first time his fixation on world birth rates has reared its head in public, his affinity for spreading his own seed as far as it will possibly go has been well documented at this point. Ashley St. Clair recently attested that he told her he would be willing to give his sperm to anyone who wanted to have a child. But this post in particular ended up being quote tweeted by the Netherlands' very own Geert Wilders, described by some as the Dutch Donald Trump for his radical anti-immigration policies. Wilders echoed Elon's sentiment with quote, "The biggest problem we face today is a collapse of our own culture and Western values due to open borders, mass immigration, an uncontrollable amount of non-Western asylum seekers, and last but not least, too many weak politicians advocating cultural relativism." Well, that's a bit of a bold take and lots of buzzwords in that statement there. Not really sure who could agree with agreed. Oh, okay, well, never mind. It was here that Elon was accused once more of perpetuating talking points not too far from the Great Replacement theory, a far-right theory that whites are being expelled from their homeland. Despite being debunked time and time again, it has recently gained a lot of traction in Europe, being commonly spewed by neo-Nazis and white nationalists alike. And look, just because Elon hasn't put on the Klan's hood and gone full Kanye yet, doesn't mean he isn't backing some eye-popping rhetoric in more subtle ways. Some would point to his kinship with the far-right leader at the helm of Italy's government right now, a woman by the name of Giorgia Meloni. The first thing to know about Meloni's political party, Brothers of Italy, is that it is so right-wing that a young politician by the name of Rochelle made headlines for leaving the party for a more center-right group in 2024, criticizing Brothers of Italy's use of the fascist World War II era Roman salute. Now, what makes Rochelle so significant, you ask? Well, her last name happens to be Mussolini. Yeah, she's that Mussolini's grandchild. When you've gotten too fascist for a Mussolini, you know you fucked up. But it makes sense. Meloni has never really tried to hide her association with a defunct neo-fascist party by the name of the Italian Socialist Movement, or MSI. MSI was established in 1946, founded by actual surviving members of Benito Mussolini's regime, and Meloni has always faced backlash for joining the group in the early 90s as a teenager. Now, it'd be one thing if Meloni had said, "I was young back then, I messed up, I didn't know better than to join a neo-fascist movement with direct ties to Mussolini's regime." Okay, that would be bad, but not as bad as taking an ahistoric route to whitewash the group's history, which is exactly what she's done, claiming in a press conference that the MSI was actually just a party of the Democratic right, which ferried millions of Italians defeated by the war towards democracy. But that's not exactly how MSI's leaders would classify their own movement, with one party leader going so far as to author an entire book titled "Democracy, Here's the Enemy." As stated by actual experts on the subject like historian David Conti, quote, "The function of the MSI was to gather Mussolini's veterans and keep their political identity alive and functioning in contrast with democracy. It was quite literally established in an effort to keep the legacy of Italian fascism relevant in a post-war Italy that otherwise saw the widespread rise of anti-fascist sentiment. The anti-Semitic propagandist who founded MSI in the 40s was once a ranking member of Italy's fascist movement during the war, and despite Meloni's occasional repudiation for the crimes perpetuated by the Axis powers, she herself has not only defended this guy as a patriot of the past, esteemed by friends and adversaries, but other members of her party have tried to cape for different villains of the past too. According to author David Broder, who tracks the roots of Meloni's political party in the book Mussolini's Grandchildren, mayors belonging to Brothers of Italy have also been known to honor figures like Giuseppe Battai, who, while serving as Minister of National Education in the 30s, purged Jewish children from Italian classrooms, and Italo Balbo, who, in addition to leading the brutal Black Shirt Army and refining Mussolini's Air Force, is known for exterminating over 100,000 Africans in colonized Libya. In fact, here he is in 1938 next to other guys you may have seen somewhere before. As to not draw such obvious parallels to the past, it makes sense for Meloni to sort of dress up her language as best she can, but it doesn't make her any less of the raging homophobe and xenophobe she is in practice. And she's also been known to spread great replacement talking points herself. In reference to Italy's influx of migration in 2017, Meloni told reporters, quote, 100,000 Italians were driven abroad last year, whereas 500,000 asylum seekers were brought into Italy in the last 3 years. I think there is a plan for ethnic substitution. It's not hard to see why Elon Musk has become so close with a person like Giorgia Meloni. Yes, they're both Lord of the Rings nerds, but more importantly, they're both incredibly nationalistic, share the same views on mass migration and declining birth rates, and are unapologetically anti-woke. Elon could be seen hanging around Meloni all the way back in 2022, attending a Brothers of Italy rally ahead of the election and throwing his enthusiastic support behind the now Prime Minister. While Meloni has referred to Elon as a precious genius, Elon thinks of her as, quote, even more beautiful on the inside than she is on the outside. A sentence that just about makes me want to jump out of my own skin and die. He even had to come out and say he had no romantic relationship with the Prime Minister, probably after an angry call from one of his 1,000 baby mamas. Being one of the few world leaders to meet with Trump and Elon at Mar-a-Lago before his inauguration, however, Meloni has spurred rumors of a potential billion-dollar SpaceX contract with the Italian government. She's denied this potential deal has anything to do with said meeting in Florida, but has still seen pushback from those in her own government who disagree with the notion of buying satellites from outside the EU. But those talks seem to be falling apart anyway, according to Meloni's own defense minister. He did tell an Italian newspaper in April that things have come to a standstill due to statements by and about Elon Musk. What that means exactly, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But somehow, Meloni isn't even the most notorious of all of Elon's European associations. If you can believe it, things are about to get even fascistier. Fascist, whatever.
And do you know what Adolf Hitler did? The first thing, he switched off free speech.
Yes.
So he controlled the media, and without that, he would have never been successful.
Yes, exactly.
Never been successful.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
this is what you do.
Yeah, no, exactly.
This is Alice Weidel, the current leader of the far-right Alternative for Deutschland party in Germany. In 2021, the AfD was classified as a suspected extremist organization by Germany's domestic intelligence agency. This year, they've reclassified them as a confirmed extremist entity that bolsters racism and threatens democracy, as outlined in an 1,100-page report. A classification they temporarily paused after the party sued. But what's not in question is their growing base of support. During the last round of elections in February, the AfD earned 20.8% of the national vote, and it cemented itself as the second most popular party in the entire Bundestag, the German parliament. following up the Christian Democracy Union, which won control of the government with 28.6%. So while the AFD doesn't quite control things just yet, its historic gains have rattled the more moderate parties to their core and signify the changing winds of German politics in a way that shouldn't be overlooked or dismissed so easily. The AFD is known all across Europe for its populist, hyper-nationalist sentiment. Its top issues include, but are not limited to, replacing the euro with the German mark, shifting from green to nuclear energy, leaving NATO, and of course, eliminating Muslim immigration across the board.
The German anti-immigration party Alternative for Germany has adopted an anti-Islam manifesto on the second day of its two-day conference in Stuttgart. Members voted to include a ban on minarets, the call to prayer, and the full face veil. Co-leader Jörg Meuthen said after the vote, Islam was not part of Germany.
The party first gained significant ground in 2017 for their strong opposition to Angela Merkel's 2015 immigration policy, which allowed more than 1 million asylum seekers into Germany. This is when Alice Weidel was elected to lead alongside Alexander Gauland, and together they've managed to steer the AFD so far to the right that one co-founder stepped down in 2020, accusing Gauland of moving the party too far in an extremist direction. It's true that what Weidel calls remigration, a term popularized by neo-Nazi Martin Sellner, or in other words, the deportation of anyone with a migrant background, has become a centerpiece of AFD ideology, and thus AFD members have gotten increasingly comfortable telling us what they think about migrants, refugees, and of course, the crimes against humanity perpetuated by past generations of German leadership. I think it's worth we showcase a few of those examples here. First up, we've got Maximilian Krah. Formerly a frontrunner for European Parliament, Krah has gone on record warning that mass immigration could lead to an Umvolkung of the German people, a Nazi term that once again harkens back to the Great Replacement theory. He more recently made headlines in 2024 though, when he told an Italian media outlet that not every member of Hitler's SS unit was, quote, automatically a criminal. While the comment cost him his seat in the AFD's EU delegation, it did not stop him from running a successful campaign for German Parliament, being sworn in this past March. This is Andre Poggenberg, who came under fire in 2017 for saying that we should, quote, get rid of, once and for all, this gross rank of German racial corpus. Another Nazi-era term. Poggenberg refused to apologize, left the AFD in 2019, and founded a new political party of his own that uses this image of a cornflower, which was also worn as a secret symbol identifying members of the then illegal Nazi party in Austria during the 1930s. Another controversial former member would be Christian Lüth, who was also forced to leave the AFD when he became too much of a liability for them to ignore. Caught on a hot mic, Lüth was exposed for admitting that the worse things get in Germany, the better they are for the AFD, outwardly stating that an influx of migrants actually helps the AFD because they can use it to stoke hatred, and in return, generate support for their movement. But what really sealed his fate was telling the documentary crew, quote, we could later shoot them all, referring, of course, to migrants. Quote, that's not at all the issue, or gassing, whatever you want, it's the same to me. And who could forget Beatrix von Storch, who outright demanded migrant women and children be shot by police on Twitter, as that would be preferable to them entering Germany. Yeah, the silver lining with this one though is that she actually got a f***ing pie in the face when two dudes in clown costumes infiltrated an AFD meeting. Sometimes really shitty people actually get what's coming to them. Some of the more shocking quotes from other AFD members include, but are not limited to, Marcel Grauf, a former assistant to two AFD state parliament members, was exposed by a German paper for writing a slew of reprehensible messages online, including, quote, I would not condemn anyone who sets fire to an occupied refugee shelter, separately stating, quote, "After all, we now have so many foreigners in the country that a Holocaust would be worthwhile again," along with stating, quote, "I wish so much for a civil war and millions of dead. Women, children, I don't care. It would be so beautiful. I want to piss on corpses and dance on graves." Another member, Sandro Hersel, was quoted in 2015 for stating, quote, "Burning refugee shelters is not an act of aggression." Andreas Gelman in 2016. On the topic of imprisoning gay people in other countries, quote, "We should do that in Germany too." Holger Arpa in 2017 was reported to have spoken of, quote, "putting opponents up against the wall, digging a pit, and spreading slaked lime on top." Arpa was forced to leave the party when he was accused of sympathizing with a suspected terrorist, among other heinous behavior. Leaked online chats that were attributed to Arpa seemed to depict him praising Jan Hendrik H., a man accused of hoarding weapons and planning attacks on leftists, as someone who would, quote, "fit perfectly within our ranks." He hates the left, has a well-stocked gun cabinet in his garage, and lives by the motto, "If the left go completely crazy one day, I'll be prepared." If the AFD fails, Arpa reportedly stated, quote, "It's good to have a cabinet full of guns and a box of ammunition in your garage." Arpa is also reported to have become close with the right-wing extremist identitarian movement, IB, asking one of its leaders if the IB might be willing to help them at an AFD demonstration. He explained, quote, "We need a few decent Nazi volunteers." As if this guy couldn't get any worse, he was also alleged to have expressed cannibalistic desires in these chats, along with reportedly fantasizing about 10-year-olds jumping on bounce castles. That same year, AFD member Dubravko Mondik admitted his party, quote, "mainly differ from the NPD by our bourgeois support base, not so much by content." The NPD, if you didn't know, was formed as a replacement to the German Reich Party in 1964 by Adolf von Tadden, a former member of Hitler's army and supporter of Goebbels' associate Werner Neumann during the 1953 East German election. Tadden led the NPD from 1967 to 1971, laying the groundwork for what became the most infamous neo-fascist party to follow the Nazis. Gauland himself, one of AFD's founders, once wound up in trouble for writing an op-ed that sounded suspiciously similar to a Hitler speech. And Vidal, whose anti-immigration stance made headlines in 2018 when she declared, quote, "burqas, girls in headscarves, publicly supported knife men, and other good-for-nothings will not secure our prosperity, economic growth, or the social states," is also notably the granddaughter of one Hans Vidal, a prominent Nazi judge during World War II appointed directly by Adolf Hitler. Perhaps the most infamous member of the AFD, however, is this Ellen DeGeneres-looking by the name of Bjorn Höcke. Höcke was once very much the face of the AFD and still plays an active role as the leader of the party in Thuringia. After making headlines for referring to a Holocaust memorial in Berlin as, quote, "a monument of shame," he has also called for Germany to quit atoning for its Nazi past, stating that, quote, "the big problem is that Hitler is portrayed as the absolute evil." Höcke is so extreme, in fact, that he's even been linked to militant neo-Nazis such as Thorsten Heitz, coming under fire in 2015 for allegedly writing pro-Nazi articles under a pen name for Heitz's NPD journal in 2011 and 2012, according to German sociologist Andreas Kemper. Kemper reported in 2019 that Höcke wrote articles for the magazine People in Motion, published by Thorsten Heitz of the NPD under the pseudonym Landolf Ladig in which he predicted a revolution. Therefore, the right-wing movement must prepare to position itself at the forefront of this revolution in order to reinstate Nazi economic policies on a racial, biological basis. Hucka denied the claim, but refused to sign a statement that he had never written for NPD magazines under oath. This scandal was followed up by a time in 2021 when he declared in a speech, quote, "Everything for our homeland, everything for Germany." Well, I'm sorry to say that the phrase "everything for Germany" happens to be a Nazi dog whistle, as it was once the phrase carved into SS blades in World War II and has served as a Nazi rallying cry historically. Now, of course, he claimed to know nothing about this, but the court found him guilty anyway, as he was convicted just last year. Whether he really didn't know what he was saying in 2021 or not is irrelevant anyway in my eyes, since he still went on to use the phrase again in 2023, well after he had already gotten punished for it the first time. Except this time, he smugly paused after saying "everything for," allowing the audience to fill in the rest.
Alles für unsere Heimat, alles für Sachsen-Anhalt, alles für...
Despite the obvious dog whistling, Hucka has continued to play dumb in order to generate sympathy on Twitter. And you may say that, well, not many people could be dumb enough to fall for such a transparent ploy. Why is this illegal? Brother, come on! In December 2024, Elon Musk published an op-ed in the German paper Die Welt praising the AfD as the last vestige of hope for the nation, supporting its ideas for economic revival, immigration, national identity, and political realism. Elon shrugs off the far-right labeling by reminding people that Alice Weidel, the AfD's leader, is a lesbian woman in a same-sex relationship. Quote, "Does that sound like Hitler to you? Please." By that logic, I guess Jess Pearly Things isn't a misogynist because she's a woman, and Nick Fuentes can't be a white nationalist because he's Hispanic. Also, I don't know, man, if you're even having to reference Hitler in your post endorsing a political party, I think that's a little bit of a red flag to me. A very distinct red flag. It's all a very big shift from just October 2023, when, after one Tesla supporter raised concerns about Elon's growing interest in European politics, Elon insisted he didn't know AfD from a hole in the ground, confirming directly to this person that he did not support the party. Phew, that was close, right? Well, fast forward less than a year to June 2024, and he's tweeting about them again, this time asking why there's such negative sentiment around AfD. Quote, "They keep saying far right, but the policies of the AfD that I've read about don't sound extremist. Maybe I'm missing something." Mind you, the overwhelming majority of those quotes I just read, saying it's okay to shoot migrant women and children and that we need another Holocaust, were all said years and months before Elon typed these words. It took me 5 seconds to find them too. How you could do so much research on the AfD's policies and miss the multiple instances of AfD members clearly stoking violence and terrorism is beyond me. And yes, I get Weidel might not be as outwardly bloodthirsty as some of her constituents, but there's a reason she's the face of the party. Being a Nazi is very much still illegal in Germany, which is why Hucka was fined for even repeating one of their mottos. But that also means neo-fascists must conceal their true intent behind dog whistles and hyper-nationalist sentiment. Some of them say the quiet part out loud, sure, but Weidel is a more competent politician than that. She is banking on helpful idiots to give her party legitimacy. She wants the benefit of the doubt. And while I wouldn't exactly call Elon a helpful idiot, he has done more than enough to normalize the AfD to an audience of people who may not be as in tune with German politics otherwise, as he went on to really amp up his support throughout the latter half of 2024 and into 2025, tweeting things like, "Only AfD can save Germany," the morning before a deadly Islamophobic terror attack at a Christmas market in Magdeburg that killed 5 and injured 200 people. Lo and behold, the terrorist that carried out the attack had praised Elon's buddy Geert online, held strong anti-immigration sentiment, and was associated with the AfD, idea, according to police. His bio on Twitter read, quote, Germany wants to Islamize Europe. Elon, of course, said nothing of this attack, but kept singing the AFD's praises regardless. It even got to a point where I saw this post as a promoted tweet on my own timeline. Elon Musk is paying to promote his own endorsements of a German extremist party on the platform he owns. Elon Musk is not seeing the gates of heaven. All of this culminated in late January 2025, shortly after appearing front and center at Trump's second inauguration and setting off a wave of discourse on whether or not he threw up a Nazi salute. Elon Musk joined an AFD rally via Zoom, where he spoke alongside Alice Weidel and attempted to drum up support for the party in the weeks ahead of their election. And yes, as you could probably guess, all the anti-Muslim immigration dog whistling was there too.
It's okay, it's good to be proud of German culture, German values, and not to lose that in some sort of multiculturalism that dilutes everything.
Even if we were to be absolutely and totally charitable to Elon and say that he somehow didn't know what he was doing with that gesture, the ensuing backlash that he was still facing at this point in time should have meant that he was on his extra best behavior. Like, if the entire world thought that I was a Nazi, I would be pretty desperate to make it known that I was not one. And I can't imagine I would be saying this in reference to Germany's Nazi past.
I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that.
I mean, why say that if you aren't explicitly trying to pander to those who are sympathetic to extremist ideals? It doesn't make sense to harp on the crimes of this generation's parents and great-grandparents unless you are trying to signal something more. I don't know.
Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even. And you should be optimistic and excited about a future for Germany.
And to do it all so close to Holocaust Remembrance Day too feels a little concerning to me as well. From my perspective, it looks like the coincidences are piling up, as stated by Polish President Donald Tusk, a name that kind of sounds like the cartoon walrus version of Donald Trump. Quote, the words we heard from the main actors of the AFD rally about great Germany and the need to forget German guilt for Nazi crimes sounded all too familiar and ominous, especially only hours before the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. While the visual of a screaming audience of people may not be the most encouraging sight to some, it's important to remember that Germany is kind of a big place, and while fascism may very well be on the rise there, as well as in other countries across the Western world, not everyone is on board. No population is a monolith, and there is still a significant slice of the country incensed by a foreign billionaire's foray into their government affairs. Take, for example, the thousands of protesters who stood in opposition to the AFD right outside the doors of the very event Elon attended in January. Not to mention the tens of thousands of anti-fascist demonstrators that gathered all across Germany. 40,000 in Cologne and 35,000 in Berlin, putting on an encouraging display of anti-Nazi songs and chants, banners and big letters spelling out hope and resistance. Countless additional protests have broken out across Germany in recent months too, with hordes of protesters throwing up signs like these in opposition to Trump's policies and to Elon's interference. Satirical billboards like this one can be seen all over the country as Tesla sales reach eye-watering lows. In Q1, the company sold just under 5,000 cars in Germany, a 62% drop from 2024, marking the lowest quarterly sales the company has seen there in 3 years. Despite EVs being more popular than ever, a recent study in the UK found that 70% of Tesla drivers are now ashamed of their cars because of Elon. And in March, Forbes reported that Tesla might just be dead on arrival in Germany, with one survey showing that out of 100,000 Germans, 94% said they would never consider buying one of Elon's vehicles. Partly, I imagine, because they like their arms and don't want to see them get blown off when their car randomly explodes in their driveway, but also because owning a Tesla is now seen seen as a political statement, one that many regular people would rather have nothing to do with. This might come as a shock to some, but when you start cozying up to fascists, buying political influence, lashing out at the social safety net, attacking the courts, silencing critics, chastising your own kids, and throwing up multiple Nazi salutes at the inauguration of a deeply polarizing president, people might start to think you're a little cringe. It might feel like every morning you wake up, grab your phone, and suddenly you're greeted with 8 new shocking horrors at the top of the headlines. At least that's been my experience for the past few years. Wait, he's only been president 4 months? We've clearly got a long way to go before things ever have a chance of leveling out. This video has already taken 2 months to make, and so much has already happened that I don't even know what to say anymore. Donald Trump has deported immigrants with protected status to a concentration camp in El Salvador. Elon Musk has had 2 rocket ships explode over the ocean, sprinkling debris and causing mass delays at a multitude of Florida airports. Masterful gambit once again, sir. Trump has announced tariffs, rescinded them, brought them back, rescinded them again, triggering catastrophic market instability and the possibility of empty shelves, all while the Redditor-in-Chief calls the trade counselor slurs on the app he owns. Trump has brazenly violated the First Amendment by apprehending several pro-Palestinian student demonstrators without an arrest warrant, while admitting they did nothing wrong. Elon Musk played Fortnite with Connor Eats Pants. The news doesn't end, and it's not about to calm down anytime soon. If what's happening feels like a deliberate attempt to bombard the public with so much news that it's virtually impossible to stay focused on one particular story for longer than a few days at a time, that's because that is what's happening. Longtime Trump ally Steve Bannon, who played an instrumental role in landing him in the White House the first time around, has spoken on this strategy candidly. It's called flooding the zone, and it's best summarized as a calculated effort to dazzle media outlets with never-ending sensationalist stories so that you may have an easier time pushing your agenda into action amidst the chaos.
I said, all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang. These guys will never be able to recover.
As much as I hate this man, I think he's right about this. Legacy news media is stupid sometimes.
Do we even know who is this 4chan?
When engaging with them, we should bear in mind how they're often beholden to corporate interests, and that they don't always report honestly or ask the right questions because of it. There's a reason they aren't trusted by the general public, not to mention that the 24-hour news cycle lends itself to people feeling overwhelmed and fatigued whenever a massive event takes place. Something monumental will happen, the media temporarily gets up in arms about it, only to completely move on from it in a matter of days, replacing it with the next over-the-top, unbelievable story everyone's talking about until the cycle repeats. Trump and his allies have used this non-stop information assault to their advantage since he first slid down that golden escalator in 2015. And besides Trump himself, the next best utilizer of this strategy in recent years has been Elon Musk. Elon Musk used to be pretty successful at making it seem like he was the only billionaire actually in tune with the public consciousness. Once beloved by all angles of the political spectrum, Elon was once very good at penetrating the liberal establishment and propping himself up as a man with his finger on the pulse of culture, always down for a Simpsons cameo.
Hello, I'm Elon Musk. What the?
A game of Diablo, or a collab with the then biggest YouTuber on the platform. A man who genuinely wants the best for humanity and is at the precipice of pushing our species to new frontiers outside of Earth's atmosphere. A man you could trust. He's never been that, but something significant has changed over the past couple of years. He got too annoying, and people are finally paying attention.
It is what is being called the Not My President's Day protests. They are protesting in Portland, Oregon, in Vancouver, Washington, in Orlando, in Arizona, in Utah, in West Virginia, holding signs that say, "No kings, where law ends, tyranny begins." In Houston, chanting, "No one voted for Elon Musk."
Elon may tell himself that these people are all funded by the likes of George Soros to help him feel better, but the reality is we have zero proof of that. We do have proof of a billionaire giving away millions of dollars as an incentive to vote for a specific candidate, and his name is Elon Musk! If you couple his unpopularity on Main Street with the Washington Washington political elites heading up the myriad of agencies targeted by Doge, as well as the lower-level federal employees being made to send in a bullshit email every week proving what they've done to justify their job, then you get a recipe for seething hatred of the billionaire on all levels of American society. What's ironic to me is that if Elon had just had the restraint to shut the fuck up for a second and keep himself in the background, far away from any sort of spotlight, his reputation would be probably fine, and that people wouldn't feel so compelled to smear dog poop and carve swastikas into their ugly-ass cars. He could have kept all the power he always had, probably could have gained more in fact, had he just done what all other billionaires do and pull the strings of the politicians without inserting himself into everybody's lives. Don't get me wrong, I don't want any billionaire having any influence over our political system, but I do want this guy out of the news forever. I saw a sign recently at one of the protests that read, "I wish I was Elon's kid so I would never see him again," and honestly, that's how I'm starting to feel too. But it speaks to the tragedy that Elon Musk is facing right now. While his immense wealth bought him seemingly endless sway within the federal government, his unrelenting ego and musty vibes might just be his downfall in the end. If he and his companies benefit by his ties to Trump, then they could just as easily fall apart if his relationship with the president ever does. And really, I don't know how much longer he'll have such influence over a guy who's been known to burn bridges with his entire first administration. A guy who will throw just about anyone under the bus at any time if he gets his ass out of trouble. Dudes have literally gone to jail for him, man. I can't emphasize it enough. Donald Trump will 100% drop Elon Musk the second he stops being useful. And if I may just be a little optimistic, we might finally be getting to that point. Elon had plenty of ambitious goals upon first arriving in Washington, but the numbers prove that his empty promises, frivolous firings, and comparatively minuscule cuts to federal spending have failed to live up to the incredibly lofty expectations he set for himself and his agency. Instead, as recently put by Michael Sherher and Ashley Parker in The Atlantic, quote, "As Musk winds down his official time in Washington, he has found himself isolated within the upper reaches of the Trump administration, having failed to build necessary alliances and irritating many of the department and agency heads he was ostensibly there to help. His team failed to find anything close to the 13-figure savings he promised. Court challenges clipped other projects. Cabinet secretaries blocked Doge cuts they said reduced critical services. All the while, Musk's net worth fell, his companies tanked in value, and he became an object of frequent gossip and ridicule. Now, this could all still change. I obviously can't see into the future, and with the way things have been going, it really does start to feel like anything can happen at any time. But if the past few months are any indication at all, it's that tolerance of Elon Musk has a very real ceiling, and that no matter how much he may promise to his supporters, he will always have to grapple with the seasoned bureaucrats who correctly write him off as the laughable fraud he's always been. And as far as the general public is concerned, Elon hasn't actually added much of anything to their lives. Still, don't be surprised when you see establishment hacks running defense for the billionaire anyway, demanding you be more grateful for all that Elon has done for you.
I think the American people ought to be saying to Elon, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think that regardless of Elon's proximity to the presidency, it's important to bear in mind that we, the people, are not as utterly powerless as a guy like Elon may want us to think we are. I mean, if it weren't for the resounding upset in Wisconsin, Elon might have only continued to rise in prominence in Washington. But because of the pushback he's received around the world, Republicans who want a chance at winning their primaries in 2026 are having to distance themselves from a man who, just a few months ago, they swore would be the new face of government efficiency. We have more control over our leaders than they'd like us to think we do. Despite our political disagreements, we have more in common with each other than we will ever have with the man who makes millions of dollars a day off the backs of the taxpayer. I think people often forget just how much money Elon Musk has. I mean, it's $360 billion at the time of me writing this. That's almost the entire GDP of South Africa itself. One man possesses all that power, and he's used it to buy his way into even more power. Power that he intends to leverage to further enrich himself, his corporations, and his billionaire buddies, who also possess GDP-like net worths. And in order to jam through the agenda he wants, he needs us to flood the zone with non-stop controversial news stories. He needs us to stop paying attention. He needs us to fight one another. He needs guys like Joe Rogan to polish up his image, make people forget his immense global power for a little bit, and think, you know what, maybe this guy isn't so bad. But just like Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Gates, Elon Musk doesn't give a about you or me or anything that isn't actively making him richer, more powerful, and more liked as an individual. He wants authority and he wants approval. He is an overpaid crybaby with a huge chip on his shoulder, working around the clock to prove that meritocracy is a myth. With the money he's obtained from his highly lucrative investments, Elon Musk believes he can reshape the Western world as he sees fit, installing far-right maniacs in every corner of the globe. I believe if he had his way, he'd probably do what he did at Tesla and make himself CEO of Earth. But if the recent demonstrations outside of storefronts and inside local town halls tell us anything, it's that the public is not so easily demurred by such shameless appeals to corporate interests. A recent Tesla takedown campaign is gaining prominence all over the country as we speak, as reported in Rolling Stone. The same article outlines how Elon is quite literally radicalizing the same people he's firing. One formerly fired and rehired wildlife biologist at the EPA told the magazine that, quote, "I would thank Elon for radicalizing me because I had actually never attended a protest until a week after I got fired. I spent a long time sitting on the sidelines thinking there's so much bad stuff happening. He gave me the push that I needed to use my voice to speak up and speak out." People have brains. They see what's going on and they don't like it. If we've learned anything from the race in Wisconsin, it's that we have the power to make our voices heard and have it matter. It's going to take work and requires action on every level, whether it's supporting candidates who promise to stand by the people in times of crisis and holding those candidates accountable when they're elected to serve, or being active in your local communities, protecting those who will be most affected by what's going on. The future we want is in our grasp, but we must first be willing to come together and oppose oligarchy on all fronts. It's true that Elon Musk gets a lot of hate, but honestly, I think we can do better.
Anyone's spamming the chat, we'll get lost connection. Connection lost.
The rise of White Monster Energy, aka Zero Ultra, is insane, as it seems the drink is spreading across the internet at an unholy rate. There's even a cafe that serves White Monster as an alternative milk, as it's just that good.
Just the usual. Did you hear that? Yeah.
Not only that, but the entire Monster Energy line appears to be front and center on social media, living up to its name as the second most popular energy drink after Red Bull, as many seem more than keen to drink the brand with the claw marks instead of the liquid most commonly associated with extreme sports. However, organic marketing is certainly what's at play here, ensuring Monster receives the most attention out of any energy drink, simply due to the hype from people who share and talk about it online.
This is Monster's second best-selling can after the OG. Let's dig right into the nose. On the nose, this smells like white grapefruit, underripe green peach, lemon peel, a little bit of passion fruit, white tea, gummy bears, and Sprite.
The idea that it's the best gas station drink, or being 3 White Monsters deep on an empty stomach is absolute peak living, or that it's the most refreshing beverage served ice cold, or that it's for people who bodybuild has taken root, and it would seem the king of energy drinks cannot possibly lose its crown in digital spaces. So how did we get here? How did we get to the stage where White Monster has made a name for itself as the premier drink, the mother's milk of liquids, goated, if you will? After all, Monster is generally considered unhealthy, and there has been record of teenagers dying just by having too much of it. Well, let's take a look at White Monster and how the internet and those who thrive within it made an energy drink the absolute powerhouse of iconic branding it is today. Whilst Monster first launched in 2002, it arguably first hit virality in 2014 when Christine Wake was filmed at a book fair attempting to convince a crowd that Monster energy drinks are the work of Satan.
Okay. Now, do you know what a MILF is? Yes. That's on the box. MILFs dig it, and you will too. This is not a Christian company at all. So why would they have put a cross on the can? Here is the message. Antichrist. 666 in Hebrew. And then the Bible talks about the beast in Revelation. And look at Monster's ad. This is their statement.
Her argument was that the iconic M logo is actually 3 productions of the Hebrew letter Vav, which can be interpreted as a symbol for the number 6, and because there's 3 of them, it spells out 666. This, coupled with the slogan Unleash the Beast, led Christine to believe it was advertising the mark of the beast, aka the devil, and as such, Monster Energy is a strictly anti-Christian drink. It's entirely possible this viral video actually helped the company sell more cans, as the demographic they're trying to appeal to is likely to enjoy the edgy drama stemming from this particular recorded interaction. Of course, that particular video is still going around the internet today, as many delight in sharing a clip of the type of person who goes out of the way to promote the most intensive conspiracy theories within an energy drink. On that note, it's important to delve into aspects of online spaces that have led to Monster becoming the powerhouse of viral marketing it is today. This isn't a lessons in meme culture video, but I'd be remiss if I missed the chance to talk about how White Monster has managed to worm its way into the ecosystem and establish itself within the meat grinder of meme culture. It seems like the first high-profile iteration of White Monster appearing in memes is the 30-year-old boomer trend from the late 2010s, which managed to forever pair White Monster with an aging millennial Wojak caricature. The idea was that this older man would be cracking open a cold one and sipping on sugar-free drinks, now that they're aging and perhaps unable to drink as much beer or soda. It absolutely pushed sales forward at this time, as many would go out of their way in real life to find and drink it due to the representation seen on their screens. However, to a smaller degree, it had been doing the rounds on 4chan before then, as a drink enjoyed by the fitness community. There's an insane amount of posts specifically referencing White Monster, often going hand in hand with footage of massive bulky guys, and you can see that it's really developed into a huge trend across the internet in that lifting area. The fact is that White Monster has become representative of the lifting community, and memes certainly helped push it there. Then of course there's the Kyle meme, which briefly saw stereotypes of lower socioeconomic guys drinking regular Monster and punching holes in walls, but it's worth noting this does not associate with White Monster, as it would seem the change in colour leads to a different stereotype enjoying the drink. As a result of these memes, White Monster has become an unending trend within social media and is consistently hitting online spaces daily. Right now, if you just look up White Monster, you'll be bombarded with so many posts about how it is the best drink ever, and that by having it, you've partaken in an absolute delicacy. This is all very tongue-in-cheek, of course, as the fact that it's an edgy energy drink is not lost on those who advertise how good it is within the memes, which is what makes them so appealing. It's sort of like the ironic memes gassing up cigarettes, as people know how bad they are, but often combine the idea of smoking with having a White Monster. Not to mention it's being used by political parties to appeal to young people, so you can tell that the power of White Monster has increased to an unreasonable degree recently. As such, it's easy to see how meme culture has cradled this drink in its hands and nurtured it to full maturity, as the company exploits its position of power and continues to sell drinks at an insane rate. Monster Energy peaked in 2013 when they released the first of their Ultra line, with that iconic white can. It was designed to be a lighter flavour than the standard Monster, as energy drinks were getting a reputation as extremely sweet and unhealthy liquids. Appealing to a healthier market was absolutely a killer move for the brand, as they have since branched out to multiple zero sugar flavours that continue to sell consistently. Not to mention the White Monster certainly has an incredible early 2000s aesthetic to it, matching the internet's nostalgia for the era of shiny chrome, and as such appeals to modern audiences due to that specific look. It's this new metal aesthetic that makes it alternative. In a world where the early 2000s are roughly 20 years ago, anything old becomes new and novelty again. It's worth noting that the Zero Sugar line is so successful that they've even gone so far as to add a sugar-free line for the original can, making the entire line a more health-conscious choice for customers. As stated prior, it is easy to say that one of the biggest areas in which it is popular is that of the fitness community. Bodybuilders have long been smashing down energy drinks as a form of pre-workout, letting the caffeine push them higher in their lifts. The fact that White Monster is calorie-free helps it appeal to this crowd, as anyone watching their calorie intake can drink it without worrying about putting on weight. So, whilst we've established that lifters drink White Monster specifically, it's worth noting that there are other stereotypes for the different flavors. Every Monster flavor can be positioned to appeal to different demographics based on each can aesthetic. Given the particular aesthetic and appeal of the green and black Monster, it could be seen as a drink for teenage boys only, like the idea that someone named Kyle would drink it, punch holes in the wall, and collect all the cans because he likes the idea of unleashing the beast. Plus, it turns out alternative communities have quite the reputation for drinking the brand, with goths, femboys, emos, punks and gamers all smashing down the glorious liquid. That being said, whilst associated primarily with lifters, Monster Energy Zero Ultra is perhaps the most versatile here, as it seems to be present across all stereotypes. It's described on the website as having a light citrus taste, but it's less about the taste and more about the can itself. The iconic white can with textured engravings on the sides really gives the appearance of a refreshing blank slate. Whilst the others like Strawberry Dreams or Ultra Rosa give a more feminine appeal, the original Zero Ultra gives off a look that anyone can vibe with. In short, White Monster has seen an insane rise to the top of popular energy drinks, making its way through social media as a highly caffeinated beverage enjoyed by lifters and aging millennials alike. It seems to have an incredibly broad appeal, sitting as a sugar-free alternative to the original flavor and making its way to the forefront of stereotypes. After all, energy drinks do not typically have a positive reputation. They're usually positioned as unhealthy, sugary liquids pumped full of caffeine, responsible for the death of teenagers if consumed unsafely. However, the presence the Monster brand has cultivated online over the years, utilizing organic marketing via description as the work of Satan, becoming the official drink of Kyle's, and appearing in the lifting community has allowed it to quickly become one of the most popular energy drinks in the world, ensuring White Monster remains the king for now and the foreseeable future. See you next time on Lessons in Internet Culture.
Bankrupt. Social Security is full of fraud. Social Security is paying out to people
Mario
who are
Party began
150 years old.
In 1996, but not under the name Mario Party. No, it was originally going to be called Mario Board, since it was specifically intended to be a virtual board game featuring Mario. This wasn't intended to just be like a mini-game compilation party game. The board itself was the actual focus here, and they wanted that board to be flashy and fun to look at, and were surprisingly given very little restrictions on what they could do with the Mario character and universe, so long as they preserved that Mario style. A quirky, fun, flashy game that could be played with the whole family, that was the intent throughout development. They imagined the whole family gathered around in front of the TV during the New Year's holidays, playing Mario Board, which is actually why every single one of the mainline games up until Mario Party 8 were released in Japan just in time for the holiday season. And since this was made for families to play together, they wanted to make things less reliant on skill. I mean, if you pit me against a child in Mario Kart, I will crush them without mercy. There is nothing I can do to stop that. So to prevent that from happening, they decided to add in a lot of luck-based minigames, bonus stars, basically anything they could think of to even the playing field. That way non-gamers had a chance. And parents also wouldn't have to lose on purpose to keep their children from screaming and crying saying this was the worst Christmas of their lives. Now, speaking of those mini-games, let me tell you something. Anything was on the table. They would come up with hundreds of ideas for mini-games and only pick a few to actually use. Any of the leftovers would then be saved to be used in the next game. Yeah, that's right. It seems from the very beginning they were open to making Mario Party into a series, saving ideas for when the next game came about, which wasn't very long. Mario Party 2 was released less than a year after the first game, but that's only because they already had the basis of what the game would be, as well as a bunch of assets already been made. Because Mario Party 1 was made from scratch, the original game took 2 years to develop before being released on December 18th, 1998 in Japan, which of course is right around the holiday season.
Here's the thing, I'm not entirely sure they really were planning at the beginning to have an entirely new Mario Party sequel release only a year after the original game, because left over in Mario Party 1 are unused 64DD related assets. See, at that time in Nintendo's history, they were planning on releasing expansions for Nintendo 64 games, like they did for F-Zero X. If you had bought the F-Zero X expansion kit, you would have gotten 12 new tracks, a course editor, machine creator, and a stereo soundtrack. That was the first of several planned expansions for Nintendo 64 games, assuming that the 64 disk drive was a success. It was not. There are several unused graphics related to a potential expansion for Mario Party, and the game can even detect if you have a disk drive inserted into the bottom of the console, but we don't have the disc, so... We do know the disc ID was supposed to be ELBJ in Japan and ELBE in the US and Europe, but we never got any details about what this post-release DLC disc would have actually added to the game. The only thing that we got post-release was a nice little promotional website that outlined the features of Mario Party. There are no mentions of an expansion here, but we do get some cute little images, including these character portraits under the minigames section. Why do I bring this up? Guess what? They are different from their final counterparts. And not just one, all of them. And that's not all. We also have footage of these early icons in the Nintendo 64 1998-1999 New Software Introduction Video VHS. In this video, we get to see the icons in action and also get a different version of the Peach portrait, which doesn't appear in the final game either. We can also see that the icons are rounder than the final version, plus a ton more stuff. So without further ado, let's boot up Mario Party and see what changes there are. Or, I'm sorry, let's boot up Mario Board. Okay, so the first difference, besides the name, is how the logo slams onto the screen in the early footage. The final game just has it where it slowly and beautifully, I might add, builds the logo from a spinning star and ribbons. The logos look quite different side by side, and the kanji under the logo in the early footage just says temporary. So maybe from the beginning, Mario Board wasn't completely settled on for the game's name. Now, when the game starts, all the characters jump out of their pipes, landing on the ground, which makes a sound in the early version of the game that was removed from the final. And speaking of sounds, the sound when collecting a star is also different in this footage. It's more similar to the sound that plays when the final star picks the winner in the final game. Now, during that part of the early footage, you can also see a removed feature of the game, happiness. See, in the final game, when you collect a star, pretty much nothing happens. They go, wahoo, yeah, but that portrait stays exactly the same. Not in the early version, because originally your character portrait would just glisten with happiness on their face. I have no idea why they decided to remove this from the game, but we're not quite done with this part of the footage yet. Check out Toad. It's a bit tough to see with the quality of this VHS, but Toad definitely looks different when you compare him to the final version. The red dots are in different places, and its vest is longer too. The face also seems to have changed with bigger eyes, maybe, but that one's kind of hard to see. You know, let's check out some boards now in Mario Board. And there's one interesting change that shows up in every board in this early footage, except for DK Jungle Adventure. The missing light gray pathway, which in the final game helps guide the player on where they can move. The easiest place you'll notice that is on Yoshi's Tropical Island, and speaking of that board, all the signs here are missing too, which were added to tell the player which direction they're allowed to go. DK Jungle Adventure is also missing an arrow too, right in front of the swamp. But that is enough about boards. Let's roll the dice. After doing so in this early build, the number you roll, in my personal opinion, is absolutely massive. In the final game, it shrunk down to a much more reasonable size before the player actually starts moving.
It's time for our first minigame, Bobsled Run, which features not one, but 2 timers, each one featuring a different font and color compared to the final game. There is also no record time shown on screen, maybe because it hadn't been implemented, or maybe they wanted it to be a surprise at the end if you actually got a record. Now, this next minigame, Bumsketball, has a really interesting change. See, in the final version, once you get a basket, an explosion particle effect covers the screen, and while it's covered, the wall is replaced to a version that has a giant hole in it. But in the early VHS tape, it's much more complex, with the wall actually exploding in front of you into tiny triangular shards, instead of just popping in. Well, that's all the VHS had to offer for Mario Board, but there's one more place to get an early look at the game, and it's on an extremely difficult to find CD-ROM for Windows 95, 98, and NT called Nintendo Dictionary and Encyclopedia Special presents CD-ROM Set, which was released by Soft Business Research Institute as an encyclopedia on all things Nintendo at the time. Now, I don't have a copy myself, so I'm there we go, yeah! Nintendo Dictionary and Encyclopedia Special presents CD-ROM Set. As you can guess from the title, it was a set of discs, 2 to be exact. There are 6 chapters included in the set featuring Nintendo's history, policies, unreleased interviews, as well as screenshots, videos, animations, the works. Now, as for the date this set came out in, it's a bit complicated. The back of the jewel case says copyright 1997, but according to the disc's primary volume descriptor, the set was actually created in 1998. That places these discs released at around the same time as the VHS that we looked at before. So if that VHS had so much early footage, what early footage do we have of Mario Party on this disc? Drumroll please. Absolutely nothing. All we've got is one single screenshot. Yeah, that's right. I brought up this whole thing, talked about the history of this CD set, burned my own copy, recorded tons of B-roll just for one single screenshot. And guess what else? There's only one change! The sign on Slot Car Derby's minigame says Nintendo in the final game, but in the screenshot, it's a placeholder Mario sign from Mario Kart 64. That's it. Moving on. You know, we've talked so much about changes in minigames throughout development, but why don't we take a moment to talk about minigames that were never playable in the final game, but instead are just sitting there, unused. That's right. Let's check out some completely scrapped minigames in Mario Party. First, we've got Bungee Jump, which is believed to be one of the earliest minigames that ended up being scrapped. And we think that for a couple reasons. One of which, it doesn't work, like at all. The game will refuse to even reach the explanation screen, so there's also nothing for me to really show you except for this unused line of text for the controls and these lines in Japanese for Toad's advice. That's one reason to believe it was an early scrap minigame, but another would be the fact that there are 5 lines of text in Toad's advice, but in the final game there's only enough room for 4 lines, which means it was designed in a way that does not fit with the final explanation screen. And speaking of those lines, here's my translation for it. As I said though, there's no minigame to show here, so let's move on to at least one that has an explanation screen to view. Now, unfortunately, it does have a giant line of text covering the screen stating that this minigame is under development. And boy, I don't know what's up with their printer, but apparently the preview image has been printing for over 25 years. So we're not even going to be able to see a screenshot of this minigame, especially since pressing start just takes us to Bumper Ball Maze 1, which, in case you're curious, is not what this minigame was originally supposed to be. No, originally it was supposed to launch a minigame called Tour de Mario, which was a scrapped cycling minigame where you just mash the A button to win. One of my favorite types of minigames. But our next game, we can actually see. No more text obscuring anything, fully printed, here is All or Nothing. It looks very similar to Chance Time, but is way less complex. It's a simple game of luck, quite literally all or nothing. As Toad puts it, it's just luck whether you get the Mario mark or the Bowser mark, so trust to luck and just hit the block. But, of course, there is no minigame to actually play, it does not exist. Pressing start just sends you to the final version of Chance Time instead.
Alright, that's enough imagining what these minigames could look like. My brain is done thinking. I'm ready to actually play one. What amazing, spectacular experience are we gonna have? It's the Mario universe. Anything is possible.
Alright, here we go. Mario's walking into prison. That's a good start. This is gonna be good. Okay. Match the colored tiles. Very nice. I think my mom has this game on her iPad. This is called Same Game, and even though there's no explanation screen, it's pretty obvious what you have to do here. Ground pound on the blocks that have the same color to remove them, and if you remove all the blocks, you get the treasure chest, which is loaded with coins. But if you can't clear all of them, you'll just have to settle with one of the doors that only has one single coin. This game is completely functional, but the same can't be said for our last unused minigame, which is playable but is a little rough around the edges. It's called Yoshi's Tongue Meeting, and I can promise you that whatever popped in your head is not what this minigame is actually about. It starts with your character riding a Yoshi, or if you're playing as Yoshi, you're just you. Each Yoshi has a baby wiggler on its tongue, and it's your job to press the A button at just the right moment to allow the baby to reach its mother across the river. And you'd better press that button correctly, because if you're too early, they won't reach each other and both will burst into tears. But if you're too late, you will slam the baby directly into their mother's skull and they will fly off screen, causing the baby to burst into tears. And it's even got some debug text here to really drive the point home that you made a big mistake. And I just want to say also, the audio here is spectacular. Now, those text descriptors aren't the only form of unused text in Mario Party. There is some in the game that show off some pretty cool stuff. Early scrapped functionality. For instance, did you know that there was originally a limit to the amount of stars you could collect in a single game? Now, this could have technically been a different mode and not the way the main game was meant to be played, but either way, there was a planned option to allow you to limit how many stars appeared on a map in total, based on these two lines of text. Presumably, once you collected that last star, the game was over. So maybe there was like an option to have an unlimited number of turns and a limited number of stars, but that's just speculation. What's not speculation is that Chance Time would have originally had the ability to swap two players' locations, which is something that's not possible in the final game, since Chance Time could only affect coins and stars there. But I would say the most interesting scrapped game functionality is the no game situation that can only be activated with a Game Shark code. You know how normally at the end of a turn, depending on what color space the players landed on, a specific type of minigame is played. Like if 3 players landed on a blue space and 1 landed on a red space, it's a 1v3 minigame. Well, with the no game situation forced on, no matter what space you land on, every player's stat card turns yellow, which isn't normal since there aren't any yellow spaces in the game. I mean, you could technically count the star space, but you don't really ever land on that, you kind of just walk past it. But anyway, when the turn ends, the text no game appears on screen, and pressing A causes the next turn to immediately start with no minigame played. And if you just so happen to be on the last turn of the game, an unused graphic appears that says game over, and pressing A ends the game.
And with that, it's game over for us as well. You know what, actually, I want to show you one more thing. See, I've always loved test rooms in video games. They've been like a fascination of mine. It's got a strange, you're not supposed to be here atmosphere to them. And that's definitely the case in Mario Party. Let's check out a room called @Motion Check.
First, to get here, you need to use a Game Shark code to access the debug menu and head on down to option 81. But you know what, let's do a little sidetrack here. Look at that background. Notice how Donkey Kong's portrait has a giant question mark on it, which is not used in the game. Could it be that his model wasn't finished at this point in development? You know, when the background was made, since they didn't have a render yet? We don't know. So moving on, let's head on down to the test room. Oh, we gotta pick a player, so let's pick Mario. So Motion Check spawns you with 3 other random NPCs in a grassy area with a giant flower from Coin Shower Flower. And there's also this bright white object orbiting the flower that will hurt you if you touch it, so be careful. You can also hurt the 2 NPCs on top by attacking them, jumping on them. Basically, they just act like normal. But the one on the bottom, you cannot interact with at all. It will just stay there, motionless, unable to move. And that same thing goes for the camera. It is not able to move from this position, so in order to show you more of the area, I did a little cheat to force the camera to move. Now you're able to see that the triangle in the background says slope on it, and as you can guess, it was for testing slopes. If we jump up the stairs to the left of it, we can slide down for maximum fun. And if you're curious what that gradient blue block on the top is, it's too tall to jump on, so it's practically just there to be in the way. And fun fact, you can walk up the slope very, very slowly. To the right of the slope, you've got this tall tower that, despite its look, you can actually walk up it. And once you reach the top, you'll fall right through since there's no collision. Luckily, the back of it also does not have collision on the inside, so you can walk right out. And if you're curious, no, there's nothing behind the tower. But we do get a good look at these blocks, which are right in front of the flower. There are several of them. So let's start with the two that say 2.5 on them, which are simply there to be jumped on. Other than the big difference being the size of the blocks, they are slightly different in another way. If you punch the smaller one, you get a nice little particle effect and get slightly pushed back, but the big one does absolutely nothing. To the left of those blocks is a 1.5 block that moves up and down all on its own. And if you decide that you want to stand in its way, it will not crush you. You will simply pop up on top. And last, but certainly not least, we have the small 0.5 block that can be picked up and tossed around. And get this, folks, if you aim your jump just right, you can even get a slight bounce from it. Interesting stuff. So that's Mario Party, a party game that from the very beginning was designed to be unfair. I kind of like that. Sure, I've had people I've played with get so mad they throw the controller across the room and don't talk to anyone again for the rest of the night, but that doesn't take away the fact that I won. Even though it was because of bonus stars, I won. And they can't take that away from me.
We are the superstars!
Nuclear engineering is trying to explain to everyone for the last 30 years that these are not chimneys.
That is literally what I do on this channel. It's time to look at some casually explained. Specifically, engineering, obviously. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering operations to emergency response. I'm clear to everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
As some of you know, I dropped out of engineering after 1 year to make YouTube videos, which I originally started to try to motivate myself to study for engineering. So like every dropout, I still pretend I had it in me, I just didn't want to. What I like the most about engineering is that it's an extremely practical field. If you ask a mathematician what this symbol means, he'll say, that's pi. It's the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter. But if you ask an engineer what this symbol means, he'll be like, oh yeah, that's 3.
Yes, or 4 in some cases, depending on whatever's the most conservative. In fact, there's an old nuclear engineering joke that mathematicians say 2 plus 2 equals 4. Scientists will say it's 4.0 because they have an extra layer of confidence. Engineers will say, well, the answer is 4, but we're going to call it 5 as a safety factor. And nuclear engineers raise that safety factor all the way up to 100, just to be absolutely sure.
Most people know an engineer or two in real life, but don't really understand what they do. To make it simple, when you see a news segment like Russian soldier begs for mercy as Ukrainian grenade drone threatens foxhole, just know that somewhere an engineer is watching with his girlfriend and is pointing at the screen like, yo, I designed that cargo hatch, dude. This is fucking crazy, bro. What a lot of people get
interesting choice.
Wrong is they think that people go into engineering because they like math and science.
The one I hear, and this was from my grandpa, when I told him I was going to be a nuclear engineer, he thought I was going to be driving a nuclear-powered train. And that was actually cooler than what I really did in the early stages of my career. So I just said we have 3 trains. That is to say 3 trains of diverse, independent safety systems capable of emergency shutting down the reactor. We refer to those as trains.
This is completely wrong. Engineers don't like math and science, they like money. The math and science you have to do is...
Sure, gotta begin any project with the end goal in mind, which, of any business, is gonna be to generate money, right?
Just an unfortunate side effect. Well, everyone starts engineering by thinking, okay, which type of engineering do I want to do? It very quickly and disappointingly becomes, which type of engineering can I still do?
Sure, and depending on what type of engineering, what you learned in class, some of it could even be obsolete by the time you're done. Though I kind of lucked out with nuclear engineering because a lot of the technology is so old that a lot of it was still relevant by the time I finished.
In first year, you just take a bunch of STEM classes, but then at a certain point, everyone has a come to Jesus moment where they have to decide between buckling down, working on their study habits, and accepting no sex life, or if they're going to transfer to business.
Oh man, this is too accurate. You could actually get away with your first year, or at least your first semester, where I went to school, undecided in engineering, since you pretty much take all the same classes anyway, though a lot of those are weed-out classes. And yeah, it's time-consuming. College was hard, still seemed hard looking back on it, and where I went to school, dropping out and switching to business was known as joining the M train, and I want to say north of 30% of people within the first semester did that.
From there, you'll procedurally experience harder and harder courses and fail one, traumatizing you into majoring in whatever was the last thing you passed. For example, software engineers scrape by linear algebra, but struggle once things start physically existing.
Sure. Yes. I remember there were some tests that I made like a 40% on, and that was considered an A, or at least a high B.
Civil engineers scrape by statics, but struggle if anything moves. Mechanical engineers scrape by thermodynamics, but struggle when things they're working on become alive, and the laws of physics suddenly stop working.
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, which is why when designing a nuclear power plant, it's not just nuclear engineers. It's all types of engineering that are involved in the design, the construction, the operation of said facility.
Chemical and electrical engineers barely scrape by organic chemistry and quantum mechanics, then shake hands with each other and agree that the cream rises to the top. No one goes to grad school because they all have a C average.
Oh man. Depending on what your major is or what the economy is, you might be better off going to grad school versus getting a job immediately starting. I certainly didn't go to grad school immediately. I wanted to start working at a nuclear power plant first.
This is traumatizing because if you hear someone say, yes, I have a PhD, usually everyone is like, oh, very impressive. You must be very smart. But if they say, it's in engineering, everyone thinks you're an idiot. This is because getting an undergraduate degree in engineering is like Bud's training for the Navy SEALs. No one there actually wants to go and fight a war. Everyone knows you just have to do it so you can write a book and go on podcasts. Now, engineers...
Wow, that's interesting. I don't actually know that many PhDs specifically within engineering, other than faculties. Most people I know have PhDs more in a hard science. Occasionally in applied science, which is similar.
Usually very put together, organized, and prepared people who don't like sudden changes to their plans, spontaneity, or having unchoreographed fun in general.
Wow.
And the only thing they truly fear is girls. This means if you're a girl, dating an engineer can be really difficult because especially on the first few dates, you're constantly wondering, is he just shy and awkward or actually autistic?
Nah, he probably has a risk assessment tree opened up for deciding the type of girl he wants to be with.
Even worse is if you're a girl in engineering, because if you ever get frustrated, lean back from your computer and are like, oh, I just don't get how to do this. Well, you should have thought it through, Lily Phillips. This is now a group project. With that said, when it comes to the actual work you'll do, there's a big difference between working on a train and working on a drug to solve erectile dysfunction, despite them having the same effect on most engineers. So it's important to know what you're signing up for when you're choosing an engineering major, so I'll let you know about each one. Mechanical engineer means you make bombs.
In a nuclear power plant, I mean, they're essentially responsible for the muscle of the plant. They do the big, heavy moving stuff, pumps, valves, turbines, cooling systems, and that one bolt everyone swears was fine until it suddenly wasn't. All very important roles. I mean, after all, without mechanical engineers, we'd have a reactor core and a puddle where the rest of the plant would be. What's interesting is a lot of prerequisites for nuclear engineering are indeed mechanical engineering, mainly the thermodynamics and heat transfer stuff.
Civil engineer means you make targets, but
they're involved in a lot of projects on what a plant affects a lot of civil engineering in terms of reactor site criteria.
Petroleum engineer means you make money.
They're always ranked at the top for average starting salary, though a lot of it, once you get more experience, it tends to even out.
Chemical engineer means you're a chemist.
That is actually a little different. At least what we called chemists at the nuclear plant were more of analysts rather than engineers. But chemical engineering is all about monitoring coolant chemistry, corrosion control, and the mystical art of keeping steam generators from turning into solid rust sculptures. Keep it clean, non-corrosive, and neutron absorbing.
Being a chemist means you're a cashier at a pharmacy.
Ooh, man, that's shots fired on that one.
Do not try to correct your confused family members, they will not understand. Electrical engineer means you know that V equals IR.
Like how we're just getting rid of everything else. Is electricity basically something water, yes or no answer only? I mean, after all, nuclear power plants make electricity in bulk quantities, so electrical engineers handle power flows, motor control centers, safety relays, and always remind everyone, hey, you can't simply fix your nuclear power plant by turning it off and on again when you're dealing with 1,200, 1,400 megawatts electric.
And the rest you can learn on the job.
The rest you can learn on the job applies to all types of engineering. I just want to make that clear. There's very little that you feel like you have to memorize from school to prepare you for any job. Just thought I'd throw that out there for those of you who aren't there yet.
Engineering is just coming up with IRL crafting recipes.
Would also include a subset on nuclear materials for types of radioactive sources. Bit of an intersection.
Nuclear engineering is trying to explain to everyone for the last 30 years that these are not chimneys.
And that is literally what I do on this channel. This is 100% accurate. Yeah, everything from core design, accident analysis, or transients, as we say. That's the key term. Basically like an accident, but a little bit less severe. And ultimately the best at turning uranium into megawatts. But only if the reactor behaves exactly like it does in a simulator. Which is why I went and learned operations in addition to engineering.
You will be unsuccessful.
I'm trying. Please let me know how I can be better at that.
Software engineering is trying to figure out if you qualify for food stamps.
From what I know about software engineering, it's fairly polarized at both ends of that. After all, we still use software engineering at nuclear power plants, digital controls, diagnostic systems, cybersecurity, though trying to hack a nuclear power plant is pretty challenging when you still use stuff like orange plasma screens from the 1970s and old-fashioned master and slave relays, which I'm pretty sure I'm not even allowed to say anymore.
Computer engineering is being relieved that you at least didn't choose software engineering.
Okay, fair enough. Getting you more into the controls spectrum.
Biomedical engineering is when you just can't take it anymore and you need at least one class with a girl in it.
There's a fair bit of overlap between biomedical engineering and nuclear, mainly in the health physics side, radiation protection side.
Mechatronics... Oh,
what's that doing?
I don't know how that got in there.
I don't know if that's really its own field. I mean, it's really a subfield. I'd kind of consider it a mix of mechanical and controls engineering, maybe with a tiny bit of electrical.
It's not engineering. Now, a lot of people are scared.
One other one I want to bring in is instrumentation and control engineering, that design sensors, control logic, SCADA type systems, and stuff that really helps out the reactor operator. Would include the reactor protection system. Though I remember having a buddy who was a technician who would say if they couldn't solve a problem, it's called try and see, not I and see. But hey, we use virtually all types of engineering at nuclear power plants.
To go into engineering because they've heard it's a lot of work. But the good news is if you found a course really hard, you'll feel a lot better when you tell a senior that you got 52% on your final, and they're like, yo, congrats.
Yep. Just as I said earlier, I was wondering if that was going to come up.
This might cause people to ask the question, wait, so the people designing rockets and planes might not have even understood what they learned in school?
It's more like tests are designed to be ridiculously hard for some reason. Because a lot of it is you're trying to do many hours worth of work in like a 45-minute time period. And depending on the rules of the test, it just takes longer to do a project effectively. You have project teams, you have all types of oversight and regulation. In a way, it just illustrates that trying to do something without enough time and without enough support, possibly under duress, really isn't the best way to design anything. It's more of a social experiment.
Isn't that a bit worrisome? And not at all. Engineering is about adaptability and problem solving in the real world, not about rote memorization of textbook material.
That's actually true. Even for taking exams, very few tests I took required full memorization. There were some with open book, open reference, open internet, though, again, with the short timeline, it's not really going to help you that much.
If you're at work and the software says that your design is at risk of structural failure, just double it. That's engineering, baby. Now, the last question you need to ask yourself...
So in nuclear engineering, you kind of do it the other way around. You double or quadruple or tenfold increase the initiating event that's going to destroy your plant or your reactor containment dome, your reactor vessel, whatever it is that you're designing, just to be absolutely 100% sure. So, kind of had it backwards.
Before going into engineering is the most important one, which is who do you think would win? The combined power of the military-industrial complex, big pharma, the oil...
What are these, the merchants of death?
Industry and Wall Street all working together, or the English professor who has to teach the engineering ethics class in...
Who am I kidding? None of those know how to work together.
First year. Because while engineers have some of the most important jobs in society, they also bear a lot of responsibility for the unintended consequences of their actions. And this is why I feel it's my duty to remind students and new graduates of the only question you need to know the answer to, which is when is it okay to violate your moral principles?
And that's where the ethics portion comes in. It's never okay.
Exactly. It has to be at least 6 figures.
What, the bribe? Come on. This was hilarious. Thanks so much for the recommendation. And thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time.
It's another episode of the Best Damn League show. I would specify it. It's one where we're going to cover Fnatic failing in the play. Oh, wait, that doesn't actually narrow it down at all. My bad. Right, anyway, this is the newest episode of the Best Damn League show with all the same Fnatic talking points recycled, but now it's no longer hope optimism. It's all just depression, I know, GMing, epistemology, are they even allowed to win? And for this episode, that's right, he's done it again. It's another ERL coach that's Portuguese. Apparently, this must be the Peter Dunn effect. Apparently, it just turns out the more time I spend with Peter Dunn, the more time I start talking to people who speak Portuguese in esports. That's a joke about the fact that all the Brazilians hate me in CS, but actually, that's not even totally true. Like, I'll actually tell everyone the real secret to Portugal and Brazil is if you're doing a thing where it's like you're talking about their favourite team, or it's like Portugal versus the world or Brazil versus the world, then yeah, they go fucking mental online. Like, you have to think about like football fans when they're in the arena and they go nuts with flares and stuff. But if you ever actually get them in a call like this, or if you meet them in a bar or something, they're actually super chill. It actually goes the other way super hard, believe it or not, and they're actually quite warm and open. So we'll see how this episode goes. So Dead Shadow is the coach of LUA Gaming, which is a Superliga team, is one of the Spanish league teams. So welcome to the show. Nice to have you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure. And I'm looking forward to discuss Fnatic with you guys.
Right. What we will do is we always have, much like I always joke, like in Fight Club, the first person has to fight. So what we do is we start with the guest here, Dead Shadow. So what is your good point? What's good at the moment in LLEC?
Perfect. So for me, the good point I brought is about, first a bit of a hype for the next Koi versus KC match. I think that one is going to be, once again, particularly interesting. I think these guys have started now to actually build somehow a rivalry. I'm actually going to point it almost like a Fnatic G2 level. I don't think they're up there now, but I do believe that we're starting to see something in LEC that people maybe have not really stopped for it and say, oh, this is like really good for the league, you know, like this is really, really good. These are two teams with, they just had like two beautiful home scenes. They have a huge fan base. They have this dichotomy where they represent France and Spain. So this is all the LT and maybe non-LT as well, France-Spain rivalry, right? But this is really good. And I think it's particularly going to be a very interesting BO5, especially due to the fact that the last match, maybe to the surprise of many, it fell into the hands of Koi. I'm not sure how you guys felt about it, but I wouldn't give it to Koi at the time. I actually would maybe think like a 3-2, a 3-1 to KC, but the 3-2 for Koi, and the way it was pretty surprising. I think especially for Super. I think Super had something to prove to some extent. I think there's a lots of talks behind Kalist, or the little Prodigy King, right, the little prince, but I think Super, to surprise of many, on that series, he really had a point to prove, and I think this just glorifies it even more, you know, like these guys have been tackling each other to the RLs over and over again, all the way back to 2022 EMEA Finals. Their series are usually very, very tight. I think so far, if I'm not wrong, this is the first BO5 we've seen about them this year, besides like BO1s and BO3s, so those for sure are good, but BO5 is a BO5, it's not really different, right? Especially when it's all about feelers as well. So I'm particularly excited, but I did want to talk about this as well a bit about in a broader way, which is, and that's why I think my points are all indirectly connected, which is, I'm not going to call it the fall of some and the rise of others, but I do believe that with the fact that teams like Fnatic have year after year not underperforming, but maybe not living towards the expectations, I think it's clear that fans are getting frustrated, right? And those fans are for sure. Some of them are saying Fnatic. I'm not going to remove them. I'm even myself. I endorse Fnatic. I think as every European, we all love Fnatic. They're the OGs of Europe, right? So we all want Fnatic to succeed. But I think it's very natural that year after year, teams like KC, like Koi, a team like Koi that has been here for quite a few times. Mad Lions at the time won the split, right? KC after 1 year of being in LEC already won it, went to international event, made it to finals, and then if we have a team like Fnatic that has been, I think the last split they won was, what, 2018, I believe? So it's been many times, over and over again, that Fnatic fans have been expecting more and more. I don't want to dive deep into that though, but I think all of this frustration and the rise, or somehow the glorification of teams like KC, of Koi, with huge prospects, with huge players that already have this storytelling, right? These teams that they have this representation. Fans feel identified with them to some extent, right? The Kalist story, the Super story, the Spanish, the French community, even on the old KC roster, Seiken, Cabo. So these type of players makes the fans love them even more, right? So I really think that this next series, I really hope it goes to 5 games once again. I think as a coach and as a viewer as well, I think this year of LEC, I think if he didn't have Koi and KC performing, I think LEC would be a lot more of a crumble situation to some extent. Like I think LEC maybe wouldn't be skyrocketing as much as it was. I even went back and checked how it was on the esports stats, like the viewership. And if I'm not wrong, this split, spring split, it was Koi versus KC, the highest viewers match, and it's not even G2. And on spring, on winter, it was indeed G2 versus KC. So, yeah. I'm not sure if this is like a G2 Fnatic level in the future, but I'm just very happy that we have these teams in LEC. I think they're very good for the ecosystem. I think if they are performing, it's also very good. And for me, this just kind of refers to general sports, you know, where you have these teams that represent your country. And in my perspective, this is even like the biggest advantage kind of that Europe has to offer compared to Asia, LTA, LPL, where, yeah, they're all the same continent. Maybe there's a bit of representation somehow in some teams. But in Europe, you actually feel like, okay, these guys are Spanish, these guys are French. And it's just like a healthy rivalry, right? And I think that benefits a lot for the ecosystem. And yeah, I just feel like it's amazing to watch, and I'm really looking forward for this next BO5.
Makes sense. Just from my impression is that KC fans kind of like hard hate Super and like soft hate JoJo, right? From the LPP perspective, in your opinion, obviously just for one perspective, who do the Koi fans hate on KC, and who do they hard hate and who do they soft hate from KC?
I think it's a tricky question, because they're always going to target whoever maybe shot some fires, you know. Yes, so it's a bit hard to say, but I would say that potentially they have Kalist as like the little prince, right? So I think every other JDC that we'll face, you can probably put like Gumayushi in front of Kalist. They're gonna say that it's Kalist, he's the best in the world. Don't talk bad about my kid, you know. So I would say that potentially they are still just hating towards Super and Alva. I think Super and Alva this year they also shot some fires in and there. So I think they're just like the ones that people will always target the most compared to the other center of the pieces.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, the first series was a banger for sure. I mean, I'll be frank. Like, I was really surprised by how well Super played in that series. For me, the rematch is really interesting because I get to see if that was, sometimes you just wake up in the morning and you just have like one of those incredible days and literally everything is going right and you feel like you're king of the world. So I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's not gonna happen again, but I need. Once isn't enough for me. I need to see a second time because best of ones, best of threes, they don't matter as much. But best of threes kind of still matter a little bit. Like it's not like you could completely brush off his regular season performances. And but I do think he was for sure the best AD carry last series. I think he was the big difference. Super in the Koi versus KC upper bracket. I think it's a really interesting series. It's really interesting rematch. I think also that the viewership for this is going to be incredible, right? Like, to me, sure, there's a final, but I mean, frankly, who's hyped about Spring Split finals? It's like the big match, like, is the match to decide whether you go internationally because of how the new LEC format is, in my opinion. And they have not only a rematch in the first series that ended 3-2, but they have a rematch between two fan bases, which, as far as I can tell, really hate each other. Whether like Koi fans hate any particular KC player. It's definitely clear that they hate the KC fans, and I'm sure the feeling is mutual. So I think that's going to be a banger. I think it is the best series, like, with respect to Fnatic, the best series we could have had for hype. And yeah, I mean, obviously, just from the Koi perspective, obviously, Koi owned by Overactive Media, who are a Canadian-based organization. The MSI, I believe, is in Vancouver this year, so it's a Canadian MSI. So obviously, it's going to be pretty big for them if Koi are able to go. I still, despite what happened in the upper bracket, I still lean towards KC. I think this is a G2. This is a G2 KC situation from last split, where KC's prep for G2 wasn't the best. Like, they tried last split in the upper bracket. KC kind of over experimented into G2. They tried a bit of their Mila, fancy bot lane picks, which G2 kind of had to have a vision like, yeah, you're not playing that in lane against me. You're going to go like 4K down. And I think that maybe they over experimented a bit. I don't think in draft, but I think in terms of early jungle pathing in this series. And I think that they're not going to do the same thing again. However, whereas in upper bracket final I was like 70-30 KC, now I'm like 55-45, but we'll see. Like, obviously, Koi have had 2 weeks of prep, so obviously I'm sure that they'll have something prep. I'm really excited to see what they have mid lane, new in the champion pool, because G2 really targeted JoJo, and the KC coaching staff and analysts are really good, so they will have seen what G2 did. And Koi also are not stupid, they will also see what G2 did. And I don't know, are we going to see a JoJo Aurelion Sol? Are we going to see like a JoJo Lulu? Are we going to see a JoJo, I can't even think what else we may see. But I'm really excited to see what they've got cooking, because they will definitely have something cooking. And this is the big benefit of Fearless Best of 5, I think. It forces you to have something spicy, so let's see what the spice is. So, fully agree with you, really hyped. Still gonna edge it to KC, but it's still gonna be soft supported Koi because of no. But let's see.
I like the angle. Like, obviously, if people know the history of the LEC, I actually think the thing it has struggled with the most is establishing real rivalries. Like, essentially, it was just J2 Fnatic, and that's just because they were number 1, number 2 most of the time. Like, I'm pretty sure, actually, most people are bored of that rivalry because it's just G2 wins all the time, isn't it? Like, the joke is, we even forget, like, they did win one series last year, and they did a couple of years ago, but the problem is, they never win the one that matters, so no one really remembers that they win anyway. It always feels like that's just like, fucking 3/4 of the way through the movie, and at the end, the good guy still wins anyway. It doesn't matter that the boss beats you one time in the fight. So I do think there is a problem that people are bored of like the original rivalry, and those are still two top teams, but also they've never really bought into any other rivalry. Like if you think about it, the obvious other rivalry that should have existed, if you go back in the last 5 or 6 years, should have been Mad Lions against Rogue. Those are the other two teams that were constantly there. But if you notice, that was never a good rivalry from either side, and both teams, quite frankly, had a history of being like chokers. So no, I don't think anyone really ever cared. And at the time, Mad Lions didn't have this big Spanish fan base they do now. Rogue, the joke is, never had any fans, no matter how good they were. When they won the bloody league, I think the only...
Forget the French one.
Wait, why?
Because I cannot speak French, then.
No, give me the English one. You make fun of my French, give me the English one.
What? Huh?
Give me the English
What?
one. No, don't hit me again, please.
So guys,
no, shut up. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, not physically.
Forget the French one.
Wait, why?
Because I can.
So here's what happened. I'll be honest with you. We released the Ginsu's preview, and we said it was going to PvE and it was being reworked. And we knew it was going to be risky because I've been talking about it for years. And generally, people who watched my stream and were informed by a lot of the stuff I talked about were like, yep, makes sense. But people who don't, and especially in one particular region, there was some initial panic. Like, this change was ruining the game, we were taking the fun out of TFT, and everything is doomed. You know, the normal. And so, in particular, I spent the time to just triple check, because imagine if Rageblade had shipped weak, right? Let's say it was really, really bad. Man, that would have been the end of it, right? So, instead, I focused on making sure that it was like really, really good. Because I spent that much time, I'm pretty confident in where it is balance-wise. I think the bigger issue, though, is that this current design of Ginsu's has essentially made this item completely useless. Because Nashor's is like, hey, if you cast a bunch, I'm great, but only for the first like 8 to 10 seconds of combat, and then Ginsu's would have been better anyway. But yeah, I really wanted to make sure that Ginsu's did not end up less fun this patch. And thankfully, it didn't. So that work paid off. So here's what happened, I'll be honest with you. We released the Ginsu's preview, and we said it was going to PvE.
Embrace the darkness.
Wait, I have a genius idea, bro. Riot should create a tournament that's just the fraud off, and you just invite 100 Thieves, Fnatic, Damwon, JDG, and you put the tournament on a remote island, and you have all 4 teams play each other. The winner ends up getting to fly home, and then the rest have to swim. Tell me that's not content. Wait, I have a genius idea, bro. Riot should
I was just on the phone with Delta support for an hour, and it made me realize phone calls are still terrible. Go listen to your phone's mic on voice memos. It sounds pretty good. Listen to it through a phone call, garbage. Phone calls cut out, phone calls go robotic for 10 seconds. You only hear half a sentence. The delay is terrible. We've had like 150 years to figure it out and make them sound good, and we still haven't. A Discord voice chat with the $15 for fine mic sounds 10 times better.
شوف ايوه اللي تحت على اليمين بعلها هذا ايه لا اليمين يمين هذا ايه هذا
Oh, I'm finally gonna finger paint this weekend. Oh, no way, Lil Paint! No way!
So touch your toes. Now spell run 3 times.
R-U-N, R-U-N, R-U. Hold up, man. What the fuck are you that? Ah! 1002,
Swamp money. How you doing today, sir?
Great, yourself, boss?
Oh, doing way better now that you're here, you cutie patootie. I can help you out today.
Yeah, I'm looking to acquire a vehicle today.
Okay, let me guess. Something high society, high-end, expensive luxury?
Oh, how'd you know?
Lucky guess, man. What's your credit score, sir?
I checked yesterday. That's at 900 now.
Of course it is. All right, coming over, William.
It's actually James, so my friends call me Jim.
James it is. James Bond vehicle right here for you. SMR, what do you think, sir?
Wow, this vehicle is exquisite.
Exquisite taste, huh? That's exactly what I was thinking. How's your portfolio looking? 1001, 1002.
You work here, boy?
Boy, yes I do, daddy, sir. I can help you out.
Let me see your hands, boy.
Okay.
Yeah, soft hands,
Soft
just
hand.
like
Yeah,
always.
I get that all the time. What do you want?
Yeah, I'm gonna get myself a diesel.
A diesel?
A diesel.
A diesel. What do you do for work?
I build.
You build? What do you build?
Everything.
Okay. Is that diesel right here?
You said what?
Sorry, the diesel.
The diesel.
The diesel, that's right. So what, you want it? Or?
Do you have any dillies?
A dilly?
A dilly.
Sir, you don't need a dilly, you know that.
Yeah, okay,
All
man.
right, come
Show
on.
me something.
1002. Swamp money.
I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say, I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Dance, guys!
Wave your hands from side to side and say,
This radiates my energy.
oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is so prestigious. Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. In Joe Hendry and the prestigious one.
Have you ever heard this sound? It's a tiny little bit.
I got a message for all you liberals out there.
Oh, amen.
You
Here
want
we go.
my gun,
Here
my
we go.
firearm?
Yes, sir.
Come take it from me.
Exactly.
Just walk through my door, come into my home, and take it from me.
Exactly what I've been saying.
Weak, soft,
That's exactly
liberal,
what I've been
girlish
fucking
hands.
saying. With this
Just try to put those hands on
Exactly.
me. Those
Yeah,
soft
exactly.
liberal hands. Put them on me.
See what
on
happens.
my body. Bite my lip
Exactly.
and play with my
Liberal-
hair.
You liberals.
For my firearm.
Listen
if
to
you
this-
want my
listen to
gun,
this guy
come
right
spank
here.
me for it. I got a message for all you liberals out there.
Oh, amen.
World's greater than 50 domestic titles? Yeah, it's a
Have you ever seen bugs flying around a light like this?
If you're wondering why the chance of divorce increases as women make more money relative to her husband, it's because men make money to support others, whereas women make money to support herself. If you're wondering why the chance of divorce increases,
He got cheered for because Reckless and fucking Larson are two Swedish people that were on the broadcast. I think if that had just been Rogue in a random arena, I don't even know if they'd gotten any cheers. I don't think anyone was a fan of fucking Rogue back then. Just bizarrely, they never cultivated that aspect of the org. So first of all, these two teams, I actually think first of all, it's a good matchup. Like they have totally different styles, strengths, all that jazz, which you want on a broadcast. Then, as you guys have alluded to, it also does directly play into the French fan base versus the Spanish fan base, which is always going to be like a classic line to go down at the moment with all these people. So you're actually hitting it on multiple different levels here. And then I also even think if you look at some of the players they actually have like a really interesting blend of players to actually like cross match, etc. Because the joke is like on paper, I shouldn't be hyped when I see Super versus Calist, but Super's going to talk mad shit, so that actually makes it automatically really interesting. Similarly, if I go the other way, Vladdy should be way better than Jojo, but Jojo's going to put some stupid banter out there. By the way, I will actually say, here's how you know when Jojo actually plays decently, that actually he's now starting to get his persona down. Because that's why I'm not surprised, Dead Shadow, that people aren't really that angry at Jojo. You can tell when he does it that it's like the old double thing. They're not really meaning like, I hate you. It's more just like, I'm going to say my opponent's crap and I'm going to beat him, basically. That's like the vibe of every comment Jojo makes. So I feel like people actually do get that now. They don't actually overreact to that as much as they would the other shit that people say, actually, fully enough. So I actually think that's a pretty good angle. Because when I was thinking through all the other matchups, yeah, there really hasn't been one. Like, the joke is, this is how you know we're desperate for real rivalries. Because the broadcast to this day always tried to give you a bad Thorin impression of giving an esports a story angle. By every time SK plays Fnatic, they go, remember, this was El Clasico. It's like, that topic is so old. You may as well be talking about Messi versus Ronaldo in La Liga, mate. It's so out of date. That's never coming back. Like, SK hasn't been a top team for ages, mate. We're talking like about 10 years or something ridiculous. So that rivalry, you can't build off that. You can't do anything with that, unfortunately. And it has no, again, big fan bases. So, no, I think actually the idea that this could be like the new rivalry is a banger. If we're going to use it to talk about this upcoming series, I also think it's really interesting, as Peter phrased it. So let's talk about this a little bit, because I would say this, going into the first matchup, I actually thought there was a world where KC would just smash them. I thought they were going to be way better. I'm with Peter though. Here's what's sad. If you're a Koi fan, I'm about to give you some good news. I actually thought that was like impossibly good from Koi. I even said it on the past show. I even think they could have won. I think it was game 2 or something. One of the games they lost, they looked like they could have won. They looked really good in the whole series. The problem is, I sort of err on the side of Peter, which is, I feel like you just woke up and had your best day, and then Casey had sort of like, they kind of misfired on a couple of games, you know. The difference is, if I had gone to my head and I had to bet who wins this series, I would make Casey at least a slight favourite. I think that is just fair to do. And then also, I'll just throw this out there as well, which is, even though normally it's actually going through the lower bracket that exposes you and is harder, especially in something like Fearless, where you'll get to see all the extra drafts. The problem is, because I actually think KC has better players, I'm actually worried that, like, Dylan Falco just gave, like, some free fucking blueprints on how to beat them, potentially, or where you can fuck with them in the draft, etc. So, like, for example, I'm immediately waiting, Peter, for them to try, if it goes to game 5, I want to see if they're going to drain the Jojo pool as well, and that strategy seems like it's got legs to it, mate. That looks like it could work, quite frankly. And once, because people in sports are like that, once you see someone do something and it works, you copy it. People don't know. I'll give you a quick example. In the Premier League, the player who scored the most goals and assists was obviously Mohamed Salah, but if you watch the season, he slowed down way towards the end, because basically a couple of teams, including people like PSG, by the way, did a really good job sort of taking him out the game, and so everyone did that after that, and suddenly he didn't just like score for fun all the time. It got really hard work for him to like get his game off, basically. So I do worry, unfortunately, that this one will be more KC favourite, but I tell you what, first of all, if Koi win it, game on for the rest of this rivalry, it'll be amazing. Like, the idea KC wouldn't it be in the finals, Koi would be back up there, but the difference is it would be for real this time. It wouldn't be like the weird circumstances of last winter where, you know, they had that bizarre thing with the benching of Adam and all that shit in BDS and then Fnatic. This would be like a real finals one where you totally earned it. So I actually think either way it's good anyway. I do agree it'll probably still end up just being KC versus G2, but the fact we even have to discuss this shows that, like, there's more there than maybe people thought going in. Because actually I think most people, well, the joke is no one actually thought it was G2 before, but most people thought it was going to be KC and Fnatic, didn't they? So the fact now there's a world where it could actually be G2 Koi, that is a different world than we were in before. So no, I think this is an interesting rivalry. Do you have anything more on that? This actually, like, who do you think is going to win this matchup, Dead Shadow? The Koi versus KC one. Who do you think wins it? Who are you favouring?
I'm with you guys. I'm still somewhat leaning towards KC. I do believe that it showed that KC, on the last matches at least, it looked like what they suffered the most versus Koi, specifically more around objective setup, objective fighting, which is where Koi was really excelling compared to other teams. It looked like, even though they were playing Fnatic, which looked like a very crumbled Fnatic, and I think it was Heretics, right? It looked like they were putting a lot of attention into it. So I think that's probably something already prepared from them. I think that's going to be the key. I think early laning phase for sure going to be a bit decisive, but you go back and you watch the series of KC Koi, those games were very even, you know, like they're getting to mid game and these objective fights are deciding everything. So I think it's going to be very similar once again. I do believe that somehow bot lane, the way they were drafting, it looked like they were drafting really pressured lanes, so maybe that can also have a bit of influence early on. But I do believe that these 5v5s are going to be the key for this match for both sides. So I do believe that if KC is definitely putting a bit of one eye into this, I do believe that they have a sort of a leaning edge. But I will say that I think Koi, if they're not coming with blood in their eyes for this match, so then something is wrong, you know, because they've lost so many times these important, like the EMEA finals, right, these VO5s, these VO3s. So I really think they want to prove a point and they really want to cement that, okay, like the KC versus Squad rivalry, it's 50-50, you know, it's not like 64, it's not like 55-45, it's 50-50, we can win and we're the ones going to qualify for the international, which to my perspective, maybe it will feed the rivalry even further and it will send Koi to the international events, which could be positive, and at the same time, maybe it will give KC players a bit of a rest before summers, because I really believe that KC so far, these players are kind of rookie, they're very low experience. I think these guys are probably very tired by now. And I think that if they do qualify for Esports World Cup and MSI, I'm not sure how it is in terms of schedule, but it should be very tight compared to summer. So yeah, I mean, summer and Worlds is what's going to matter the most. So if they do reach a point where on summer they're very, very tired, it can be a bit heartbroken, you know, for these rookies to get there and feel like, okay, we're getting a bit gapped by ourselves, you know, we're getting a bit gapped by how tired we are, so
sure,
we'll see.
By the way, two things. One, new idiom unlocked there. Blood in their eyes or something. Apparently that must be like a Portuguese one. It's good. I like it. Like fire in their bellies, what you'd say in English. And then also, too, one angle we forgot, Peter, I can't believe you actually forgot this because you started setting it up, is the actual narrative no one thought was possible because nobody had Koi going to the finals is, bro, after all the mockery of Jojo this year, imagine he actually gets to do like the hero's return to Canada, bro, as like a finalist from LEC. That would be a fucking huge storyline. Like, that would be pretty epic considering everyone like kind of donked on this guy last split and said he didn't belong. That'd be pretty cool.
Yep. It would be, which is why obviously I think that would be a great storyline, but I'm not going to.
And I feel like if that happens, by the way, surely if that happens, it actually does open the door for like more NA. Maybe like then someone like a Blabber considers again. Maybe I would go and do like a year. I think that's like a real concept. We're doing it like jokingly. That could be real, but that could be like considered success, right?
Yeah, I mean, like already, I think that the tier 2 in NA is so cooked that like you shouldn't even go to NA. Like if you're an up and coming player now, you shouldn't
yes.
even be in. You shouldn't even be in NA, right?
Yes.
And it's worth saying that. What's his name? My old player, Yukino Cat is on KC.
Literally never heard of him. I know everything about League. I've never heard of this fucking player. Okay, fair enough, mate.
Okay,
it's all good.
Basically, really promising, very young NA jungler. He basically, decided that I think he had lower table. I think he had like 7th or 8th place offers in NA, whatever LTA North, but chose to go to KC instead. KC Academy.
Okay.
Instead. So you may already.
Oh, see, he's a challenger player, right? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Like I mean, he's a really highly ranked solo queue player. Was on like EG's third team back in the day, but basically like.
Okay. I wasn't aware this player was here, so he's in the LFL now, right?
Yeah, he's playing in the EU Masters.
That's cool. Yeah.
So yeah, you already see this beginning to happen with like the really top prospects. They're like, okay, what is there for me in LTA North? Like, let's try to join an LFL team. Let's try to join an LVP team. See how this goes in the future. So it's NA fans will love it if JoJo is in NA, but it's really bad for them. Like long term, if JoJo is in NA, because like you're just going to see more and more people choose to follow Yukino, choose to follow JoJo. But JoJo's not even that old, right? Like he must be. So that would be really bad for the NA ecosystem. But yeah, like the storyline is too good, and that's why I'm like too scared to build it up, because in KC, it will already hurt me if KC wins.
Right.
But if I buy into the JoJo's Canada hype, if I I have to shield my heart a little bit though, and I couldn't take it, if I held too much hope.
Oh no, I know. I already know your fear, Peter. Your fear is that not only does Koi lose, but it's specifically a mid gap, and everyone's like, if they'd had a better mid laner, they'd probably be in the final. Like, no, like then it just reverses the whole narrative that we just set up beautifully. Yeah, true.
Yeah, exactly. But I completely forgot about the Esports World Cup as well. Holy moly, I don't even know.
And by the way, as far as I know, it's right after again. I think it's like right after immediately. Yeah.
Holy moly, that off season is going to be rough. It's going to be even if Koi go, it's going to be rough.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're happy to go, but like into single round robin summer. We'll see. Hopefully they've spaced it out, because obviously they haven't announced when summer split is starting. But hopefully, it didn't happen after first down. But hopefully Riot have planned some sort of scheduling to, not just a 2-week break between the finals of one tournament and the start of the next tournament. especially when one is international, like we saw at first stand. But
Here's
yeah,
the problem, mate. The Esports World Cup ends on the 20th of July, mate. So surely you're on immediately after to start the split. Like, there's not much time left, right? You can maybe give a week or two, but that's not much time there. If you're going to have Worlds.
Should be tough.
That sounds rough. But yeah, just to go back to the original game, yeah, like super hype. I think for Koi to win, so I think we're all leaning slightly towards KC. For Koi to win, Super needs to just go off again. Okay. Right? Like it's that simple, right? Like I mean, Merwin was worse than Canna, but he wasn't like massively worse. But his job is not to beat Canna, it's to contain Canna and let his 4v4 win, and that's what happened. And you know, if I had to rank, like if Canna's like a 1, Merwin was like a 0.9, which is like good. It's good for a European top laner. It's better than Oscar managed, right? Let's put it that way.
It's the way he didn't just say if Canna's a 10 then the other one's a 9. He moved the decimal point for some bizarre reason on that analogy there. I've never heard anyone go, he's at 1.0, he's 0.9. Okay, it's the same number, but alright, mate.
That would have been the smart way to do it.
Sure. What about this, Peter? I feel like this is what you call in the business, I'll break the fourth wall, a segue here, Peter. But I also feel like if El Yoyo was to say jungle gap yike, that also could be an interesting factor. What do you think? Shall we talk about your good point now?
Yeah, let's. Oh wow, that's a really good segue. Yeah, but my good point is yike. Yeah, like yike this week. So KC were in lower bracket, but they haven't had to show anything, right? Because they 3-0'd Fnatic and then they 3-1 Heretics, but really they should have 3-0'd Heretics as well. But it's just that like Carlson had some ridiculous team fighting, but he was he was down in that game and he shouldn't have been able to come back. But you know, credit to him for coming back. But you know, KC haven't shown anything, right? And in draft. And I think one of the big things that I was really impressed with is this week, Yike has played 2 teams which are very, very jungle support centric. He's played Fnatic, who obviously Mickey Razzle, and he's played Heretics, which is obviously Stend Shia, right? And he has, not with no support, but with, let's say the enemy support has been roaming on him more than his support has been roaming on the enemy, right? And he has somehow managed to at least equalize or come up on top. And one thing I would say about Yike in the regular season is that he was a little, KC's early games were a little bit passive and he was not like being as proactive as maybe he could be, but you cannot accuse him of lack of proactivity in these 2 series this week. Like, you know, KC know that the 2 teams they're against are very jungle heavy teams. He goes and picks his Xin into game 2 into Fnatic, carries the whole game after, you know, carrying the game on Wukong, you know, not from level 1 but from level 6. He had a ridiculous Rift Herald play, I remember, where he just like he knocked up Humanoid into like 3 or 4 man Cyclone, which is like a play that I didn't even see on the map. You know, it was such a ridiculous play. But you know, Yike to me was the MVP of KC this week. You know, kind of had some good games, but Yike really stepped up. And you know, when the question is that we always have with Fnatic and Heretics as well is when their jungler gets behind, do they have anything? And to me, it looked like they didn't. And that's why I would say, like, I think that's on those teams for not having a plan B, but I think it's also because of Yike doing such a good job in shutting enemy jungle down, or in some cases snowballing harder than the enemy jungle, right? I think both deserves some credit. Yeah, so Yike to me, MVP of KC last week, and obviously it's going to be a big factor against Elioya this weekend.
What do you think then, Shadow?
I agree. I actually think that this week Yike definitely performed. I think that's something that he's already making us get used to, right? It's the guy that's, okay, when we need him, he's there, he's gonna perform. I did expect a bit more from the side of Heretics on the match actually. I don't think the games were bad, but I did believe that Shio was a player that for now, he has been, until now has been performing really well. So I did expect maybe a bit more proactivity on the Heretics side. I got actually a bit disappointed with their match. But yeah, it's like Peter said, I actually think that Yike this week was phenomenal. I think that game 2 of KC Fnatic, I remember very clearly, they had like 3 prior lanes, he's just perma-eventing with Xin Zhao, he's stealing many camps, he's perma-getting all the objectives, and if I remember correctly, I think on the Fnatic series, Fnatic didn't even manage to get 1 dragon, I think, across all the games. So it was really stomping. I think even Fnatic trying to play how they usually do on the mid game, trying to over around Humanoid, trying to make sure that Humanoid is getting these waves. I think Humanoid across the series, he probably got picked off on side like 4 or 5 times across all the 3 games. And that's a lot due to what Yaki was doing, you know, he was perma moving even without targets a lot of times, like Peter was saying. And I think his jungle proximity that series was just insane. I think this guy has proved the point now that he's grown, you know, the G2 time did him well. I think now he's cemented himself. I would say myself probably a top 1 jungler, if not a top 2. I just hope he doesn't choke in internationally, like sometimes he does. But I do believe that Yike is now probably like getting more and more comfortable and is going to be the leader that this team of KC does need, right?
Yeah, I'll actually pick up on that last point because I do think that's why, to me, this split's been actually a really confusing one for Yike, because I actually do think when people look at Karmine Corp, he's one of the main people that gets blamed. I know partly it is just people just blame him for all those Vi games, but beyond that, he also did have times where he did look a little bit disconnected from some of the team, etc. Considering I think some of the other ones play very consistently and kind of play the same style every time out. And I do think, actually, like Dead Shadow said, the reason why for me it's big that he has actually like a legit performer in playoffs is, to me, he is clearly supposed to be the captain of this team, both from like literal experience, championship experience as well, and his age. People always forget this. I always tell them he's only a year younger than Caps. Like in our brains, we all do that thing because they do it with every rookie. The word rookie people take to mean young and up and coming. So the second he came at LEC, people talked like he was 17. He was already about like 23 or 22 or something ridiculous already. But he'd just been in the RLs a long time. So I do think if you look at this squad, they have people who have big personalities, and they could be the, you know, the leader in the sense of like, you know, follow me into battle. But if you look at people like Vladdy and Callis, they're never going to be your captain, mate, and take you aside and give some fucking epic speech or say the thing in the game that pulled. They're not like that. They're the guys who are busy trying to shit down the other guy's throat. Like that's their mentality. They're just trying to swag on you. Canna is Korean, so I doubt he's going to be super vocal. And the joke with Targamas is they tell us he speaks now, but you know, let's see the evidence. Like Bigfoot in it. I know you said you saw him one time, but I didn't see it. Maybe that was a guy in a suit just walking around. I didn't see the arse, whatever that means. I could do a reference there, but we'll leave that. Right, so what I would say is, yeah, I actually do think this was a mega fucking performance from Yike, because I'll tell you what, if you go back, in past years, he was on the team that was beating Fnatic all the time, but every time I would finish those series, I'd be like, mate, Razork's so much better than Yike. Like, imagine if Razork was on G2, like, give Razork a better team. That's what everyone used to say back then. We all used to look. It's why I say the actual big narrative I think's changed in Fnatic isn't even the Humanoid and the upset one, it's actually the Razork one. Razork went from the player where it looked like, oh, he's the most elo-held player in the game, he'd be winning all the championships, so we gave him like loads of mega players, and now he's the problem in the fucking games. Like, that is crazy, but I'll tell you what, that doesn't just happen out of nowhere, because for anyone who now tells me Razork's bad, go tell fucking Isma that. Like, he didn't notice that. I don't think he was on demon time in that series. Like, every time Razork's in a non-pressure game, he does look amazing. So I think this is a big statement series for Yike, actually, to bully someone like that. Because the thing with Razork, I always say, is this. Oh, he might throw, but it's like he used to say about Niski. You have to be able to catch it. If you can't catch it, it won't be a throw, mate. It'll just like, lol, I can do whatever I want and still win. A bit like in that GX game where he did that ridiculous flash, but they just fucking killed everyone anyway. It's like, yeah, you probably should die if you do it as Koreans, but it's GX, mate. So I think, actually, like, if anything, the GX series set it up so it looked awesome. Like, Yike was so good in this one. Like, he actually did look truly really, really good. Because I know people want to make that storyline after the last split of like, he's the one they should have kept, not Mickey X. Like, it's like, to me, that it's not, you can't do that off one series. That's too complicated a topic to do with like dynamics of teams and who does what. And in this case, we're even talking about intangibles outside the game, like not necessarily inside the pure jungling all the time. So no, I'm with you. I think it was a fucking amazing performance. And like I say, against someone that beforehand was supposed to be like the most skilled player at the position. So if anything, you'd expect he's going to dominate Yike, and that's how Fnatic's going to win the series. So I think that was a big time performance, because I actually thought in that series it just shows that Razork is still important to Fnatic. If he can't get going, mate, then you're fucked. I mean, as you said, Deadshot, I looked it up. You're right. They got like fuck all objectives like ever in this series, pretty much. Which on paper, if you tell me you have Mickey X and Razork, like surely we're gonna get some fucking dragons and the odd Baron or something, like surely. So I mean, to me, yeah, what a fantastic series. Great job.
Do you have another point on this, or
no? You can keep going. Yeah.
But basically, like I fully agree. But I also think like Razork can't escape like criticism as well for the series, in my opinion, because like sure, Yike gapped him, but like to me, Razork is the key to Fnatic. You know, you can blame his solo laners a bit, right? I'm not gonna say Oscar and Humanoid have been perfect in playoffs, right? But like you go on like Reddit threads, you go on Twitter, like it's perma-flaming Humanoid, it's perma-flaming Oscar, and like Razok seems to just be avoiding a lot of this, and he was nowhere in some of these games, and there's some situations. Not every situation. Humanoid died in side lanes a lot, really stupidly. I'm not defending him. Like Vladdy was the better mid laner, but like there are situations where Razok should be playing into his side, right? And Targamas and Yike appear in Humanoid's lane, and like Humanoid dies, and then on the next play, you know, you could tell something said that happened in comms, because now they're just permanently on his lane for like the next 4 minutes, and then KC have decided, okay, we're going to do something else now, we're going to go and play something, we're just going to play the game normally, and it's like they didn't have, they were overcompensating or going too far in one direction or something else, and the thing which kind of, and to me, that is, it's a bit on Yike, but you know, if Fnatic want to win, and from everything that we can see, next split is this Fnatic roster's last chance, because, you know, what was the name of that guy? Dardo isn't like the GM anymore, and, you know, the new GM has come in, and there is no, like, he's going to want to have a clean break, because, you know, Fnatic performed badly this year, he can just go and say, oh, it was Dardo's fault, it's Dardo's roster, right? But next off-season, he's not, unless Fnatic win, in which case I'm sure he'll claim it's his masterful long-term planning. But if they don't win, this roster is going to get completely blown up, and I don't know who the new GM is, but he's going to like build a completely new roster, right? And if this roster wants to have any chance, you cannot have a series where Razok is outperformed by you, right? Like in KC versus Fnatic, you just cannot. Like it's just your top lane is not gonna hold. Your a lot of your aggressive plays are reliant on your jungle support being ahead, so you cannot afford for this to happen again. And with Razok, this guy is a guy that I think is an incredible jungler. I think he was the best jungler in the league last year, and like he's just he got more this year, right? He got Mickey this year. He got like more experienced solo laners, and to me, if you should be the best and you're performing as the 4th best, to me that is just as bad as if you are predicted to be the 6th best and you perform as like the 9th best, right? Like we don't hold people accountable for their expectation level. It's like he's not trash, right?
Even though the funny thing is, Peter, people would flame the 6th or the 9th player more. You could actually argue, I actually think this is why on some level Humanoid sort of does justify it. The problem is, when you look at people like Razok, you're thinking if you play better you just win the championship. In some ways that feels more egregious that you can't play your top game, you know.
Yeah. And it's not. It's literally the pressure situation.
Yeah, like, absolutely.
You put him in the regular season. You put him in like a series against GX, which they don't think they've got any chance of losing.
Well, the joke is, I said this. I did this for LCK. But if this was just the Premier League and there was no playoffs, the Upset and fucking Razok would be like legends of the league, mate. This fucking every split looks awesome, but the moment you have to do it in the playoffs too.
Yep.
Okay, I've actually got a topic that is related to this KC versus Fnatic series. And the angle I'm going to take is it's actually how Kalist played, bearing in mind, because of the timing, he was playing against the just announced MVP of the league, Upset. Like, if you look, right, first of all, it was actually Fnatic who beat Kayamin Corp in the regular split. And I thought actually Upset looked awesome. By the way, he looked awesome in the entire split. He basically never had a bad series if people don't know. Like, he wasn't even the person versus SK that fucked up. Like, he was other people, Humanoid dive in and stuff like that. It was all sorts of other things. So I think if you look at where Kalist is in his career, his narrative hasn't, it's not like he's been faker in every single time he was the best player. No, he's actually had times, we talked about earlier, he actually did get gapped by Super in that series. He had times previously, Hansama took care of him in the playoff finals last year. Like, he's had times where people have, I would say, either veterans or the big names, Hansam Upset. There's times when they've like big brothered him and been sort of like, hey, you're really good, but you're not quite there yet. Like, I'm still at this level. I think this was a big statement series, actually. He looked fucking great in this one. He even got to do what he's been trying to do 1 million times. It finally worked. He actually pulled out a Draven, and this time they won the fucking game. By the way, I've said this before, one of the metrics I've used, and I know coaches can appreciate this, is when people keep trying a pick like that, and you're looking at the game PD, you're like, but they lose all the games. That means that in scrims it does work really well, or into that team, and you always have to assume that the coach isn't an idiot. Like, he is picking it for a reason. He's allowing that pick because he thinks basically what they're doing is they go, but this time it'll work. Well, this time it did work. Like, this will look fucking great. Like, and by the way, I know another reason why, if you're a Kalist in KC, you want to keep trying to establish that Draven pick, is because when you actually have it, Hansam has shown us this, that is such an, especially in like Faders, that's going to be such an extra valuable tool in the draft, that someone has to fear the Draven, or if they see it, they have to change their whole comp. Like, you want to have that little extra bit of pressure. So I thought this series was a great statement series. Like, if you're a big Kalist fan, isn't this exactly
Yesterday I got a random DM. Apparently in Bulgaria somewhere, there is a Mundo thing on like, I don't know, this silo whatever thing that is like 40 meters tall. Look at this giant Mundo. Whoever made this, guys the goat. Look, I got this DM as well. Somebody's mom had my Mundo shorts in her TikTok feed. See, I finally reached target audience. Yesterday I got a random DM. Apparently in Bulgaria somewhere.
Well, oh yeah, that stinks.
Doesn't even want to.
Well, oh yeah, that stinks.
Doesn't even want to.
Here goes, and it's going the wrong way. Oh my gosh.
So basically, whenever I open the door, the computer alt tabs. So, door's closed, I'm playing balloons. The door's open, I'm in Khan Academy learning math. So basically, whenever I open the door, the computer alt tabs. So, door's closed, I'm playing balloons. The door's open, I'm in Khan Academy learning math. So basically, whenever I open.
So what's your take?
The point of everything is to get laid.
100% agree.
For some reason, I thought that this was a controversial thing that I could say.
I'm the only one agreeing.
Okay, so like I
The
wore a
rest of the
peasant
world-
top to do the subway takes.
Why'd you wear a peasant top?
Why did I do the subway takes?
I don't know. It's probably to get laid.
To get laid.
Literally.
Why did I start smoking?
To get laid.
To get laid.
What lengths have you gone to get laid?
I've flown halfway across the world. I've gotten all the hair off my body. I've gotten hair on my body. Another point I was going to say about getting laid is that. Oh, I was going to do a horrible joke that I probably...
Make the joke.
Oh, it's so bad.
Make the joke.
I'm the best...
Okay, maybe we won't tell
Yeah,
the
you
joke.
can't-
We're
you
not
can't-
putting
you
that joke
I knew I would fail the subway takes. Okay.
Let's go back to this peasant top.
Yeah, please.
Why did you describe it as a peasant top? It looks nice.
Well, no, because isn't this like the name of the top?
Oh, I thought you meant it was a top for peasants.
Let's go back to getting laid.
Okay.
I haven't been laid in a god long time.
I think things are about to change.
I don't.
I think so.
I really failed.
I think a lot of people are going to comment on the subway take and say, I like her energy. She's so sweet. What a cool peasant top.
I've done this all wrong.
What do you mean you've done this all wrong? Why are you doubting yourself?
Another take that I have. 21-year-old girls, if they came as quickly as 21-year-old boys, this world would be even more violent and diabolical and dastardly than the world currently is. I also, this is more of an admission, but I don't think I've ever come with anyone in my life.
What?
I have alone, but
This is like therapy.
this
You're
is
getting
just
a
me
lot off
trying
your
to
chest.
get attention to get laid. The other take that I had was that the world would be a more peaceful place if every man had the same size penis.
I think so too.
I also
Most.
think
What do you think? What do you think?
you shouldn't be in a relationship with the person that you have the best of your life with.
God, I'm stressed out.
I gave
This is
you
the
all my
first.
stress.
This is the first time I've
This
ever.
is the first?
This is literally the first time I've ever been stressed out on the show.
God, wait, actually,
I'm
maybe
really-
what
my-
this
my heart is
this
racing.
me demonstrating
Oh my
how
goodness.
exactly not to get laid.
I think you're gonna get laid after this.
If I am going to get laid after this, I want it to be like really great with someone that I think is like Chekhov. Like I want it to be like the best writer of our generation. Okay, here's another take.
We gotta get off here, but fire it off. So what's your take?
The point of everything is to get laid.
100% agree.
For some reason, I thought that this.
Fun fact,
In 2013, Sony released a completely waterproof headphone and MP3 player combo that was specifically designed for swimmers and athletes, but sales were slow as it was hard to get customers to believe these headphones were actually waterproof and would still work in a pool when they were looking at them on the shelf in stores. So Sony created a Walkman branded water bottle, put the headphones inside the bottle, and then filled them up with water. They then put these headphone water bottle combos into vending machines at gyms and indoor pools, putting their product directly in front of their target customer. This marketing stunt quickly spread all over the internet and sales of their waterproof headphones skyrocketed. Fun fact, in 2013, Sony released a completely waterproof headphone and
This is very, very, very important when you're playing any ADC. There is no reason for you to hit this wave right now because you have like a wave right here. You could be either hitting her or getting the plate. There's no reason, you're just free hitting this for no reason. This is what all bad Draven players do. They always just keep hitting, just constantly pushing, just get their passive. But you don't need to do that. You're gonna get these minions no matter what, because you have the prio. So why not just use it to get more gold on the turret, get the turret, or look for more autos, or look for a dive on her, correct? So because you're free hitting this, you're just giving her the crash every time. If I'm the Jinx, I'm happy. You're not punishing her. You can still push up right here if you want to dive her so she can't so she's pressured. Like, she can't clear this wave fast enough before the Pantheon gets here. You could be all the way up here, Pantheon walks up and kills her. This is more than enough. These minions are more than enough. It's risky, but it doesn't matter. This is more than enough. Like, if it was 3 minions, then yeah, I would focus on the wave.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Exactly what you want. Now he maybe does the run to the finals again, then he gets his chance to battle Hans Sama again. It's a great narrative setup. Whereas I feel like if he'd have lost this one, bearing in mind Upset was the MVP, it would have kind of like, it would have cooled some of the flames on how hot the Kalist hype was. Especially because remember, if they'd have lost, there'd been no MSI, no AWC. Then I tell you what, not only would Winter Split have faded, because remember everyone's going to say Winter Split matters the least, but I think everyone, because of the format, is already over first stand. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about that tournament. So I think it's actually really important for people like Kalista and KC to keep progressing to get to that MSI. So I thought this was a massive series. So I'm going to say Kalista versus the MVP. My good point. Dead Shadow, what did you think?
I fully agree with you, Tori. I actually think that Kalis is I don't know, this kid has something, right? He has this sort of aura. I think these 2 years on him, I don't remember any rookie debut for as long as I can remember, either in NA or Europe, that had like this sort of level, you know? This kid can grab the game by his own and he can carry. He's done such things as like on Winter calculating the amount of mana for the last spell on mid. Yeah, that agile play on mid a few weeks ago. So
with Zansama, yeah.
Exactly, like this kid is out of this world, and I think that's very good for us. I think the fact that he is on KC, a big org like you said, with all this fan base that they adore him, I think makes it even greater, because I actually think we need those type of like Bjergsen players, you know, these type of players that we can look up to, and like this guy can maybe carry my region to some extent. I don't want to say it that way, of course, but we need players like these that we can look up to, which gives hope to not only like his team but as well to the community, to the other players, and like, oh, one day I want to be like Kalis, you know. How many players nowadays have grown to be mid laners and they've looked up to Bjergsen years ago, right? Or Caps or X-Pac, right? So we need players like this, and I think that Kalis starting like this, as young as he is, I think 18 or 19, right? It's out of this world, and I actually believe that if he does win Super, if he does go into final, if he does win on Summer, I think he's proved this point, you know. Like, I think he proved that, okay, I just arrived, I just beat Upset the way I did, I beat Super the way I did, I've been beating Super for ages now, I beat Ansama. I don't think International did perfectly, but I don't think he did bad. I think it was his first event as well, right? So I really hope Kalis keeps striving. I really hope he keeps on having this performance, and I really want to see like this KC on MSI, on World Cup, and onwards. You know, I think this guy going up to players like Pace, like Gaming, like Ruler, I think Viper, these are the type of matchups that I think coming to next year, we're going to see even more of him, you know. He's going to come on a different caliber, right? So, yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think this guy just proves us wrong whenever we doubt him. I think he does play after play, the way he steps up on mid waves, fully confident, the way he dodges skill shots on mids. Sometimes you even might guess that he's actually inting, you know, but this guy just manages to dodge everything. He looks like he's inting, but he's actually not. So it's just insane, you know. I think it's very good to have someone like him on the region. I think it's going to be an inspiration to many other players, not only inside the French community. Back then, when Adam came up to LEC, I remember a lot of low planers in France actually were, oh, I'm like Adam Jr., you know, like I'm trying to learn Garen, trying to learn Darius. So I really think that players
maybe
like
not the best player to copy, but fair enough.
but you get the point.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, true. By the way, I also do agree. That's a good point as well. Actually, one thing about Kalist, I always just focus on his game and the mechanics, but you're right. He also does have that, like, in unmistakable quality, the it factor, the aura. That is big as well. That, if anything, that's sometimes more important than the skills. Like, if I would actually give the comparison, it is like to an Uzi I type figure, because listen, Peter will know this. I think there's a bunch of ADCs that were better even in the LPL than Uzi I. But I'll tell you what, no one had Uzi I's aura, mate. And the key thing is, if you have the aura and the skills, like the joke could be Super's aura. He just doesn't have fucking generational hands, does he? He's just a good player. Like, I agree. That combo together is fire.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is he's so unhateable as well. Like this is, you know, normally with players, even Uzi, like, you know, when he was coming up, since, you know, this is the week that Uzi got his.
I don't think I've ever actually seen it. The joke is, he wasn't the one who hyped himself on that later key particle. I've never actually seen Kalist say any crazy out of pocket shit. Like, he's actually done a pretty good job. Like, he's sort of selling his character. I think he's doing a good job.
And he's always so positive, and like this. You know, like it's a good thing. Okay, this is a good role model. But you know, even when like people like Caps and Uzi were coming up, like Uzi had that split where he just played mid because he was just like so triggered at his mid lane after Worlds in season 3. Like there's the Caps of the Death Note list. You know, that Caps used to sign when he was like 17. You know, you disagree with me? It's so.
Mate, he was putting Faker on there. Enough said.
It was so funny looking back. Like some of the things Caps used to say in solo queue. But like this guy, he has like, as far as you can tell, outside of the game, he's like a model professional. He like doesn't say anything in solo queue. He just lets his gameplay do the talking. You know, it's so hard to like find anything wrong with this guy. Like, in a sense, it's a good thing maybe that the fans overhype him, because then you can go and blame the fans, and then, you know, like.
Well, the Joker, as mentioned earlier, is you don't even need to hate anyone, Kissy. Their fans will let you off someone to cheer against anyway. Like, the fans are doing that. They're carrying that part. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. But I mean, like, obviously, like, I thought this guy was insane last year, so I'm a card carrying, you know, Kalist fan. But you know, at some point when you like a player, you like start to think, you know, am I over? You know, is this guy? Do I over like this guy? You know, like, is there something that am I letting my bias go in the way? Right. So, you know, you can check your bias and go look for other things, and like nothing. And that to me, that's a good thing. You know, I hope that nothing, you know, like, I hope he continues to be in that, because I think in Europe we need some kind of positive role models. A lot of the role models that sometimes people follow in Europe are not the best role models. Let's leave it at that. Like, some of the people that have been role modeled by the community maybe were not that great people. But like, what I would say is the big thing for me in the Fnatic series was, you know, at the start of the split, Mickey gave his interview where he said, oh, you know, KC can't escape us in lane swaps anymore. We're going to stop them in lane. And what were the 3 picks in the most important playoff series that KC picked into them? It was Draven, into Kalista, it was Lucian Nami, and it was MF, right? Which are like the biggest lane bully lanes you can possibly play, and they play purely for lane.
Swaggy is fucking it.
And I mean, to me, that deserves some credit. Yeah.
Absolutely. Right, okay. Well, speaking of things I like and are really good, how about these wonderful Raycon earbuds, everyday earbuds? If you didn't know, they have all sorts of great features. Like, for example, they have a 32-hour battery life, so you don't even need to remember to charge them each day. They also have that thing where if you forget to charge them, you only need 10 minutes of the quick charge function. That will give you 90 minutes of listening time. So basically, I always tell people, it basically means unless you literally only remember 1 minute before you go out the door, if you even remember, like, oh, I forgot to charge them, but there's like 20 minutes before you go out, don't worry, you've got time still. You'll still be able to get enough for your commute, go to the gym, whatever, have them on at school, at work, when you're doing all the spreadsheets and stuff or whatever. They have the active noise cancellation, which is obviously if actually you were on using like price conscious product like this, that's normally considered a high end feature, but they actually have them here. It works really, really well. They are also, I actually find them quite comfortable. I'm someone who, in general, I'm like a boomer. I don't go around the street wearing the big headphones or whatever, but I prefer headphones over earbuds generally. These earbuds are really nice, though. They don't like feel they jam in your ear or whatever. They hold in quite well as well. They also do that thing where they sort of like fit comfortably, so it feels like it automatically gives you a little bit of a noise cancellation effect because they've sealed to some degree. And the classic thing about Raycons is they're basically like half the price of the really premium headphones. So I think they're really excellent. I've used them a whole bunch myself. Everyone on an Elephant who has them says they're really good. And you can crucially get 15% off as a customer via watching our show, because if you go to buyraycon.com/league show, it's all one word, you get 15% off site-wide, which also means everything on their website. So right now they're offering up to 15% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/league show, all one word. buyraycon.com/league show, all one word. You might think that's annoying when people repeat things, but this is also the show where I'm going to say Froggen, Larson, Reckless, Alex Sitchin, whatever. We repeat everything. It's the LEC. That's how it works. So anyway, speaking of repeating things, what's bad in the LEC right now, Dead Shadow? What's annoying you at the moment? By the way, this is going to queue up nicely familiar. So what was bad at the moment, mate? What's bad?
Well, I brought up the point about Fnatic Tears. Let's dive deep into it. I did want to mention a bit more about humanoids, because I actually think that humanoids...
And Peter's a fucking humanoid defence lawyer, isn't he? So you saw what job he did earlier, so let's get into it, Dead Shadow, let's go. I'm ready.
I do think that humanoid, like, as a race method, is himself like as a the humanoid playoff star, the humanoid international events. So I do think that humanoid on this type of series, he needs to cement himself. I do agree with Peter though. For me, when I watched that series of Fnatic, I didn't know what to think initially. Like I saw so many mistakes about everyone, not only soul laners. I brought up humanoid because I do think that he was the one that maybe had the tools to do something more. But across all the roles, Fnatic did some of the mistakes that we have not seen them done before, or maybe we've seen them here and there. But across all the games, we've seen so many individual mistakes that for me are so basic, things that these guys know more than all the other rookies that they're playing versus, right? And I don't know exactly what happened to Humanoid. I think specifically it was really bad. I do believe that it was a lot about mid jungle. I think Razork as well was really, really bad. And that's kind of like the core of Fnatic, right? Sure, we want to play through bot. We want to make sure that Oscar is not losing and 0-10. And we want to make sure that Upset is 10-0 and double down on his feeding, But if my mid jungle is not able to get pressure, if my mid jungle is not able to get river control, then what can I do, And I even think that Upset to some extent did part of his role, He did not play perfect, but it's not like, okay, he lost the game, but he did not win the game. But yeah, for me, humanoids, I think on game 1, game 2, it's where I got the most disappointed. Even on game 3, he was starting to come back on the Yone performances. But starting with game 1, I think it just showed us, together with the rest of Fnatic, what Grabs was actually meaning by the lack of effort, the lack of discipline, the mistake that they usually see in scrims, which is, there's a lot of that simply have no reason, Either it's like Peter is saying, he's lying on side because he's maybe going a bit stupid mode and he's going a bit too deep when his team has no tempo and he has no over, when he has no pressure from jungle support and then mid team is fogging, or he's just dying because his team is not overing, But there's things like, for example, his first death on the Victor game, on game 1 draft, yes. I think it's a draft that they need to kind of cement themselves slowly, get the pace of the game slowly, get to that front to back later on, and Vic is just like 300 HP under turret at 9 minutes of the game with TP up. He already has gold for Seraph's Embrace. His support is showing on top wave with Rel. His jungle just based because enemy team knows he has Thundered Sky to buy, right? So KC, of course, would just dive him, right? I think that's very clear. I think if you ask Humanoid, oh, did you know you're going to get dove? Yeah, I did, So for me, it's very weird that these decisions of, okay, I'm going to stay under my turret, I'm going to catch that extra wave instead of recalling and tipping back, and coming with my jungle to help me get this wave. So it's these type of decisions that we saw here and there, not only from him, but I think specifically from him. I got mostly disappointed with Humanoid on the lack of discipline and even the lack of micro. And that's what I wanted to mention, the Yone game. I think the Yone game, he was starting to kind of get a bit of pressure back, he got, I think, 2 solo kills on sides, then he proceeds to insta-die on side, either because he has no pressure from his team or he's just going a bit deep, but he missed so many Q3s of Yone, he missed so many ultis with Yone. On the game 2 with the Rise, I think the draft is not that easy to play, but I felt like Fnatic, with the amount of knowledge that they had, they know, okay, how can I win this game? You know, how can I be creative to pull out a win? We know that front to back team fighting is not going to happen. The enemy team will outrange us, and the team can just play this kiting back, and we are super low range. We have a Zaya Rise, it's very hard to play. We cannot really kill the Galleon side, but maybe can we overload the side? Maybe can we do a fast play on side, chunk this guy, get a bit of pressure, rotate it to mids. And I feel like Fnatic just looked like almost like a desperate Fnatic, you know? If you hide the name tags, you will say that this is not Fnatic, you know? This is a team that's it's for like rookies players that don't know how to progress the game. They're not really trying to see the openings, they're not trying to see the windows, and it just felt to me so surreal that, yeah, it's the whole Fnatic decision making, but Humanoid specifically, I think micro-wise it was really, really poor. But that's where I agree with Peter, which is I think specifically Razork as well has had a terrible series. I cannot take that away from him. No, I think Razork is as a player.
Put it this way, someone on Reddit
fine.
had the banger line. They said he even got outsmited by a GSQ, which is like,
Yeah.
whoever, they come up with good ones every now and then, man. That was a pretty good one.
It's crazy, no? And yeah, for me, it was just weird because you will see a team like Yak and Targamas that they don't even have like amazing jungle support synergy, you know? Yeah, they're like good, but I mean, yeah, you think about Razork, Miki, I think those guys were just, okay, let's get these openings, let's control this river, let's make sure Upset is getting his lane prowess, let's make sure that Humanoid is catching this sideways. But it just felt a desperate Fnatic, you know, a Fnatic that didn't have like a plan or a prep. I'm unsure to what extent the fact that they had the match before, like 2 days before, of
GX.
Giants, yeah, GX. Yeah. If it could affect them, you know, because if I'm KC, I'm probably expecting 1 week before to be playing versus Fnatic, you know, so maybe that can also have its advantage. But
also looked like they took it a bit easy against Heretics too. They were way more locked in this series, mate. Yeah.
Exactly. But let's be real, a team like Fnatic that is meant to win, like a team that like cement themselves with these players, cannot use this as an excuse.
Yeah, yeah.
When the time comes, they have to perform. And even though I'm focusing a bit more on Humanoid here, I do believe that Fnatic as a whole seemed so lost.
So I've got I've got a short question and a long question. Hold on. The first question is, the short question is, do you blow this up before summer, or do you wait? Do you give them one more chance?
For me, that's actually my ugly point, which is
okay.
What can we expect from this?
We can cover it later. Okay, we'll come to that because that's a real bad. Okay, I mean, I guess the thing I kind of want to, my contribution for this Fnatic thing is, I mean, for anyone who knows Grabs and who has known Grabs for like his entire career, you will never see Grabs throw his. Grabs is like, you know, he is like the ultimate shield coach.
He was
like,
the original coach that I used to say plays defense when he comes on the shows, man. So I would agree to come on. Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, you think that I play defense? No, nobody played defense like Grabs. Grabs is like the master.
No, he quite literally takes credit for things that weren't his fault. I can tell you, he's one of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes,
I can't compete. I can't compete with this, right? But for Grabs to tweet after losing, okay, I'm gonna just read the tweet. Sure. Okay, it's like not surprised by the result, surprised by how little of a fight we've shown today. It's also getting tiring to pretend the efforts day to day are enough. Everything will stay internal, but the tone will change for something, right? And for Grabs, like, I mean, if this is Youngbuck or somebody tweeting this, that's one thing, but for Grabs to tweet that, holy moly, things must be bad behind the scenes, right? Like, and I agree with you, right? It's just the lack of creativity. Like, I didn't think that they were favored in that Rise game. I think it's kind of hard to play their comp, right? And yeah, that was Interlution Army, right? And like, that kind of thing is, it's hard, right? But they showed no creativity, and that's what bothers me, right? Like here, if you've got the Rise, what do? You go and play 4-1 comp, you know, you push out one side, maybe Rise bases, fogs out to your other side laner, you know, or you just sit in 2 lanes, or like either sitting in 2 lanes in a 1-4 setup, or like in a 1-3-1 with your like weak side guy literally underneath his tier 2 tower, right? But you do something in that kind of a setup, and you threaten, you like be creative, you try something, right? Like, and when they're trying things, they're too rushed. They haven't got the proper setup. It looks like desperation. It looks like there's no plan, right? And if this is Heretics, that's one thing. You know, a team with 3 rookies, you can accept that, right? Like 3 rookies with like a non-primary shot caller, right, on their Rise. But we know Fnatic's primary shot caller is Humanoid, and we know that this is a team that historically plays very well around their mid laners. In fact, the reason they lost in upper bracket against G2 is because they tried to play around their top laner and it looked garbage. Right? Like they couldn't play. They couldn't Oscar couldn't stack a wave into a dive. Right? So we were saying last week on the show. You have to play through Humanoid this week because playing through top lane isn't working out, and it looked almost as bad playing through top lane this week. Not quite as bad. It wasn't. Last week was really, really bad, but this week was bad. But that they've spent 10 times as much scrim time playing through Humanoid as they have playing through Oscar, right? And to me, that's really, really, really rough. And yeah, I mean. I wish okay, so Upset, you can't really blame Upset because he has losing lanes and losing early priority. It's not that easy to do something. I mean, maybe the criticism you can have of Upset is maybe he should think about picking the Dravens a bit more and things.
Yeah, sure.
You can't really blame him. That's like a soft thing, right? Yes. So I think he's one who kind of escapes it the most. And it's not like Razok had nothing, right, in the series, or Mickey had nothing in the series, but they just weren't doing anything, right? But my criticism of them is that of Razok and Mickey, because these guys are top one in their roles, right?
Sure.
Potential.
Yeah.
They're not playing through Humanoid. And Humanoid is dying in a lot of very, very the kind of way that a Gold 1 analyst on Reddit can see that is a bad mistake. You don't need to watch a show like this for us to tell you that he's running it down. Anyone can see he's running it down, right? But yeah, for me, I was disappointed because although they even had an advantage coming into the series because Casey had to play the day before, right? They even had an advantage and they couldn't capitalize on it. And to me, it's very, very disappointing, right? And that's kind of all I have to say.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I will throw this out there that if you actually go, and I saw there was a translated comment that Targama said, I think in French, I'm going to assume on some stream, because obviously all those people go back to their local streams and tell all the gossip and all that. Supposedly, he'd even said something quite politely, apparently, that basically the weakness of Fnatic's the solo laners. Despite the fact, by the way, for some bizarre reason, Oscarin had decided to start trash talking. And for me, I don't know if you're aware of this, but one, that guy's actually a real Korean mate that was in semis of Worlds. Your trash talk isn't going to get to him. And then two, I don't think he gives a fuck about you, mate. You're just some guy, again, who I said looks like Leonardo DiCaprio playing, what was the joke I had? It was fucking... it's Leonardo DiCaprio playing Max Waldo in the LS biopic. That's what you look like, Oscar. So first of all, you look sprout-faced, mate. You look like you just came out the womb 4 seconds ago. So the trash talk didn't work, and also heavily backfired on you because you got absolutely dunked on. So the problem is, right, basically, that Targama's comment, I think, is quite telling because what he said was that this was the team they scrimmed the most. All you
know what I mean? But you have a cannon. She could rocket form this too. At the same time, it's this is easily, you can do a lot more. There's no need for you to hit the turret, the minions. Why is this very bad that you're constantly pushing into the Jinx?
Because I'm allowing her to farm and creep back into the game.
Correct. But what is it about Jinx? What's her identity?
She wants to scale, get 3 to 4 items late game.
And who's stronger, her or you?
Late game, her.
Okay. So you're basically, she's happy. You're allowing her to play the game when you're supposed to be the bully. Think about it like that. This is very, very, very important when you're playing any ADC.
This is huge. Police are now walking back their statement that there was no evidence that Jonathan Joss's alleged murder was a hate crime. Because like we talked about after the Parks and Rec and King of the Hill actor was reportedly shot and killed Sunday in San Antonio, you had his husband claiming that it was a homophobic attack following 2 years of threats and harassment leading to Joss's childhood home burning down. And now what you're seeing is that the police chief has apologized.
We issued a statement that was way, way, way premature. Shouldn't have done it. It was way too soon before we had any real information. And I will own that.
With him then going on to say that his department understands that many in the LGBTQ+ community are feeling anxious and concerned, also acknowledging that a lot of it is because of the premature statement. With him then responding to questions about why they haven't charged the murder suspect with a hate crime.
In Texas, hate crimes are not separate charges. Instead, they are addressed through sentencing enhancements.
Right, and so as examples, he said a Class B misdemeanor could become a Class A misdemeanor, or a second-degree felony could bump up to a first-degree felony. And so presumably it would be up to the judge to rule it a hate crime. And so then with all that, you had the chief saying the police are pursuing every lead to ensure they get the full picture of what led up to Joss's alleged murder. Or with that, including working with arson investigators to better understand how Joss's house burned down. But for now, let me know your thoughts on the police's 180 here, and follow and share to stay in the loop. This is huge. Police are now walking back their statement that there was no evidence that Jonathan Joss's alleged murder was a hate crime. Because like we talked about after the Parks and Rec and King of the Hill actor was reportedly
Just let me know when you're ready for a match. We can get this over with.
Okay. Battle.
Wait, baby. What? You're Colombian, right? Despacito.
Wait, someone wrote something. How is it being with a racist retard? It's hard.
How's that racist? Wow, so just because I'm Greek, you're saying I make pizzas. Wait, baby. What? You're Colombian, right?
No te creo, ¿no? ¡Ah! ¡Dios! ¡Me ha salvado la Kindred! ¿Qué cojones? ¡Oh! ¡Dios! ¡Dios! ¿Qué cojones? ¡Me acaba de salvar la Kindred!
Let's see what propaganda Parker Burton's not falling for. FaceTime.
New Driller was born last week. Yo! But he's not even watching the game. Oh, he's not even watching the game. Or is SCS also on the TV? Come on, at least watch the game, bro. New Driller was born last week. Yo! But he's not even watching the game. Oh, he's not even watching.
Show the car. You guys all want to see the car. A little bit of Mentos. Hey, Mentos and Fanta, please sponsor would be banger. I mean, how hype would it be if either Mentos or Fanta or both would sponsor me? I would sell out every stream. I already have a little bit of Fanta Mentos here. I would become the biggest sellout. Did you reach out to them? Maybe. Show the car. You guys all want to see the car. A little bit of Mentos. Hey, Mentos and Fanta, please sponsor would be banger. I mean, how hype would it be if either Mentos or Fanta or both would sponsor me? I would sell out every stream. I already have a little bit of Fanta Mentos here.
I have a brief question for the men. Is it actually possible to think about nothing? And if so, what is nothing? Because as a woman, I don't really know what that means.
Some men will call this their nothing box, and it's basically where their attention and focus goes outward instead of inward. But they're still very conscious, like they are taking in their surroundings, it's just without analyzing or judging. Some men will also say that it's not so much thinking about nothing, but it's just not thinking. It's like driving on cruise control on the interstate, and you get to your destination and you have no idea how you even got there. What's interesting to me is that I really think that this is similar to how women will describe dissociation. But women will see this as a scary thing. Like the fact that she dissociates is a scary negative thing because of some form of trauma in her past. Whereas men, they love the nothing box. They want to be able to achieve the nothing box on a daily basis because they spend their entire day figuring things out, solving problems. The nothing box is a vacation for them.
I have a brief question.
I think I'm gonna take the boost physical damage negation or... Bro, I have every... Listen, boost physical damage negation or maximum stamina raise. Physical damage negation, 18%. Stamina...
My waxing lady said, should we do your bum as well? I said, go for it. Can't see it down there, but go for it if you think it needs it doing. And then she's down there, waxing it, cheeks spread, right? And I'm holding it for her with my hand there. And what did you say, Amy?
I said, that is a gorgeous ring.
That's a gorgeous ring you've got there.
Jesus!
What?
Ah!
And I thought, well, that's the best compliment I think I've ever had in my entire life. What did I say? I said, thank you. And I was processing it. And I thought, wow, what a compliment. What do they normally look like? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. She meant this ring. She meant this ring. That's a gorgeous ring you've got there. Oh my God.
I mean, that got me too, I'm gonna be honest.
My waxing lady said, should we do your bum as well? I said,
Tell you what, I am hungry. I did not get lunch today. We got bratwurst.
Cover going out.
Revealing area.
Personally, I was taught no matter what situation, you never hit a girl.
I've never played any FF game. Which should I play? The best entry point into the classics is FF10. It's aged the best, looks and sounds amazing, is still really fun to play. After that, if you love Studio Ghibli art style, do FF9. If you want to see the FF that put the whole series on the map worldwide, do FF7. After that, do FF6, Legend of Dragoon, then Parasite Eve, then FF Tactics. After that, do Final Fantasy 8, 4, and 5. Then pick up your PS5 and put it in the dishwasher, alright? Because that's as good as it gets. Don't be like the rest of us, chasing the dragon unsuccessfully for the next 20 years until this game comes out. Quit while you're ahead. I've never played any FF game. Which should I play? The best entry point into the classics is...
Stunning him. Ulting.
Oh my God, my gums! They hurt so much!
I haven't started yet.
I know, but a breeze from that window went in my mouth.
Ow! Ow! You butcher!
Don't worry, sweetie. I'm sure that man has some special tooth problem.
I don't even have a special tooth problem! This is just a routine checkup!
It's over? That wasn't so bad.
Okay, Principal Skinner, I want you to relax. Just lie completely at ease while I administer the nitrous. The dentist will be here in a minute.
Good afternoon, Principal Stinkface.
Dr. Bart?
Let's see. According to your charts, you're due for your annual throat scraping. Uh-oh. I'm feeling a lot of cooties down there. We may need to replace a tooth.
Oh my God, my gums! They hurt!
Men talk about when they're alone because I genuinely do not understand how men do not know personal.
Okay, so I guess this is a secret that many people don't know. Pop culture loves to portray men as being very simple and shallow, like we'll get together and we'll just talk about sports all day. We'll never get into anything about our personal lives. And I guess women don't realize there's a reason for this. From birth, it was my understanding that the most noble thing you can do as a man is not be a burden on other people. And most men I've known experience talking about deep subjects as work. You are putting a burden on them. It's not a burden to talk about sports or video games or Warhammer figures, but it is, in our perception, a burden to talk about our jobs, our relationships, and so on. So the arrangement you wind up with is, because I like you, I'm not going to burden you.
Men talk about when they're alone because I genuinely...
This is the easiest way to smoke CT and donut from the same.
So it's your ankle that's hurting?
Yeah, and my foot too. I tripped coming up the stairs and I'm pretty sure I twisted it.
Oh, no. I definitely don't think you should take that off. I haven't had a lot of time to shower in the last 4 days. Listen, man, I've been doing this a long time, dude. I think I can handle a little I told you. No, listen, it's fine, man. I can just breathe my...
Put a shoe back on.
You should put my shoe back on.
Put a shoe back on.
Yeah, you know what? I don't see any swelling, so I think I'm gonna put your shoe back on.
Awesome.
So it's your ankle that's hurting?
Yeah, and my foot too. I tripped coming up the stairs and I'm pretty sure I twisted it.
I just saw a teenage boy who's just been taught how to bench for the first time start repping a weight that took me 2 years to hit as a PR. Well, I wonder why. You know what? I did. It's a mystery. How could this possibly happen? I just saw a teenage boy who's just been taught how to bench for the first time start repping a weight that took me 2 years to hit as a PR. Well, I wonder why. You know what? I did. It's a mystery.
Did you guys know that Azap used to actually main Xerath, I believe?
Damn,
Before
you know,
he became a Bellicus player?
You know the lore, actually, holy. What's the pre-rework Xerath like? His W, his self-root ascend onto this throne would grant him penetration and range. His Q was a default shorter range without the W, so you would have to self-root and then you have like a bigger range, but you're immobile. That's what we call give-and-take design. And that's something Riot Games really stopped doing. Nowadays, it's just give. Like, you're gonna have your damage and long-range lash that that slows while giving you yourself dash and a shield. Yeah, Blitzcrank slows himself, but that's a season 1 champ. Like nowadays, I think they rely way more on external offsets. Okay, Aurora has everything. She can wave clear, she can dash out, you can never kill her in a gank. She can always engage on you if she wants to. So she's holding all the power. The offset is kind of weak against tanks. There's like give and take, but like the give and take is more like in draft than how you play it in game.
Did you guys know that Azap used to actually main Xerath, I believe?
I've been offering him this for so long. He always says nah.
That's too big. Cut it in half. Did you just use your mouth to cut it in half? That was insane.
Come on.
And you expect me, your friend, to eat this?
Yeah, come on.
You, in the last 5 days, are making me confront my biggest fears. Soft and squishy foods and my fear of open water. Why am I doing this?
My feet are out. Come on.
Alright, you do have some nice toes.
I've been offering him this for so long. He